cars, and so much more. It's all here at the Keystone Antique Truck and Tractor Museum in Colonial Heights, Virginia. Visitors from across the world are making their way here. Now discover why you'll want to, too.
The Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum is a pretty diverse collection of stuff. We have around 180 tractors. We have close to 100 road trucks. We have motorcycles, cars, pickups, all kinds of artifacts, tools, drink bottle collections, soft drink stuff. We have a garage. Just about anything you would have run into back in the day working on old cars and trucks. We have a wide variety, a range of tractors and farm equipment. From the turn of the century on up through the years, back in the day, it was pretty simple to work on, and most mechanics could do about anything you need to do to a tractor. They were just so simple, just the average hand tools, and you could keep a machine running.
Once they hand me the keys to this beauty, I'm gonna hit the road. Maybe cars are more your speed. The Keystone Antique Truck and Tractor Museum has an incredible collection.
This is one of the unique cars here, 1944, and it's been beautifully restored. It has a 350 Chevy motor and a turbo 400 automatic transmission. The interior work was done by some of the people that worked on the ZZ Top Eliminator car. This car has really been immaculately done.
The Keystone Antique Truck and Tractor Museum houses a huge, world-class collection of trucks. It sends your mind into overdrive when you stop to appreciate these trucks are the backbone of modern American commerce.
This is our new addition to the museum behind me here, 35,000 square feet. We fill it with road trucks that kind of give us a history of the past of the trucking industry, which I earned my living at for 50 years. Most of these trucks are pre-1970s. We have tankers, we have trucks that use to pull vans, flatbeds, any number of commodities. I have a 1957 flexible bus that got from a gentleman called the Gadget Guru.
Every corner of the Keystone Antique Truck and Tractor Museum is filled with treasures and trinkets that are sure to delight the amateur visitor to the expert. There's something at every corner.
Leidos. One part inspiration, one part science, one part legacy, and one part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Three, two, one. One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
For centuries, sports have played an integral part of our culture. Moving, collaborating, competing, celebrating. We rally around our athletes, lift them up, and admire their awe-inspiring moments and stories that give us hope. The nature of traditional sports is shifting, and we have the power to be forces for change and redefine the game. No matter whether our talents lie on the court, in the lab, or with the controller in hand, there's an athlete inside each and every one of us. Let's work together to champion every sport and every person that plays the game. It's time for us to revolutionize the way we play and move. It's time to be game changers.
Good morning, First Chesapeake, and welcome again to our Red 4 event hosted here in Fulton, Maryland. This will be the cleanup for the weekend, and it will also be our last matches of qualification before we get to our championship event next week. So everybody is excited about the results, but we won't see those results until tomorrow. So welcome to the Ultimate Goal game presented by Qualcomm, part of the First Game Changer season powered by Star Wars, Force for Change. First, as you know, is a global robotics community preparing young people for the future. First engages students in grades pre-K through 12 in our suite of STEM programs, First LEGO League, First Robotics Competition, and of course, the First Tech Challenge. FTC started in 2005, and we've grown to more than 6,000 teams in more than 25 countries. And this continues the transformative impact of FIRST programs, and you are part of this movement, and we appreciate your involvement. All of you are helping to make this program possible for the next generation of innovators right here in our virtual room. So thank you all. Now we are going to have fun today. We cannot wait to see how everything comes together as the remainder of the teams in this Fulton event. They've been working so hard to design and to build their robot for this season's challenge called Ultimate Goal. Now, as you know from tackling the challenge this year, STEM skills have never been so important to solving the issues facing the world today, and First Tech Challenge is forming the leaders and innovators of tomorrow by getting kids involved in these disciplines early. Now, I want to take a moment to recognize and thank all of the parents, the coaches, the mentors, and the volunteers who helped make today's event possible. Thank you all. Now, we ask you all today to honor the first ethos, gracious professionalism. And this means doing your best work, and at the same time, we're going to respect and value the other students, the teams, and the volunteers here. Today is where all the hard work that you've put into designing, building, and programming your robots comes to life in, well, thrilling competition, and good luck to everybody. Would like to honor the memory of distinguished First Advisor Woody Flowers, the man who created the ethos of First and gracious professionalism. So please join me in watching a short message from Woody.
Hi, I'm Woody Flowers, and I've been part of FIRST for a long time. I really love how FIRST helps us learn that working hard can be fun and profoundly satisfying. In FIRST, we do our best work while helping others and treating folks with respect and kindness. This ethos is something I like to call gracious professionalism. As you go through this first season, please remember that it is extremely important. In fact, it's expected that you practice gracious professionalism. Everyone, FIRST students, coaches, parents, volunteers too. It's not always easy, but it will make FIRST a sweet experience, and it can have a big positive impact in all areas of your life. So go be kind and creative.
Oh. As always, it's great to hear from Woody. We'd also like to thank our sponsors that make this all possible, especially our live feed sponsor, Northrop Grumman Corporation. And they have provided the live feed that you're all watching today. So thank you to Northrop Grumman. Please, let's watch a short video about their company before we get started on matches.
Somewhere past the edge of convention.
Beyond the boundaries of tomorrow
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
To define possible. To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
Thank you, Northrop Grumman. Now, we've all been talking about the game, but let's go and see how the game works. And we'll do that by watching the game animation for this year's game.
A team consists of up to 2 driver operators, a coach, a human player, and a robot. The robot must be built from materials specified in the game manual and fit within an 18-inch sizing tool, but may expand after the match begins. Each match is played with 4 randomly selected teams, 2 per alliance. Each alliance is allowed only 1 human player. Your opponents for one match may be your partners for another. The game is played on a 12-foot square playing field with a foam tile floor and 1-foot-high walls. 5 unique navigation images are located around the field perimeter. At one end are 2 tower goals, each containing 3 Alliance-specific goals with return racks. Between the 2 tower goals are 3 red and 3 blue power shot targets. There are 2 red and 2 blue taped start lines, and 3 red and 3 blue target zone goals. And a white launch line divides the field. Outside of the field walls are the 2 Alliance stations and 2 human player stations. The primary game element is a ring, approximately 5 inches in diameter and 3/4 of an inch thick. A match is played with 20 rings. There are 2 red and 2 blue wobble goals. These can have rings scored onto them and can be moved for additional scoring. Before each match, teams place their robots on the field, touching the front wall and over one of their alliance's starting lines. Each robot must be touching or be in possession of a wobble goal. A robot may possess or touch up to 3 rings. After the robots are in position, field personnel will randomize the starter stacks into one of 3 configurations. This determines which target zone goal is active in the autonomous period. 0, 1, or 4 rings correspond to target zone goals A, B, or C, respectively. Unused rings are stored in the human player stations to be deployed to the field at the start of the driver-controlled period. The players and field are ready. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. During this period, there are a number of ways for teams to score using only pre-programmed instructions and sensor inputs. Delivering a wobble goal to the correct target zone earns the Alliance 15 points. A A robot parked over the launch line earns 5 points. Each ring launched or placed into the low goal earns 3 points. A ring launched into the mid goal earns 6 points, and launching into the high goal earns 12 points. Robots earn 15 points for each power shot target knocked down. Robots must be completely within the launch zone to launch rings into the mid goal, high goal, or power shot targets. Following the autonomous period is the 2-minute driver-controlled period. During the driver-controlled period, human players
And we are looking at the event underway. We have got some scoring that we'll know about in a little bit. But for now, robots are taking some shots.
Yeah, I think I saw 1 or 2 shots into the high goal. So this
that was the
period.
That was that wonderful auto. And unfortunately, I believe the auto layout was A, so I doubt that they'll get any points for those wobble goals, but it's still a great showing to see that layout and see how cleanly they fit it in the box. Now,
what makes you think that it was what makes you think that it was autonomous layout A? Just because there's no rings on the field doesn't mean that there weren't rings to start. Some of these robots are so clever that they can pick up.
But in layout A, I don't think that they would pick up the ring from the blue side, though.
But maybe they did. These robots are really clever, so we'll have to watch their next match, and we'll see what happens. Because what are the odds that both robots delivered to Zone B?
It's not so much that both robots delivered to Zone B. I believe one of these robots has a double wobble program. Because the two teams that we have on the field are Newt.exe, Team 17080 out of Rockville, Maryland, and Team Electron Volts, numbered 7393, coming out of Silver Spring, Maryland.
That's right.
We have seen
these teams before, and they have done.
I do believe one of these teams has a double wobble goal program, so it could just be that they did a double wobble.
Perhaps. We'll have to see. We were busy watching that awesome game animation. So this is their first match of the day, but of course our 51st match at the, I believe, Red 4 competition. So here we go.
Well, with 123 points on the board, still with 20 seconds left on the clock, they have plenty of time to raise the score.
They might be able to pick up that other wobble goal. I think they're going to do it and get them both out.
And that is a huge claw that they're using there. And we've seen
super effective
claws trip people up before because they got to be.
Even while we're talking about that claw, let's talk about that shooter. 2 power shots down, and I believe another high goal made just in time for a current unofficial score of 169. And so we've all seen that to keep that championship run, to keep those top tier scores, you have to maintain that minimum of a 150.
Yeah, but we just asked the teams do their best, and it certainly seems like the Newts and Bolts are doing just that. So 14 total shots in the high goal that we've recorded for an unofficial score of 205 at the moment. Now, something that I really like about the Electron Volts is that when you look at wheels on a car, they in general point in the direction that is forward. But the Electron Volts, like many teams, uses Mecanum wheels. And I'll talk more about that after these final scores.
This is our event high score, 205.
Yeah.
Well, I believe we had a higher score out at the other events yesterday, but for today, it's definitely going to be one of the high scores at Fulton. 205 with that 71-point auto, a 84-point driver control, and a 70-point end game. Only bad mark is a 20-point penalty, meaning they probably, would they get 2 10-point penalties?
Yeah, so we actually have information about that. So one of those was for holding 4 rings. All right, the limit is 3. You can only hold 3. You can only move 3. They really want you to have 3 rings at a time. And the other one is because they accidentally shot outside of the field. So that's kind of a safety concern. We don't want those rings hitting the cameras that we're using to see. Because the referees are also using these cameras. But still, a great performance, especially for their first match today. This is not their first match of the season. We have seen these teams before, and they performed very well. So what I was talking about with the Electron Volts is that they're using mechanical wheels, which allows them to move in all directions on the field, left, right, forwards, backwards, diagonally. And those wheels are set up perpendicular to how you might normally think, meaning that they're strafing to move forward and collect the rings. And I just think that's really unique, personally.
It's how vectors work, man. Vectors.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that I'll say that I like about Electron Volts is I like their robots' colorful layout and colorful design, mostly because a nod to FRC. Pretty much all of our bots have lights, or all of our bots are highly decorated. But then again, we have a ton of space to decorate our bots. And I know Sean was talking about you all use a lot smaller of a battery, and so you all have a lot less energy that you guys can theoretically expend in one match. And so seeing a team that says, hey, my bot is so efficient, I can even choose to waste energy by being colorful.
I don't think that's a waste. I think that's cool.
Oh no, it's cool, but it's not purpose built. We know it's decoration.
Yeah. Now, occasionally though, I'm not saying this is the case here, but sometimes teams will be able to program their lights to be helpful. So sometimes they can hook them up to a sensor, and
I've seen some teams that have that. I've seen some teams that have lights that were like, so for example, with this 3-ring rule, lights that will change depending on how many rings I have inside my bot. Lights that will trigger when I'm on one side or the other side. Lights that'll trigger for if I'm shooting. Just stuff so that way both my team knows, everyone out in the field knows, and so that way my alliance partners can know if I give them that same code, just to show them, hey, this is what my firing code looks like.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But I really like how decorative you can get with an LED strip. I mean, can we talk about lights? You can do a whole lot with some lights nowadays. We all really love to see it. Teams, if you can decorate, do decorate. If you have the time to come out with your uniforms, come out with your uniforms. As James always says, he loves seeing you do a little dance. You know? We love the team spirit. We love the team energy. Don't forget to keep it up.
Absolutely. And that's really the whole point behind First Robotics. This isn't just any other robotics competition. The point of this is to get excited about robotics. When Dean Kamen first created the program, his goal was to have robotics one day become as popular as the Super Bowl or the World Cup. So it's a very ambitious goal, but if you've ever been to or seen videos from one of the championships in either St. Louis, Detroit, Houston, or I think even Austin one year, it really does feel like the Super Bowl of robotics, just packing a stadium with cheering, screaming nerds. It's just fantastic.
Even some of the regional championships. Personally, I know they said FTC's championships weren't traditionally hosted in a big arena. They get their championship hosted in a high school, and that's just because their fields are smaller, so they can pack 2-3 fields into a high school. FRC, our field is huge.
Yeah.
So we used to get on arenas for our championship. Yes, we could be in a high school for our qualifiers, but I remember going to the University of Maryland for championships.
Yep.
And doing that event. I remember being on TV and going and meeting everybody and doing these big, huge things because that's what First allows you to do. Some of my friends who I went to school with got that camera shock, that fangirl vibe when they used to go to events because they were like, oh my gosh, what? There's cameras, there's people, they want to talk to me? Yeah. What? No, I want to talk to you. I've seen you before. And I'm like, come on, just be chill.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy stuff. And it really makes you think that, hey, this could be something. You know, there's a future in this. You know, so for some it may just be a hobby, but for others, you know, it's a gateway into their future careers. So what we like to say about FIRST is that unlike sports, everybody has the option to go pro. No matter what, you can use these skills later on in life.
Well, this is a sport.
Oh, absolutely.
There is. I see sports all around me.
There we go. Perfect transition into our random. All right, so let's pay real close attention to these.
Now let's see what this auto looks like, because like I said, I believe it's a double auto.
Yeah.
I believe what they did the last round was a double auto. But we'll see what happens this round.
Yeah.
If one of the robots doubles back, we'll know that it's a double.
All right, so that is Electron Bolts taking their first move, firing 3 rings into the high goal in rapid succession. And here comes Newt to follow. Fires and just hits high on all 3 shots. Taking their turn. An expert placement of the wobble goal. Both parks on the line. So another very high scoring.
Wonderful 76 points.
That's right.
Once again, this is how you wish to start
Drivers,
a match.
pick up your controllers.
Start, the easier it
3,
is to climb.
2,
All
1.
right. The Electron Bolts were very quick to knock over that tower of 4 rings. A lot of times I'll see teams just leave that alone. I don't know if they're scared of it because it's 4 rings and you're not allowed to have 4 rings at once.
That could be.
Now, see, even with leaving it alone, some of these teams, their systems, they do configure themselves so that way they can only receive but so many rings at once.
That's right.
I believe, like, with some of the teams, I talk about Mobius and Luminous a lot because they have a low riding bumper that actually stops more than 1 ring from entering at a time. So they can hit the 4 stack as much as they want. They'll only get 1 ring.
Very cool. Now,
and so some of the teams do have intakes built like that.
I'd like to draw your attention to the strategy here. It looks like they've perfectly laid it out so that one team is always shooting and one team is always collecting. So the Electron Bolts, they just finished shooting, and in comes Newt for their turn to shoot. So somebody is always shooting rings in the direction of the high goal, and it's working out pretty well for them. They've shot 16 high goal shots so far, and there's still about 35 seconds left.
It's time to go.
This match.
They're lining up for the power shots now.
Speaking about types of shooters, if we look at Newt.exe, it has that large board shooter that I've been talking about, where it's a single flywheel, but it goes around the entirety of the bot as it spins itself out, similar to what I used to do with Frisbees back when I was in first.
Mm-hmm.
1 power shot down.
Yep, trying to get that second one.
Got another high goal in.
Time's counting down.
2 more high goals.
That shot. They ran out of juice. All right, that's still. This is definitely respectable scores here, and things are going up.
Yeah. So
I believe Newt.exe might be trying to challenge their sister team right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Newt.exe says,
here we go with the final score.
They said we might be the new kids, but we will be the big kids. And look at that. In their second match, with that high score of 239, they have already bumped themselves into the 3rd and 4th pole position. If they make this 200 point mark, they should be taking that 1st and 2nd position.
Now at Colonial Heights, we had a 293 point match.
We did.
Notice the numbers there.
So remember, Colonial Heights, they are competing with Shenandoah Caverns, which we also saw yesterday. Whereas Fulton, there are so many teams that they are competing all on their own, and we wish them the best of luck. And we're so glad to have Fulton because First Chesapeake, our gracious host for all and organizers for all these tournaments, they recently acquired a whole bunch of all of the teams in Maryland, and we are just so happy to consider them part of our region now in the Chesapeake area. All right. So,
and as we see our head referee expertly resetting the field, making sure that everything is together. And one thing that I do like about what these referees have been doing, they'll place the rings on the line so that way teams know what they have, or they'll go over to the teams by themselves and give each team their rings.
Yeah, you gotta make sure that you, when you have the option to start with 3 rings, it's best to take that option. I know personally, some of my students forgot to load up the robot once. That was a mistake they only made once.
Only make that one once. Got that right.
Yeah. But we've seen even some of the teams that don't have shooters or don't have manipulators still take those 3 rings just as an option to have them out on the field for their alliance partner, because it's a lot easier to start with more and not use it than to be wanting more.
Yeah, very true.
Game.
Very well said, yeah.
Because we've seen if your human player isn't releasing rings to fill up that field, there's one of 2 things that can happen. Either, yes, it gives you more space and you're able to have more maneuverability because there's less obstacles in the way, but B, you're decreasing the amount of opportunities that you have to get more points. And so I'd rather do something where, as we've seen before, they just have a robot running back and forth, bumping into the rings before he gets to the back, as a method of keeping the rings out of the way versus having a bunch of rings sitting in the human player side and I'm not able to use a single one.
That's right. Yeah, and it depends on where you collect from, because some teams collect from the back and shoot from the front, and then some teams collect from the front and shoot from the front. So it really depends on if you want the rings against the back wall or if you want them out in front of that launch zone. Now, what we have found is that when rings pile up, especially on the back wall, that makes dropping off the wobble gold that much harder in endgame, because there's just a consistent line of rings along that back wall. That's something that you either have to plow through or drive over in order to get those 5 extra inches closer to the back wall.
Now, see, one thing that I would like to see that I haven't seen so far is a team put a mechanism that can get them free when they're low riding.
Yes,
So,
like a piston that might come down, or
I know I've seen a few events in FRC where if you had a low riding bot and you needed to get over the obstacle, teams opted to have sort of kind of a hydraulics-like system or some other methodology to either raise and lower a wheel or raise and lower the clearance of the bot.
Yep.
Now, we certainly saw some cases here yesterday and during the course of this whole season where teams would get their wheel in a ring.
Yep.
And maybe 2 wheels in a ring, and then that becomes catastrophic because now you're tipping and you can't roll out and can't roll in. It's a real awkward situation and hard to extract from.
That's right. Now, it's interesting that, Niall, you said hydraulic because, of course, he's talking about
no hydraulics in the first.
Yeah, no hydraulics allowed in first because the first rule of hydraulics is that
hydraulics will spray everywhere.
It's a pneumatic, okay? It's still
similarly to hydraulics in cars. Here we go again with configuration C.
It's a pneumatic piston. It'll slowly raise and alter the clearance level. If anybody's looking at it, they'll say, "Oh, is that hydraulics? Oh, your thing low rise? Yeah.
There you go.
All right. So it seems that
taking some shots.
Yeah, a couple shots. The vaults are always the first ones out of the gate, and that seems to be a strategy of theirs. Here we go.
I think they have a delay
in the high goal, and then they'll get another there. Yep. and then they'll take their part. So.
I don't know about that one though. That one looks like it might be over the line.
That wobble goal's awfully close.
They took it away. Yep, they took it away.
Referee leaned out to look at it. Yeah, the referee leaned out and looked. Referee is looking hard at that.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
This is going to set that
3,
back.
2,
200
1.
Just became a little bit harder.
Harder, but never impossible.
Harder. Just a little harder.
Pull out. I mean, and especially with a team that we just saw put up 239, missing one wobble goal means that then they're at what? 215?
Yeah.
219?
Ringer.
My bad. All right.
Do you see that wobble goal with the ringer on it? They just got themselves some in-game points. And they probably can't keep them there.
I don't believe it's actually on the wobble goal. I think it's just laying on the side of it.
Is it? Oh, because I was getting real excited that they had gotten a little ringer there.
Yeah, because as long as it's supported by the wobble goal, it's okay. It doesn't need to be on the post itself. It just needs to be completely supported by the wobble goal.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I still like some of the teams that we've seen that put the wobble goal under a ring. I mean, that put the wobble goals over a ring just so that way it's stable before they come back to it.
I'm never sure if it's a strategy or not. That could just be an accident, but
I saw one team do it 3 times in a row. So if I see it 3 times in a row, I would hope that was a strategy.
All right.
You would think it would be a strategy, right?
Yeah, I would hope that if I saw your auto do it.
Super fast vacuum action. I am watching that go. All right, so picking up the goal. Is it in line?
Pay really close attention to the electron volts lights next match. Because Niall and I were just talking about functional lights, and I think those lights serve more of a purpose than we think.
The Twitch chat said they are purpose built.
Is there enough time? There is.
We'll pay more attention to that in this next round here.
Right, and I've been watching it. They are purpose built, but what I will say still is most people add lights as a last minute option.
Sure.
Lights are an add-on after you've built the bot, after you've tested the bot, and you want some additional measure and an additional level of control for your drive team.
Yep.
That's
so it
when
looks like they weren't able to keep those rings on the wobble goal, but that's okay because those wobble goals are both out of this field. Here we go with the official scores, and it is 208 points. Wow.
I told you if they maintained that 200-point mark, they would have bumped in the first and second. And they still have 2 more matches.
That's right.
So theoretically, they have wiggle room. They could bomb, and they're still in first and second.
Yeah. Well, of course, we know they won't bomb because teams always do their best. And I'm pretty sure with the performance that we're seeing, I believe Electron Volts has already qualified for the championship. I'm unsure of the status of Newt.exe. I apologize. But with this kind of performance, it wouldn't surprise me if they have already qualified from one of their previous competitions. So if these guys are just out here to have fun and drive and put points on the board, that's all good. More power to them. Because, of course, you cannot double qualify for the championship. It would just go to the next deserving team on the list. And all of that is outlined in Game Manual Part 1. All right. So cannot wait to see if these guys are going to break the 300-point line.
The Twitch chat is alive right now, just for anyone who does not know. Please comment. We love seeing it. Cheer on your team. Please talk to your teams. And thank you. Yes. They have told us Newt has not qualified yet. So Newt is trying to catch up to their sister team of Wizard.exe.
Well, they are on the right track to qualify.
You sure are.
And so, once again, there are some schools, there are some groups that do have 3-4 teams. And so by having these multiple teams, one great benefit to that is you're able to practice multiple bots. I remember with my teams, we didn't have necessarily multiple teams, but because we were a seasoned team, we had multiple bots. And so we would run 2-3 bots off of our multiple control stations, or run one bot in a auto program while we were running the other bot controlled, just to work on our driver's control, just to work on our driver's movements, making sure our drivers knew how to get around certain obstacles. We had, like I said, there were a bunch of poles and large standing obstacles at my school. So we would put the robot in the hall and let it drive past the poles, and leave it in the robotics classroom, driving around the robot tables. There were plenty of different ways that our drivers tested their skills and abilities just to make sure that they were also in sync. Because after making a turn, hey, do I need to pop up and shoot? After going another way, do I need to look to make sure that I don't have a partner in my way? What are my alternatives, and what are my directives to be able to complete all tasks?
Yeah, so, and also something that's very helpful is practicing just with an alliance partner, like Niall said, even if it's just purely a bot from last season, because First Chesapeake is in a very unique position because we are offering these hybrid events. Not a lot of regions or even countries are doing events like this where you have an alliance partner on the field. Right now, the remote events are very, very popular, and First Chesapeake, of course, hosts those as well. And we may have some videos of remote events here later today to show to you guys, to show you what the great teams are doing from the safety of their own homes. And of course, we very much appreciate any team who is able to make the trip to these hybrid competitions. We certainly enjoy talking about them. I hope you guys enjoy watching us, and I hope they enjoy competing together here today.
And remember, teams, judging is today. So all of your materials should have been submitted yesterday or before. And also, if you have not submitted and you just want us to be able to show it, I believe they are still accepting some of the remote play submissions. But in addition, if you have any information about your team that you would like for us to know, please submit it into the survey. We do check the survey. If you tell us that you have put your information in the survey, we will go check and read off your team's information. We love getting to know about our teams. We love having new information about our teams. And teams, if you have done a name change or a mentor change or any other large and significant changes, please make sure to go to the First website and to the Orange Alliance's website to update your player profiles. The information that we read off and that gets put onto our feeds and monitors is the information that is submitted to us and to First. So if it's not submitted to First and it's not submitted to our survey, we will not know about any significant changes or anything that you want us to know.
So we are well into autonomous here. It was configuration A, both teams dropping their goals into zone A. Unfortunately, some shots were missed and they only got 3, but hey, that's still a very high scoring autonomous, 76 points.
Driver, pick up your controller.
76.
3, 2, 1.
I think they're calculating for a miss is when they hit 76. They're accepting the chance of missing.
All right.
If I was messing with these teams, I would definitely be playing with my autonomous. Especially just because I'm already at 76, what can I do to get higher? Could I risk a power shot?
All right, so now we're going to pay attention to those lights here. So right now, the lights on the electron volts are red. Watch this, they turn green. That means the shot is good. Anytime the light turns green, that means they are ready to shoot.
They said that their bot turns green first when it fills up with 3.
All right, so let's check that out.
Watching the colors.
They got
not green yet. Now it's green.
Now it's green. Shoot. Wait, shoot. Yeah, very
cool. It must be green then for it has the appropriate rotational velocity in the shooter Although it could be using the camera to line up with the goal as well.
It seems to be lining up with the vision sensors almost.
Like, yeah.
That's right, yeah. So it could be any number of things. But yeah, so when we're talking about the cameras and the vision, there are pictures all around that field of just various sport things, teams cheering or doing stretches. And those are actually vision targets, meaning that if a robot sees it, then it knows exactly where it is on the field if it's using a certain program. All right, so we have a fantastic job. Here we go with that second wobble goal getting dropped out of here. Well over that 200-point mark unofficially. Couple of power shots down right as the timer hits 0. So far, 21. Oh.
Did they count that second goal?
Yeah,
I see 2 power shots down.
2 power shots
I don't know
down.
Did they count the second wobble goal?
Oh,
we'll find out right now.
It's a 272. Yeah, they counted it because it's yep, 40-30.
40 points for 2 wobble goals and 30 points for 2 power shots. So a very respectable score of 272, inching ever closer to that 300-point line. So they have one more match.
One more chance.
All right.
And I mean, these two teams have been putting on a great show for us here today. I definitely know that with what they've been doing and what they have been looking at, they should be able to push that 300 mark. Like I said, I would just go check my auto, because what seems to be happening is there's just a slight notch off when they go to shoot an auto, and that's what's stopping them from breaking 100-point auto, is those second 3 shots.
We will see. We will see.
So if auto breaks 100, I believe that should be what pushes it over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but of course, this 300-point barrier, it's just arbitrary. We're just setting it because we like 300 numbers. But what's important is that these teams are doing their best. We don't want them to feel pressured. We don't want them to feel like they're not doing enough, because they are doing a lot. Just the fact that they built these robots, that is incredible enough. That's a 300 in my book.
No. Feel the pressure. Feel the heat. I'm lighting the fire under you. 300 or bust.
300 or bust. Love it.
Remember, go big or go home.
Yeah. Well, maybe.
Even though I guess at the end of this, you got to go home anyway. But
everybody's got to go home.
Go big and go home. Yeah. But hey, maybe we'll see both. We'll definitely see the electron volts at the championship. We'll hopefully see the nuke.exe. So maybe they'll break 300 then.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's not like we have to wait long, because the championship is
next week.
So remember, teams, tune in to the award ceremony tomorrow night, and then tune in to the championships, or see you at the championships next week.
Next week.
I'll be there.
Hey.
All right. Here we go, setting up for their last match together for this morning. Two teams doing very well. Very clear. They have a plan. They're sticking to it. They have some very complementary autonomous programs. Now, I wonder if these teams reach out to each other beforehand to come up with a strategy. So in normal competitions, you only get your match schedule that morning.
Right, that morning.
Whereas with hybrid events, you know who you're working with potentially a week before you compete. So my team personally, we try to reach out to our alliance partner. We try to make sure that we're going to work well together, that we have autonomous programs that won't bump into each other. So I wonder if that's what these teams did.
I know some of the teams definitely have spoken to each other, and some of the teams that I've worked with, for example, in DC, a lot of the teams are all messaging with each other consistently.
Oh, that's good. Very good.
So they try to, like I said, if a school has 2 teams, they will meet and just run their personal 2 teams. But for some of the newer teams in our area, they have been trying to meet with.
What's the hand signal for B? I know the sign language letter for B.
I was just gonna say, I'm surprised we're not just talking in sign language with it. Why are we
make it B? This is kind of a B. And we do have some confirmation from Twitch that they indeed some pre-event communication was happening to coordinate that auto. Very well done remotely, and it's paying off in serious points. By having that built-in delay and giving the alliance partner an opportunity to shoot from, look at how far, man, just so well done. They've got 1 in B now, lining up to take those second round of shots. See if they can get any in there. There's 1.
Ooh.
And that's 2 in the high goal. And now here comes the wobble goal in A. Ooh, that was a miscalculation there, but they'll get the park.
So not quite their best.
No.
There have been rings strewn about the field, but still a very solid performance that they should be proud of.
Pick up your controllers.
Points to start off their path to 300.
1.
And because it's B, they've got less resources on the field to start out with scoring. And we've seen them take advantage of those rings so well in prior matches. Just knock them right over, scoop them up, and put them in. So there's a little bit of a delay there that they'll have to make up by either blocking the roll and controlling those rings, or working real hard against the back wall, as we see more and more of them roll to the back wall.
Now, one thing that I know that I probably will never see in FTC, just because of the size of the robots and also the types of connections that you all have, what I do miss is the actual aviator joystick controls.
Yep.
Because in FRC, those aviator joystick controls come with so many buttons and features that it helps. And one of the big things that I loved about them was they had an adjustable wheel on it. So they had a dial-up that you could change. And so we used to connect that dial-up to our motors, and especially if we were launching something that year, we would then use that as a variable, and we would probably take some whiteout and mark some of the spots that we would power up to. So that way we knew what notches and what nooks we had to be at to shoot at certain distances.
Very cool.
And so with a lot of these teams having these variable flywheels, I feel like having some sort of controller that would allow you to change it and manipulate.
Ooh, that was a look at that. He's hit it twice. So they hit that center wobble goal, the center power shot twice, and it bounced back up.
Dang, yeah.
And remember, that is something that we
2 for 1. We got the. Oh, did you see the 2 for 1 there?
One more. Oh,
you can do it. Oh no.
So last second shot by the Electron Bolts looks like it knocked down likely 2 power shots. Hopefully the ring made contact with both, because there is a rule that if you just hit. Yeah.
I believe it did. It did roll to the side. It rolled inward. When that ring shot off, it rolled inward. So I do believe that it knocked the second one as well.
There will be some discussion, and we'll have our results coming up right now.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, they're going to get them.
They gave them both of them.
Fantastic.
And so
well, I
with
think
that,
this is going to be a really solid result here. Keep them firmly in first and second place. But we do have a lot of competition for the rest of the day, so it's not a guarantee that they'll stay in those positions.
And who knows, we might have a game changer.
Oh.
All right.
Coin in the jar.
Fortunate time where we have to wave goodbye to the Electron Bolts and the Newt.exe for now. Hopefully we'll see them in the championship next week.
Next week. That would be great.
But speaking of teams, I believe we have some videos of teams from at home, remote matches, if you will, that we'd like to show with you guys, just to show you what teams have been up to. And in particular, we have one from 15304 coming at you now.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
You get points for it, I think, too, though, right?
That's major.
What is it, 30?
Is that major for?
I don't know. I have no idea. Minor probably.
Well, no. Remember packet? That's it. Go. 4, 3, 2, 1.
There. Kinda.
Oh no.
Oh, it pushed it in. All right, so ready in 5. Do you want to start over, or are you good? Okay, keep going. Hey, 3, 2.
And we're coming back. And as we come back today, we are about to have the Robo Tigers and Extreme Voltage join us on the field. Once again, that is team 10515 Extreme Voltage and team 16219 Robo Tigers. And now the Tigers we did see yesterday over in Colonial Heights, the Robo Tigers had their teammate Tiger Bite, and both of those teams did spectacular over there in Colonial Heights, and now they're joining us over in Fulton, Maryland.
That's right. So Extreme Voltage, they're going to be out of Fairfax, Virginia. Sorry about that. And they are a family and community team, and their rookie year was 2015. So they've been around for a little while. And then the Robo Tigers are from Falls Church, Virginia. I keep misreading those. And their rookie year was 2018, a challenge known as Rover Ruckus. Now, the one thing that I remember about Extreme Voltage was that they had a cheer that they always did. So if you guys were in person, I'm sure we would be hearing that cheer over and over again. But I think it was something simple like Extreme Voltage or something like that. I can't quite remember because it was in the background of all of the competitions that I attended ever since 2015. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
well, if you're out in the chat, drop that cheer. Robo Tigers, if you got a cheer, drop that cheer. Teams, just in general, if you're up here, show your spirit. Once again, we love seeing the uniforms. We love seeing the outfits. We love seeing all the other great, wonderful things that you guys do. Show that spirit. Show us what you got. Be special. Be bold. Be great. I remember personally, my team used to really be bold. My team really used to be all about being loud and heard and seen. You knew my team was in the arena. My school, like I said, we would bring the cheerleaders and put the cheerleaders in the stands. We had all of our teammates, even in the pits. You knew we were in the pits.
Now, something that I wonder about is that every year in all of the first game manuals, like FLL, FTC, FRC, it always says that you're not allowed to have live music in the stands. And that I don't understand because, if Dean Kamen's trying to get this to be the sport of the mind and trying to get this as popular as football, that means we should have a marching band. That's what I think. I think the marching band should be in the stands playing those.
My only thing against that is, some of the horn sounds and some of the other sounds can definitely overpower some of the game sounds on the field, especially in some of the smaller leagues such as FLL, where they'll run 25 matches at once. If I'm listening for a little tiny buzzer or a little tiny ding off of my singular field, I'm already confused by the 24 other fields going on. I might not be able to hear any of them over the sound of drums rolling in and the brass starting to liven up.
So, and of course, I say great things about marching band because I was in the marching band in high school, and I always thought, man, this would be awesome if we could bring this to a robotics competition, And there are stereotypes about band nerds, and then if they met robot nerds, wow, it'd just be quite the explosion. So I don't know. Let me know.
In my nerd is a nerd.
Should we appeal to first to let marching bands in? And it doesn't even have to be marching bands.
I can definitely say one thing. My school, we used to always have speakers in the pits, and so we would be blasting music in the pits. And one big thing, a lot of people in my school were from different places. My school is very diverse. And so we had a lot of Islanders back when I was on the team. Even my coach was an Islander. So a lot of times we would play music from the islands. And so one thing that we joked about was none of my students learned how to use a hammer or a drill by standing still and working. All these kids learned how to handle tools with a sway in their step. And so they'd sway their way over to get a wrench and then come back and wrench and wrench and wrench and wrench and wrench and sway and knock and sway and knock. And I'm like, if y'all stop dancing while we would do this robot, it would be done. You cannot dance the robot away.
Oh, I think you absolutely can and should. That's how it is.
Not with judges around watching us.
All right. So we've got two teams here, one of which is already on the field. Cannot wait to see the performance of these guys. And the team over on the left, I can't quite tell which one that is in the red shirt, but one of them seems to be wearing a very nice hat, so love to see it. Hats are great. Niall and I both have our...
I think that's a little bowler cap. I think that's a bowler cap.
I can't quite tell, yeah. Either a fedora...
It looked rounded when I saw it. I think it's a bowler.
All right.
But now, I just can't see these robot numbers. Robots, where are your numbers?
Yep.
Show your numbers.
Be proud of them.
Teams, if you have a big box like most of you guys have, or if you have your big rolling carts like most of you guys have, put your logo on it. Put your numbers on it. We want to see you.
Absolutely.
It is so hard trying to look at these tiny cameras because we have 3 angles to look at you all. Bear in mind, we can see you all a few times. But even with the few times that we can see you all, we can't change any of the angles or change any of the features without it changing for the entire stream.
Yeah.
And so our people in the back won't change it because of that pure reason. So our best way of figuring out which team is which is by seeing your number or by seeing you all with your gear. Yesterday, for example, with the Library Bots and Lord of the Bricks.
Yep.
Yes, their name is Lord of the Bricks, but Library Bots had a minifigure helmet. So it confused us. We sat there and looked and said, maybe that's Lord of the Bricks. That's a cool helmet. Then later look at their number. Oh, no, that was Library Bots. Yeah. Sorry.
We've got Voltage and Robo Tigers on the field right now. And yeah, we are just excited to see what these teams can do. This is their first match together today. Match number 56 out of, I think, 95? I forgot how many we're going to, but we'll be here for all of it.
95 overall.
95 matches. Cannot wait. We did 40 yesterday.
No, we did 50 yesterday. We did 50 yesterday.
Yeah, I guess we did. Yeah, because we started on match 50. Good. There we go. All right. 45 matches today. So we're in configuration A, and we are excited to see these robots perform. All right.
And our referee has put these teams underway. Teams heading off. Trying to get those power shots. I see one down.
Yep, that's
Parking.
The middle one. Wow,
I wish I could see numbers. Can you see any numbers on this bot?
No, I can't. Wow, did you see that lap that they took around the field? They went all over that field to end up to where they are.
I wonder what that lap was for. I wonder what that lap was for. And Ethan having a little hiccup on the
drivers. Pick up your controllers.
With 20 points on the board, they do have a respectable auto start.
1.
And that human player just launching those rings, flooding the field. Because remember, there are no rings available in configuration A until after the teleop period has started.
All right, so we are all over the place. Sorry, I'm just coming back. My Discord every now and then crashes. So.
Now, I'm really struggling to see. Now, okay, so 16219.
Yep.
That is a small bot.
Okay, so that would be the robot
tiger small bot.
Yes. Cool. And then we know that extreme voltage is the other one. Easy. Done.
Now, we're still going to mess it up at least twice.
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
But with Robo Tigers, they do have that double flywheel. And then extreme voltage has what I believe is a single.
Looks like
a single off a chute. But extreme voltage's chute looks like it's a straight chute, unlike some of the curved and rounded chutes which we've seen from multiple teams.
All right. So we've got the Robo Tigers loaded up with rings. Can they deposit them? Time is starting to get down low here. Unfortunately, neither of those wobble goals are going to be able to score unless they move them really quick, because they are not starting outside the launch zone.
Now, I can't tell what's going on with that ring. I think that ring had jumped out of position.
Yeah. That ring seems to be caught up in extreme voltage. Robo Tiger's putting a couple into the low goal. Time is counting down. These robots seem to have a little bit of trouble getting around. See, Robo Tigers are trying to get that wobble goal, but it's not eligible to be scored. So hopefully the head ref will let them know
they're going for the wobble. I think they might just be going for some of the rings on the wall.
Oh, okay. Well, I did see an arm come down at the last second.
I did see that wobble shot. That power shot. So we'll see if that counts.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Middle one down yet again. All right. But still a very respectable first match. They got a high goal. They got a low goal. They had autonomous programs. So here we go.
Now, extreme voltage. If you're here, can you please explain that auto? What was that big circle for?
Yeah, you guys took a lap around the field. So that's going to be 20 points coming from the autonomous, 5 points for park, 15 points for power shots, 10 points from driver controlled. So fantastic job to both of these teams. And what we like to see is no penalties. We always love to see that. The referees are there to help educate you about the rules, to help you in your learning process. We are not here. They're not here to punish you for every slight misstep that you may do.
Now, with that being said, that does not mean that you can abuse the kindness and the fairness of the referees. If they see you doing something intentionally or purposeful, you will get docked and you will get deducted for it.
Absolutely. So sometimes it's hard to tell intent, but sometimes if you do it 3 matches in a row, it's kind of clear. Luckily, haven't seen much of that today, yesterday, or in any of my casting experience.
Well, we've seen some of it with faulty autos.
Yeah,
yeah. Remember, team, always check your auto and always check your orientation. you always do have the option of just canceling your auto if you can't figure out why your auto seems to not be working. If you ran your auto the first time and it shot back at the field, it shot back out of the field, or it shot at the referee, and you ran it a second time after thinking that you tweaked it and it's still shooting at the referee, or it's trying to shoot outwards at other players, maybe just cut it off for the next match. Just don't run it. There's nothing saying that you must run that that configuration. We've definitely seen some teams rely on their alliance mate for their auto and not run a true auto, or not run an auto at all, and then just jump into the teleop.
And it's a hard call to make, because we know these teams have worked so hard on their autonomous programs, and we love to see them. But it comes down to a last second decision. You got to read the room. You got to think about, okay, where do I want to risk points? Where do I want to guarantee points? But we know that you guys worked super hard, and we do want to see those autonomous programs, but it is a call sometimes. Now, we're not saying that either of those autonomouses were bad. They were fantastic. We just thought it was funny that Extreme Voltage took the route that they did. So maybe that was a strategy. If so, let us know what and why. We would be glad to talk about that some more. We've got at least one robot.
We've seen robots do little dances and all sorts of other things before, so it's not that it's unusual. It's not that it's even uncharacteristic. It's just that if you do it, we'd like to know why. We're not on site this year. Previous years, we could be on site. We could walk practically right up to the teams and say, "Hey, what's that little dance? What's that little?
Yep.
What's that little jig you like to do?"
Yep.
Take you to a practice field, do it, get it on camera one time. But this year we can't do such things.
That's right.
And I would just like to highlight how both teams sort of met in the middle to speak and discuss with each other before putting their robots down.
Mm-hmm.
As well as
that's what we were talking about with the last 5 matches, that just strategizing as much as possible. In general, you typically know who your alliance partner is about a week in advance. So sometimes it helps to reach out to them beforehand and figure out a plan. And I believe Niall was correct. That is a bowler hat that we are seeing on screen. Very stylish.
I mean, excellent. I am a hat person. I do know my hats.
Well, that is true. Yep, I shouldn't have doubted you. All right. Now, have you seen a captain's hat recently? Because I used to wear a captain's hat to competitions, but it's gone missing, like a pirate captain's hat.
I have seen pirates before, but remember, I was on the FRC side, so.
Oh, I know. But I was just wondering,
unless your hat has changed leagues. Well, it wouldn't be stolen. It would be acquired, tactically acquired,
Okay. So we're gearing up for their second match. Third? Second match as a team. Hold on. I'm forgetting how numbers work.
This is their second match.
Second match. Okay, I was right. I just had to stop down myself. Now, what's interesting is that if the Robo Tigers are playing both today and yesterday in 2 separate competitions, then that means that they had to do judging both yesterday and today. So and that's very interesting.
Also would show is that they're trying to maximize their opportunities and their choices. But that trip from
Colonial Heights to Fulton, Maryland.
That's a very long trip.
And speaking of long trips, let's see if Extreme Voltage does the same autonomous plan here. Robo Tiger's trying to get that wobble goal down. Extreme Voltage seems to be barely parked on the line. It's hard to say. Robo Tigers fires a ring right at their drivers. I'm sure they appreciate that, or maybe that was Extreme Voltage's drivers. 1 power shot down, 2 parks for a 25-point auto. Very respectable.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Telly up.
3, 2, 1.
One thing that I've seen with the Robo Tigers, and I don't know about that intake arm, is whether that intake arm is powered or not. Because I do see that it raises and lowers, but I don't know if it's actually powered. It could just be, like as we've said before, a method of flattening out the rings so that way they only pick up one at a time.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Because
now,
I've seen that Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Extreme Voltage just did a move where they moved the wobble goal outside of the launch zone, even though they don't get points for that in teleop. But that's so that they can move it over the wall, hopefully, in endgame. We've got a couple of high goal shots coming in, a total of 3, for their score of 43 points with about a minute left in the match here. So they are doing quite well for themselves. Glad to see these robots working together like they are.
Now, one thing that I'm surprised to see is that both of these teams have not messed with these middle rings. And as I say that, after these shots, they just might try it.
Just might,
but
yeah.
Still, not having truly attacked these rings is one thing that we've rarely seen. Most teams have actually enjoyed the benefit of having those extra 8 rings neatly stacked up.
That's right. Yeah, but no, those are staying in pristine condition, and we are about 20 seconds away from ending this match. So they're starting to look at the wobble goals. Robo Tigers got their claw down. That corner is so hard to get wobble goals out of, but they're going to pick it up. Can they make it to the wall in time? It's got to be a mad dash. Oh, they seem to be stuck up. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Clock's about to expire. Oh. All right. Looks like there was a power shot counted by the referees. Nice job. All right. So you can tell that these teams have a lot of potential. They were able to grab the wobble goals, not quite able to deliver them. So it's a question of, when do you start thinking about the wobble goals? Do you start thinking about it at 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 40 seconds? It's a big question to ask, because we only have so much time in the field. And here we go with our final scores. 64 points, 25 in auto, 24 driver.
Into that 20th and 19th pole positions. Now, one thing that I would definitely say, and with some of the teams that we've seen be highly successful over these past few weeks, if you are going to plot on those wobble goals, take your time. They are not friendly. They are not trying to be picked up. Those wobble goals try to run away from you. Please make sure that you're using those 3 people that you have on the side to speak together, to angle yourself, to make sure that you're aligned. Even ask your alliance mate, hey, if it's on the far side and I can't really see it, hey, can you guide me over a little bit? What am I looking like?
That's true, yeah.
How am I seeing myself? And that's why drivers, we've definitely been saying, practice on the far side of your field because you're not always close.
Mm-hmm. That is true. And there have been a lot of FTC games like that where it would really benefit you to drive, sometimes it's called the opposing team's side. Of course, in this setup, we do not have an opposing team, but it would be really beneficial to be familiar with your robot 12 or more feet away from you. So in this setup, we have one team on the right side. I believe that is the Extreme Voltage, and then the other team is on the left side. So every other match, their robots are starting away from the teams. So it gets kind of difficult, but there's no sound barrier in the middle of that field. You can absolutely shout across the field to communicate with your partners here.
And unlike some games, there is nothing stopping you from talking. This isn't golf where you want to have your golf etiquette and be all nice and quiet. This isn't a card game where you're trying to outsmart the person to the left or the right of you. No, this is a team sport. This is a sport where you're playing with another completely different team. So you want to take that time to get to know each other. You want to take that time to meet and to speak and to figure out what signals you guys can use. I know a lot of times when I was at my driver's station, it was a lot of signals and not looking down. We learned how to dial in and do everything on our robot without needing to actually look down at our physical station. If we had two people driving, yes, one person might look down, and that was just for some slight adjustments that needed to be fine-tuned, like I was saying earlier with the variable flywheels or some of the other light logistic controls. But generally, no, you kept your eyes on the field, or I looked over to my other alliance mates to say, hey, this is what needs to happen.
Absolutely. So, and in terms of drive teams, so of course we say the term drive teams, drivers a lot. So in First Tech Challenge, you are allowed to have up to 2 drivers. All right, so those are people who are able to have their hands on the controls and do things. You could choose to have one driver, or you could choose to have 2. One could control the lower half of the robot, one could control the upper half, and you're also allowed to have what is sometimes called a spotter, but is often referred to as a coach. So this could be a student or an adult mentor, and their job is keeping their eyes on the whole field and the timer, and they're the ones making the calls. And new to FTC as of last season, human players. So of course Niall is very familiar with the human players from FRC, but it's a new concept to FTC to have human players introducing elements to the field. And speaking of elements on the field, we have randomization C.
Personally, when it comes to the human players and the great role that a human player can play, one of my favorite years was Steamworks with FRC, and that was because the human player was actually based in the center of the field. We were on an elevated platform in the center of the field, and so that year, I purposely chose not to drive and instead chose to be the human player, purely based on the fact that I could coach my team from the center of the field.
Oh. All right, so we've got 2 power shots
pick
down,
up your controllers.
courtesy of Extreme Voltage.
3,
and again, they did
2,
that big lap
1.
that you saw. Hilarious didn't bump into anything. In fact, they both got a parking point or parking points. So we are now into teleop here. Cannot wait to see what these teams do. So they're kind of bumping into each other. Uh-oh. Yeah, just
plenty of ways to figure out
that whole stack. That's not what you want to do. They already have 3 rings in their chamber, and they just pushed around 4 rings. And maybe that's why they were scared to do that in the previous matches. All right.
Now, see, I just wouldn't have carried all three rings while doing that. If I had a issue where my teammate keeps getting in my way, I'm gonna go to the other side. There are 2 sides to score on this year. Remember, teams, there is the mid goal on the far side. If your teammate isn't as inclined to move out of the way, you definitely have other options. There are more than one way to score this year.
Absolutely.
You do not have to crowd a goal. I remember in previous years, you would see all 3 members of the team crowding over one spot on a goal because that was all that you had. Well, this year, there's a lot more space and there's a lot more things that you can do. So there is no reason for that collision and for that holding or bogarting of a spot.
So we have a total of 12 high goal shots here in teleop. We are down in the end game time. Robo Tigers are going to get a wobble goal. Can they throw it over the edge with the remaining time left? And they are already over the 100-point mark. Away goes that wobble goal over the edge, just as the timer runs out. A very respectable score of 132. I think this is this alliance's first time breaking the 100-point mark, and they did so in a very spectacular way. So great job to the Robo Tigers and Electron Bolts, and they still have 2 matches together.
Now, with the way that these 2 teams shoot, it begs the question of are they shooting for accuracy or are they shooting for volume?
Right.
Because that's one thing that a lot of teams definitely have to calculate and think about when they go into their game plan and their game design at the very beginning. And so, for example, my teams didn't necessarily always go for what would be the highest point value and what took the most accuracy, but was what can I do at the highest volume? What is the best repeatable volume that I can do? So going back to me talking about Steamworks, one of the big things on Steamworks was this gear and getting these gears to the center of the field. And so while a lot of teams were focused on powering up the ship, not too many teams were focused on carrying around these gears and getting these gears to the middle of the field. Our robot was purpose built for putting gears on the ship. So our robot could get up to 15 gears in one run, even though all we needed was about 7 or 8.
That's impressive.
And so that
we've got a couple scores here, 132 points, putting them in the 12th and 13th positions here. With this kind of performance, we can expect those numbers to go up. We don't have our numbers guy, Ishan, with us here today to tell us exactly how many points they need. But, how many points do you need? It's really just, it's really for fun, all this. And they're doing a great job. Hope they're having fun.
And one thing that we want all teams to remember, when we say points that you need or we're trying to get you to break a certain point barrier, that's purely for one aspect of this competition. In this competition, there are plenty of other ways to advance other than being the number one scorer. There is all the different creativity bits, there's all your outreach, there's your autonomous controls and all sorts of other wonderful things that you can highlight in your bot. Personally, one year my bot passed because of its design, and so I have my design team to thank. Our programming wasn't the best that year, and so we didn't perform as great as we would have wished. But fortunately, due to the design of the bot and due to the colors of the bot and the schemes and the themes and having everyone from the stands to the pits all in agreement with our team, when we came out, the energy that we brought home that Design and Spirit Award.
There you go. Yeah, and that's something that we certainly miss is, of course, the spirit of the team. So all that we have is the dances that the drivers do on camera, the cheers in the Twitch chat, and that's about it. It's not quite the same as having a high school gym or a stadium full of cheering fans.
Oh, how I miss those stadiums.
Yeah, I remember VCU, the college in Richmond. They had a nice stadium for FRC. And away we go with Autonomous, taking a couple shots, of course, in Configuration A. Those shots from Extreme Voltage kind of went all over the place, but they did get a power shot out of it. Robo Tigers.
This is the first time that we've seen that autonomous collision.
Yeah, so Robo Tigers, here we go, bumping into their partners, sliding off them.
But at least Extreme Voltage just barely pushed Extreme Voltage over the line, though.
Absolutely, I agree. So we've got one wobble goal, one.
And they get the part. Did they
Driver,
get the power
pick
shot?
up your controllers.
No, I don't see
3,
the power shot point.
2,
I see the wobble and
1.
The part.
Interesting. Well, I trust our referees to make the right call on that. It's purely based off of what they saw as opposed to what we, the commentators, saw. Sometimes we get it wrong, sometimes they get it wrong. It's all good.
Sometimes we get a nice little email a couple days later telling us, "Oh yeah."
Ooh, now Extreme Voltage just body blocked a shot from the Robo Tigers. I saw it bounce off. Robo Tigers have a very low profile robot, so you would think that they should be the ones in front of Extreme Voltage.
I think what's going on here is once in that breakdown of communication, and also just the push power and the size of these different bots. I know personally, my robots used to be very low profile, and we used to be very lightweight, but we had a ton of speed. And so going up against a bunch of other bots that had Omni wheels and the early days of Mecanum wheels, occasionally we could bump another bot out of our way if we didn't move out, if we didn't break in time. And so
so far we've got 10 high goal shots in Teleop. Now they're going for those power shots and the wobble goal, because of course it is in game. Robo Tigers got a secure grip on that wobble goal, bringing it into their robot, trying to get over to that wall. They've got plenty of time to do so. Extreme Voltage is concentrated more on the power shots, it seems. That middle one is still down. Yep, there we go. That's.
I don't know if it had went down before. I don't know if they had reset it after.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. But our eyes, Niall, are all over the field. The referee, they have their eyes locked on. So I trust them to make the right calls here. 10 high goal shots. They are over that 100-point line. Unofficial score of 115 points. And they still have one more match. Here we go with the official score. And it's 130. All right. So 35 points in autonomous. It looks like they counted the part.
They did bump up that. They bumped up that power shot from the beginning.
Yep. See, referees, they always get it right. In the end, they're the ones who make the call. That's a very interesting point distribution. 35, 60, 35. So
it's a very consistent distribution. That's one thing, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's a all right. So like I said, that performance, they're keeping this up. They're doing really well, and that bumped them into the top 10. So of course they were, I believe before this they were at 12 and 13. Now they're at 7 and 6.
Another thing that I want to ask about, however, so in FRC, a lot of our bots are so power loaded, and our drive systems are so power loaded that we can't just drag our bot around the field. It has to be powered.
Yeah, so
does that affect some of your guys' motors and drives when you guys just drag them from the field?
In general, it's not a good idea to back drive a motor, like you're talking about, where you drag a robot across the field. It's not a great idea, because for those of you who don't know, when you give voltage to a motor, of course, that shaft spins. But when you spin that shaft, that sends voltage out of the motor and into, what's it connected to? Your control hub or expansion hub. And when those are in a powered off state and those aren't necessarily expecting voltage, that's typically not good, in my professional opinion. So yeah, it's definitely never a good idea. And also for the gearboxes on the motor, they're designed to spin a certain way. So if you can at all avoid back driving your motors or dragging your robot across the field, that'll help the longevity of all of your electronic components.
Because I can definitely say personally, just from the mechanical side of it, I've seen gearboxes shatter. I've seen teeth off of gears be just sheared off. I've seen pins get cracked. there are definitely plenty of things that I've seen go wrong from manipulating a robot while it was off.
Yep.
And so that's never something that I want to encourage for my teams. And so with configuration A, we're about to get underway. And now that's not to say if you're checking something out, don't attempt certain light movements. Like if you are checking to make sure that a wheel is secure, yes, you have to wiggle it a little bit. We're saying the full-on 5-6 rotations as you dragged it that full 12 feet across the field.
Yep.
We're talking.
Oh my gosh.
So we're about to start talking about those 30 points because they keep consistently getting these power shots. That is one thing
I figured out what Extreme Voltage is doing. They took those shots at the power shots.
And then it goes back and tries to double back to make sure they miss it.
Was they saw the rings on the field and tried to collect them.
Pick up your controller.
The shots that they had
3,
missed and had bounced
2,
back into the field.
1.
That's where their robot was going. Because I saw them pick up another shot. Now, unfortunately, their last shot was while they were over the line, but that is still very impressive. Yeah, because we were wondering about that lap that they took, but they actually collected rings that had fallen back into the field.
Now,
that's incredible.
I wonder if there's a sensor for that lap or if that lap is just pre-programmed.
It could be, yeah. So,
because that lap could just be pre-programmed, and that's why it just automatically resets where it sits. But one thing that I would definitely like to see right now is seeing these two teams dance. I want to see that cooperation and that fluid movement where one team is going and then the next team lines up. One team does one action, the other team starts to set up for the next action. And not some of the collisions which we've been seeing sort of recently where both teams get in the same spot as they're doing right now.
Yeah.
There is definitely a time to get in front of your partner, but when you're both trying to shoot and you're both trying to manipulate the same goal, it doesn't always benefit you. I don't know if those gears are stuck, if those rings are stuck in Extreme Voltage. Do you see Extreme Voltage right now?
Yeah, dude, looks a little problematic. It's hard to see into those robots, but we are into endgame here. So they're just shot that 100-point line. Extreme Voltage is electing to grab the wobble goal this time, which is interesting because previously they let Robo Tigers do it, but Robo Tigers are focused on those power shots.
Extreme Voltage has 2 rings stuck in its butt right now, so it's not actually able to shoot. Those 2 rings are stuck vertically. It looks as if their actual hopper shoot mechanism isn't fully holding it, but that might have just been solved.
Yeah. Well, that final move by Extreme Voltage, putting the wobble goal over the edge, that got them back over the 100-point point line. Here come the official scores, and we've got 114
at 114.
A great way to close out the day. So that's going to be 40 points in autonomous, 54 on driver control, 20 in endgame, moving them to the 6th and 5th slots today. So, of course, we have to say goodbye to Extreme Voltage and the Robo Tigers. We are so glad that you guys could join us here virtually on the field, and some great performances by both teams. Maybe could have done a little bit more of working together, but they certainly produced some very impressive results, and they had some really cool robots. All right. I know these teams.
I really love this name. I love this name. Nothing works and no one knows why. If your team has not said that phrase at least once, you have not done a full season. I'm sorry.
That is exactly right. Now, it's interesting that you mentioned a full season because 19069, that is actually a rookie team. All right.
And speaking of these teams and speaking of all the things that we love seeing from these teams, one thing that I really loved seeing this year was one of our sponsors, the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. And James, one of our other commentators, got to do a really interesting interview with one of the people that works at the Truck and Tractor Museum. So while we're setting up for the next teams to come out, let's just take a quick look at that interview.
All right. Can't wait to see it.
We appreciate, we've liked.
All right. Thanks everybody for joining us. I'm really excited. I got a chance to spend a few moments with Dylan from the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. And Dylan, and to everybody there, thank you so much for hosting us these past few weeks and making it possible for teams to come in and do their runs with another team. It's so important that they have another team with them to be able to play on the strengths of the other team, and we really appreciate you guys making that possible for the teams here.
No problem. We've liked having y'all here. It's been fun to watch.
Awesome. So I wanted to learn a little bit about the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. We've seen in the background some of the items, you know, in the room, and it's been really intriguing. Oh, look at that awesome machine! Look at that great tractor! And so I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about the kinds of things that are on exhibit in the museum here today.
Well, we've got a little bit of everything in here. Anything to do with motors, automobiles. I mean, we've got 185 tractors, 100 semis, 30 or 40 cars, pickups, about 15 fire trucks, some motorcycles.
Dang.
A little bit of everything.
Son of a gun. Where do you find these vehicles? Do they get donated to the museum, or do you have to go to auctions, or are you guys little pickers out there trying to find things?
Mainly like the pickers.
Okay.
Just finding something unusual people would like to see, and then we show it off.
Now, do you have a restoration shop there, or do you
We do.
display them as you find them?
We have a restoration shop. They work on a couple vehicles at a time over there, and a lot of them we've got bought like they are. So, but sometimes you find something so unusual you've got to fix it up yourself. So.
Yeah, no kidding. So when did you start? When did the museum get started putting together the collection?
Well, the museum opened in 2010 in October.
Oh, okay.
Keith Jones is the owner of the museum. He started the collection. He got his first tractor in '89 from his aunt. And then it just kind of went from there. He started collecting tractors, and you know, most people do baseball cards or something like that. He said, I'm going to collect tractors.
I'm going to collect tractors.
So
son of a gun.
When we opened, we had about 150 tractors and about 10 semis in here. So we've added quite a bit in 10 years.
Now, when you have people come in, let's say you have a family shows up, and obviously you have trucks and you have tractors. Where do they spend most of their time?
One, you know, the kids love the tractors. They love being around them, seeing them. Well, and they like it all. I mean, it's hard to say. You know, you get people in here, oh, I drove trucks for years, so they go straight to the truck room and walk right through the tractors. Then you got farmers that come in here and they say, oh, you know, we drove these tractors growing up, and it's fun to see, you know, what we drove when we were kids.
I live up in Maine, and we have a lot of agriculture up here. And, you know, I see the old tractors, they're still using them. And
oh, yeah.
I'm jealous. I can, you know, you see a family that's got a couple of old units and they've got a hayer on the back of it, or they've got a manure spreader or something like that, and they're doing it, right? So it's really exciting to see.
people coming all the time and say, yeah, we've still got one of these we use every day. So for a 70-year-old tractor or a 50-year-old truck, it's doing pretty good.
Can you imagine a truck you buy today working for 50, 60, 70 years?
Well, we'll wait. I don't think it'll happen.
I hope I'm around to see those days.
Yeah,
That would be
absolutely.
pretty nice. So if you had to think about the collection, do you have a favorite item in the collection?
That's a tough one. A lot to choose from. I would say we have a 1938. It's called a Minneapolis Moline UDLX. It was made by the Minneapolis Moline was the tractor company. They made their U model tractor. They decided let's put a cab on it and see how it sells. And in 1938, it was just nobody had ever heard of a tractor with a cab on it.
Yeah, that's a crazy idea.
Why would you want that? But their idea was work with it during the week and then drive it to town on a Sunday morning. And it didn't work out. They only built about 125 of them. And
so it's a very rare unit now.
It is. 125, 150 of them. And about half of them, or a third of them, they sent back to the factory. Had the cab taken off and just turned back into normal tractors.
Okay.
And we only 2 museums in North America have one. Us, and there's one in Saskatchewan, I believe, that has the other.
Son of a gun. Well, I'd say that would be the pride of the collection, without a doubt. Now, do you have, I notice you've got some hours there and you're open now, right? So folks can come, but I understand there might be limited capacity. Is that true?
Yes, we're at 25% capacity right now, but we're open every day from 9 to 5.
Excellent. And family friendly.
Absolutely.
It's a big place, so you can spread out. That's a good thing too.
Yeah, 125,000 square feet, right around 3 acres.
Wow. That's amazing. Now, do you have outdoor and indoor parts of the exhibit?
We have a couple outside, that sooner or later we're going to get around to working on. If you want to, we can take you out there and look at them. No big deal. People love looking at the stuff we're going to work on. So.
And then it says also, I think you have a restaurant there. What kinds of things do you serve in the restaurant?
A little bit of mainly sandwiches, salads, and fried chicken dinners, country meals. I mean, I can compare it to a Cracker Barrel.
Well, then that's totally worth it because you get to get the museum experience. You can have some lunch, visit the gift shop, and then you have some stories to tell, which is always very exciting.
That's the best part of the job, is talking to the people to come in.
Super. Well, Dylan, this has been a great opportunity to talk to you, learn a little bit about the Tractor Museum.
Yep.
Once again, thank you so much for making it available to us here in the district to get our FTC teams on the field together. And cannot wait to come and visit you one day from way up here in the north where I live.
Absolutely. Look forward to it.
Thanks so much.
Yep, no problem. Thank you.
And we're back. That was our wonderful, wonderful look at the Truck and Trailer Museum, Truck and Tractor Museum. I really want to go there. It sounds like so much fun to go looking at that field. Like that field, to go looking at that museum. From what we have been able to see, it was really, 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 really cool.
So the southern half of the championship coming up this weekend will actually be held in Colonial Heights, so I very much look forward to that.
I wonder if they can give us like a little tour, possibly. Just take us around, show us some of the camera. Those little intricacies.
So let's talk about what's going on in the field right now.
We have nothing works and no one knows why. Team 19069 and the Robo Lords of 1112.
Yeah, so nothing works and no one knows why. They are a rookie team. This is their first season, and we are so glad to see them. And this isn't our first time seeing them. We have seen them compete before, and we're glad that they're here and doing it again. And then, of course, they're working with 111112, the Robo Lords. And I know for a fact that at one point they competed in the finals of the World Championship and I believe they won, which is just absolutely incredible. We always love to see, representing the Chesapeake region. Of course, they were not directly affiliated with the Chesapeake region at the time, but we love being able to say, this is our corner of the world, and we have some really strong teams here.
Now, one thing that I do love is this just shows the two different naming styles for some of these teams.
Mm-hmm.
Like Robo Lords is almost like a traditional sports team style naming, where it's that simple, quick cut, but then nothing works and no one knows why is one of those great long puns. It's one of those great, long, drawn out, exaggerated things, because a lot of times in your build season, something doesn't work. And that one little thing can stop everything from working. And no one knows why.
But it looks to me like Robo Lords Autonomous is working right now. They were set up in configuration C, and they dropped that wobble goal in configuration C, but not before getting 3 high goal shots. And then they actually got the wobble goal from their partner and tried to deliver it to Zone C, but I think they're going to accidentally drop it outside the field.
Pick up your controller.
As they also kicked
3,
their wobble goal
2,
out
1.
of the way. So I was, of course, complimenting it for working perfectly, but that didn't quite seem to go the way they wanted to. And now they seem to be just a little stuck up on something. Hopefully they can get that fixed.
Remember, nothing works.
Mm-hmm. So nothing works.
When nothing works starts to work.
Yeah. So they're learning.
I like their little like shoot system. It almost looks like the loading to a little slingshot.
It does, yeah.
And that would honestly be something that I haven't seen this year. I wonder if a team would do like a slingshot mechanism.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, but I do see a little flywheel on there, so they're pivoting around the field. I think they might have elected to not have any sort of holonomic drive, which is A-okay, nothing wrong with that. So
for those who doesn't know what that means, you want to explain in layman's terms?
So holonomic drive, that can be achieved with a number of solutions, whether they be Mecanum wheels, Omni wheels, or this super secret special thing called Swerve Drive. And essentially what that means is that you can move in any direction on the field. You can move forward, backwards, right, left, and diagonally, all depending on, just where you want to go. And it's always super helpful, but it's not entirely necessary. Some years you just want to elect to have a nice, simple drivetrain. So we are within endgame here, still not seeing a lot of movement from the Robo Lords. Nothing works and no one knows why. They are still moving around the field. Looks like they've got their attention on a wobble goal right now.
Now, one thing that I also do want to see, which I talk about all the time, is I want to see a bot with a high clearance. Oftentimes, like we see with nothing works and no one knows why, these super low clearance bots. And I understand the rings are really small, they're sitting really low, so you want to get down to go get it. But as I said earlier this morning, I would like to see something that has maybe like a pneumatic lift or some sort of mechanism to get unstuck. Because we've seen with a lot of these bots, they get stuck on the smallest thing, that if you had a light manipulator under you or something light to configure your bot under you, you would get free.
That would be nice. So we have our final score in of 36. All of that coming from Autonomous. It was a very impressive Autonomous.
Those 3 high shots giving them that 36 points.
That's right. Yeah, so unfortunately there was a little bit of a mishap right at the end in terms of the wobble goals. And we are looking forward to the next match here. And so this is just the curse of the first match. This is your first time competing with this alliance. Your first match of the day. Maybe while you were carrying the robot from the car to the venue, a bolt got loose. So if ever there was a time to have tiny errors, I think it would be the first match. Now, you don't want a big error in your first match that would affect the next 4. But if there's something easily correctable that you can identify in the first match, I think that's pretty good. That's what you want, so that you can now that you've felt out your alliance partner, the next 4 matches can be superb.
Now, one thing that I'll definitely say though is a special thing about this year, that 5-minute timeout in between every single match that teams have available to them. Please, teams, take advantage of it. I remember events where I barely had enough time to change the bumper on my bot from red to blue.
Uh-huh.
I remember, and our bumpers were either screw-on or lightly Velcroed on to the surface for the color change. And so I definitely can say having that 5 minutes to compose yourself, to debrief with your team, maybe discussing things that you saw that another teammate didn't see, maybe asking a few questions, getting to check in with the referees. There's all sorts of things to do in this 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. And it's different from previous seasons because, you have at most 5 minutes should you choose to use it. And of course, we recommend you do use it. Whereas in previous seasons, like Niall said, you could have 4 minutes between matches. In general, we try to avoid that, but it could happen. Or you could have 30 minutes between matches. Again, we try to avoid that, but it could happen because of the way the match schedules used to be randomized. But now, due to current circumstances, we these are going back to back to back, which is why the 5 minutes is so important.
I will definitely say, teams, make sure you have your spare batteries. Our team, because we are a veteran team, has probably 20 or so batteries in backlog over the course of the multiple years. And even still, we will take 3 batteries up to the field just to make sure. So that way when we power on our bot, we can guarantee that we're at a full charge. We'll take those 3 batteries out, double check, make sure, hey, which battery's the best? Okay, cool, put that battery on. We will definitely, if we had 2 events back to back, swap out that battery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so sometimes, it gets confusing, which batteries are charged, which batteries aren't. And, it helps to have a battery tester or some sort of battery organization system. So, like take this battery out, put it over here, because, we don't quite have the time to fully charge a battery. So it really does help to have as many batteries as possible. All right. So we're getting ready for match number 62. So, of course, this will be the second match with the Robo Lords. And is there an acronym that can be made here? NWANOKW. Hold on. No. We'll just call them Nothing Works and No One.
Yeah, I think we'll just stick to Nothing Works.
Yeah,
there's plenty of points that go to Nothing Works. Nobody needs to have you trying to know. No, we don't need it. Just stick to Nothing Works.
All right. There we go.
When he tries to do that acronym thing, his mouth doesn't work. See what happens? You broke him.
It's because I need to stay more hydrated. I'm out of water over here.
Well, I mean,
so yeah. So I used to be the king of acronyms. I did an internship for a local truck building company, and I designed a system called the Risselpalm, the ridiculously slow pouring machine, because it had to pour out these valves at a very, very slow rate. So, all right, so we are getting ready for yet another fantastic autonomous period in configuration A. All right, cannot wait to see. Here comes the countdown.
Yes, we speak about water.
All right, and I'm getting word from one of the refs that that the team Nothing Works and no one knows why used that 5 minutes to figure out exactly why something wasn't working on their robot. So round of applause to them for working hard on that robot during those 5 minutes. Robo Lords dropping off a second wobble goal into that box. That's going to be a high-scoring autonomous for them. 3 shots in the high goal,
Driver,
2 wobble goals,
pick up
1
your
park.
controllers.
Love to see it.
3,
Nothing
2,
nothing
1.
works, and no one knows why. Is off to a rapid start, getting a little caught up on one of the rings, but shaking it off. All right. So these robots are significantly more active than we saw last match, and we'd love to see that. So you can tell that they really tightened whatever bolt needed to be tightened, plugged in whatever wire needed to be plugged in. Nothing Works sending a shot into, I think that was the red high goal, unfortunately, but glad to see them shooting. Oh, another shot.
Now, one thing that I can say, though, even though Nothing Works is a rookie team, they sure don't play like it. That intake system of surgical tubing is definitely something that we've seen more of the veteran teams doing than our rookie teams.
That's right, yeah. I know personally I use windshield wiper fluid tubing, available at Napa Auto Parts and other automotive stores. So far 6 shots put up into the high goal, thanks to the wonderful teamwork between Nothing Works and No One Knows Why and the Robo Lords. And Nothing Works is loading up for another shot. Not quite able to get that ring where they need it to be. Doing a little bit of a, I call that a Taylor Swift move, just shake it off. Robo Lords putting up another couple of high goal shots. It's getting to be around that time of in game. 1 wobble goal is down.
Now, one thing that I can say, though, that 121 is definitely a wonderful score to be seeing right now.
Oh, absolutely.
I want to see how they do with their manipulator. Personally, if I had a choice, I would have went for the one that I could guarantee was in the box rather than the one that was knocked over, because I don't know if they count. And with the amount of time that we have, I wouldn't want to risk missing the one that was a guarantee.
I agree, but it looks like they're going to be able to get it. That's going to be
really on the nose. That's really on the nose. Referees, you guys have that call. That one's on the nose.
All right. So, very impressive match by both Nothing Works, No One Knows Why, and the Robo Lords. Here we go with the final score of 161. And so that's going to be 71 points in autonomous, 60 points in driver controlled, 40 points in in-game. Unfortunately, there will be a 10-point penalty for shooting outside the field. We really try to avoid that if at all possible, because if you go over to First Chesapeake's Twitch channel, which of course all of you are watching right now, and scroll down to the clips, we have a video of a robot shooting one of the cameras, which is hilarious.
I personally don't find it hilarious, mostly because of the fact that teams, if you shoot these cameras, if these cameras go down, not only are we not able to commentate, not only is Twitch not able to see you guys, but you got to remember that is your direct link to the referees, the scorekeepers, and the judges. Yep. No one can see you if you knock out the lights.
Okay. So glad to see shots coming out of Nothing Works and No One Knows Why. Unfortunately, I think that was the one shot that went into the red high goal, so that's going to be 6 points to the commentators. So we appreciate that. But it's always good to see progress. We really like to see continuous improvements across the matches. Even if you're getting 200 points every match, we always like to see you do a little bit better each time, because that shows that you're learning. It shows that you're improving. It shows that you're really doing your best out here. And we get it though. Sometimes things just don't work and nobody knows why.
And +1 to the pun counter. Now, see, I want to see some of these teams match up just because of the names. Personally, I want to see Robo Lords with Lord of the Bricks. Or I'd love to see Fatal Error with Error 404.
Yeah,
just because the team names lined up.
Well, yesterday we had like Tiger Bits and the Robo Tigers together. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I thought it was Tiger Bite. It might have been Tiger Bit.
That might have been it. Yeah.
Because I thought it was spelled Byte Gigabyte. I don't know. It might have been Tiger Bits. There's a couple too many tigers. Where are the lions? So I want to see. Where are the lions at?
Yeah.
We need lion, tigers, and bears. That's what we need. Give us a 3-team matchup. The Lions, Tigers, and Bears.
Oh my. If you get that joke, please let us know in the Twitch chat.
If you're old enough to understand what the words that are coming out of my mouth, you know.
Oh, I just got unfortunate news. Apparently a yellow card had to be issued. So it works similar to soccer. A yellow card is something that you don't want. A yellow card is typically for repeated offenses, given at the discretion of the given at the discretion of the referees, and in general, you try to avoid yellow cards. But at this stage, it's mostly a warning. But if you do get another yellow card, then that results in a red card. And well, I'm not going to talk about that because I have faith in these teams. They know they have understood what happens now. The referee told them what was up, and hopefully we'll not see it again. And I also got
Fortunately, the referee that's down there is Caitlin. She was up here as one of our commentators a couple weeks ago, and she was able to tell people these calls aren't to penalize you. These calls are purely based off of repeated offenses or offenses done with intent. Mm-hmm. That means that if you had the fire in your eyes while you charged into another bot or you charged into the field, yes, that's a penalty. But if you accidentally, backed up and rolled over something, or you accidentally sidestepped and something got in the way, they're not so much looking for penalties. They're not trying to attack you. The point of a referee isn't to say, you're bad, you did something wrong, but it's to say, hey, let me help guide you. Let me help assist in any way that I can so you can be the best that you can be.
And one role of the volunteers that sadly we do not have this particular season is robot inspectors. And they made sure that your robot fit inside the box, had the less than the maximum number of motors and servos, and just gave your robot a look over, make sure it was safe. Unfortunately, we couldn't find a safe way to do that this particular year due to the circumstances. But robot inspectors work the same way. They're not there to say, oh, your robot doesn't work, you don't get to compete. No, they're there to say, hey, this would be fine if you just filed down this edge, or hey, you need to find a way to not have this much stored elastic potential energy to the point that it could, whack a referee in the face. So all of our first volunteers are here to help you, especially, all of them. Yeah, including Niall and I is what I meant to say. There we go.
We help from a distance, along with everyone else in the back.
Exactly.
We help from the distance. Yep. We are here. You see us. You hear us. We are not directly touching anything.
Oh, no. All right, so the Robo Lords put 3 shots.
3 shots. I can't tell from that corner if that's fully in the box. I know Caitlin's about to walk over and see it.
Yep.
That's really, really touch and go. I can't see if that's...
That one looks solid.
That one looks solidly in, and I'd want to see the robot back away.
Yeah,
it looks like the refs are calling it as 2 in the box, apart,
pick up your controller.
3 high goals for 7
3,
points right
2,
on the box.
1.
Here we go. Nothing works, no one knows why is working, and we are glad to see it. lining up. Looks like they're aiming for that mid goal over for the Red Alliance, which of course is who they're playing for. Robo Lords getting a couple of rings, getting their position of fire.
And remember, teams, because they started out in configuration A, the Robo Lords had to wait to reload.
Yep. Right, all sorts of robot action here. 4 high goal shots so far, thanks to the wonderful teamwork between these two teams. Let's see if oh, there we go. So nothing works.
That was a low goal.
Yeah, nothing works. Just put a shot in. Unfortunately, the blue low goal. Yeah, so a couple more shots, courtesy of the Robo Lords, in the direction of the high goal. Nothing works. No one knows why. It's they are consistently shooting. Unfortunately, I think they're gravitating towards the goals of the opposing alliance, which is kind of interesting. But it's part of a strategy. So you don't want to be in the way of your alliance partner who's shooting at the high goal, even if you can shoot at the high goal. You got to work out that dance like Niall keeps talking about. And nothing works and no one knows why. Just put a shot in the blue middle goal.
But with that score already being over 145, this is being a wonderful match. Once again, teams, that 150 is a great benchmark to shoot for.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And with a current score looking like 210, they have smashed that 150 benchmark, more than making up for their shaky start that they had that first game.
Absolutely. And lots of points to our commentators here. We had one shot in each of the blue goals. Unfortunately, that does not help the Red Alliance, but hey, it makes me feel good. So we've got 71 points at autonomous, 54 points in driver control, and 85 points in in-game. That is just a large number right there. So that's got to come from 3 power shots and 2 wobble goals. So great work by Robo Lords, and nothing that works and no one knows why.
And so without putting any rings on the wobble goal, that is considered a perfect end game.
Right. Good point.
So once again, to max out your autonomous and to max out your maximum in autonomous would be if you got all 10 shots in the high goal, meaning the 3 per robot and the 4 from configuration C, as well as it'd be 3 power shots, 7 in the high goal, and then the 2 wobbles. That would be a perfect without putting anything on a wobble.
2 parks.
On the 2 parks.
Yeah, so I'm not going to do that math in my head. I will let you guys watching at home do that math, because it is quite a lot of points.
Just because Numbers Guy isn't here, I'm going to try doing that math.
Go for it. And the issue with that is that, it implies that you have to also, have to be given configuration C. All right. Which only happens a third of the time because it is a random chance. Okay. So we've got both of these teams up in the top 10, which is just fantastic. So we are getting ready for their 4th match together. Here we go. What's the
135 points would be if you got all 3 power shots, 7 high goals, and 2 parks.
No kidding. That's incredible.
So then, plus the extra 2 wobble goals, then puts people up at 165 points. So,
wow.
Teams, you can almost hit the 200-point barrier before even putting your hands on your controller if you get a near perfect wobble goal. I mean, if you get a near perfect auto.
Mm-hmm. But, the reason that we're not seeing 165 points autos is because that's really, really hard. that requires a lot of hard work, sensors, a lot of practice, and communication between the alliance partners. So there's the reason there's so many points available in autonomous, and that's because it's one of the hardest things to do. And it's only 30 seconds, so you have so little time to do it. And I always joke that autonomous programs are the hardest, which is true. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I just got a correction about what I said earlier. Apparently, there was not a yellow card issued, which is good. We, in general, do not like yellow cards. We try to avoid them. So, my most sincere apologies. There was no yellow card issued, but the teams have been told to make sure that they could that they would correct and make sure not to shoot at the human player. I believe is one thing that they're trying to avoid. Okay. So we are getting ready here. Looks like configuration B for their fourth match together. And away they go. Robo Lords taking a couple shots. Now, I do worry greatly about that arm as it slowly comes down during autonomous. We've seen it before. And from certain perspectives, it looks like it may start crossing the line. And that's something that you really want to avoid because you're not allowed to cross that line for your shots to count. So there's that second wobble goal. It looks like it might just be.
I don't think it's in. Looking at
Drivers, pick up your
I don't think
controllers.
it's in.
Yeah,
3,
that's
2,
you know, sometimes
1.
things happens. A very respectable score of 59 points coming out of autonomous period. All right, Robo Lords are lining up, as are Nothing Works. Nothing Works putting a shot in the mid goal for blue. Congratulations.
Nothing Works over there showing that something does work.
And we do know why. But have you ever had it happen where everything works and you're not sure why? You know, that's almost just.
I've had teams not be able to explain to me why something works, and that was worrying because they wanted me to prep them for going to the judging board, and I'm like, how do you not know what this is? Or going up to a team and asking them, where's your Robo Rio? How does your power output look? What's your communication style? What type of coding does your robot use? And they're sitting there looking at me with a blank face. I was,
I don't know. We just hit this button and things work.
Or like I asked them, hey, so what type of drivetrain system are you using? They're like,
Yeah. So we've got a total of 9 shots in the high goal and 1 shot in the middle goal. Again, these teams. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 shots in the middle goal. As I said it, so these teams are really working well together. We are into end game here. Sorry, 3 shots in the middle. Wow.
One thing that I will say is these teams have managed to stay out of each other's way, which is a very wonderful thing to do, is to maintain that distance, but to also still get the job done. What we saw previously in the last round where the two teams sort of seemed to be fighting for the exact same shooting spot, and that could partially be up to your drivers. Drivers, if you have time to train to shoot multiple areas. Basketball players don't shoot from the free throw line every single shot. They won't get their perfect spot on the three-point line every single time they line up. They practice shooting around the field. So make sure that you guys practice shooting around. But with our score coming in at 195, pushing them into our third and fourth pole positions, meaning that they're only behind the 2 teams that we had just seen before with those over 200 score averages. Remember, teams, the higher you score and the more consistent you are with that score, the better it will be. And that just goes for the rankings, but there are still other ways to win. Remember, there's the control awards. There's those what was it, the Innovate Award or Inspire Award?
No. So both of which are awards. So the most prestigious award is, of course, the Inspire Award, and that rewards a team in its entirety. So that's a team who is really embodying the first state of mind by good performance on the field. Doesn't have to be great, just good. Innovative solutions. You can tell that they use an engineering design process, which is so important because sometimes teams just say, "Oh, we just guessed that this would be the right answer, and it was." Well, that's not an engineering design process. It is if you phrase it differently, but that's always a key. And also doing community outreaches and being in touch with the world as a whole. So yeah, the Inspire Award goes to a team that embodies every part of FIRST and what it's about. It's more than robots.
And remember, that is one of the biggest things about FIRST, is that it's always more than just that bot.
Mm-hmm.
When we hear word from the great late Woody Flowers, he always talked about gracious professionalism and good stuff and how that worked both on and off the field. We also hear about how FIRST builds life skills and teaches great and wonderful things to our students so that way they become better people, not only on the field, but off the field and out in their professional careers. James talks about it all the time. When he's out working, he can look at some of the people that he meets, and by the way that they carry themselves, their posture, their mannerisms, some of the words that they use, he knows that they were FIRST alumni. And so he brings that up, and that gives them something to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and one of the big things about FIRST is gracious professionalism. And that's the idea that, I want to do well, but I also want others to do well. I don't want to always be competing to the point where I need to be better than everybody else. It helps if you lift up those around you. All right, so we are getting ready for match number 65, which of course will sadly be the last match with Nothing Works and No One Knows Why and the Robo Lords together. We certainly hope to see them at the championship. They're doing a really good job, a really great performance so far. So it's quite likely that we'll see them there, and that will be, of course, this coming weekend.
And remember, teams, tune in tomorrow for the awards ceremony. We've been speaking about all of these awards and all of these things that you can earn. And if you all remember our other commentator that was with us yesterday, Louisa, she's only not with us because she's out there judging right now. So remember, FIRST volunteers do many different jobs. You don't have to be up in here, up in the little skybox, talking to everybody like we do. There are tons of people in the backstage running the show. There's people on site, off site, judging, referees, scorekeepers, FTAs, and even our mentors and coaches. They're all great employees and great volunteers, and they all try to embody the FIRST ethos and the FIRST lifestyle.
All right, and here we go with the final autonomous period for this cohort. A couple of shots being made by the Robo Lords. Going to put that wobble goal down in zone B. Great job. Here they go, trying to get that second wobble goal, which they've done fairly consistently. They've been able to grab it, but not necessarily place it all the time. All right. So that seemed to come to a rather abrupt stop.
Pick up
there.
your controllers.
3, what happened there.
2, 1.
Well, nothing works and no one knows why. We definitely have plenty of time to figure out why nothing works. And with that, these teams definitely have a full week to figure out why nothing works if they're moving on to our championship.
A couple of shots made by Nothing Works and no one knows why. One in the blue high goal, one in the blue low goal, and that seems to be the key issues. Their consistency. They're not quite sure where the shot is going to land, but they are doing a great job. The robot is consistently performing. There was one right into the mid goal for the Red Alliance, which is fantastic. Sometimes you just gotta calibrate yourself. Okay, if this one went high.
Now, one thing that I've seen which is different about their loading and launch system compared to some of the other teams, their teams have their shooter is going up a aluminum shaft versus some of the other shoots that we've seen, which go up either the plexiglass or the plywood board. And so I wonder if that can be having any effect with it, because with it having those square cutouts and with it being that very soft foam, it could just be dragging and clipping just a hair.
It is a potential. So we're already over that 100-point mark as we're in in-game here. We have 8 shots in the high goal, 2 shots in the mid goal. 1 wobble goal is already out of here. Here we go, carefully lining up for the second one.
Can they take that power shot? Oh, they got to add some more power in it.
Yeah, Nothing Works was taking an aim at some power shots. Robo Lord's going to try for them as well. Got a couple seconds left on the clock. There's 2.
Oh, they tipped number 2. Shoot! Oh, just barely missing that timer, man. Power shot. But once again,
so they hit that middle one.
Once again, something that we've seen from these teams, making sure to get those wobble goals out, because those are much more of a guarantee than those power shots. And they're also worth 5 points more to get rid of the wobble goal instead of taking out a power shot.
Yep, so it's a big gamble, because there's 3 power shots that you can hit for a total of 45. There's 2 wobble goals that you can get rid of for a total of 40. But yeah, like Niall said, it's all about the risk versus the reward. So, do I think I can get those power shots? Do I think I can get those wobble goals out? But of course, it's not as big as a risk if you work together with your alliance partners. Here we go with the final score between these two alliances: 155 points. 44 in autonomous, 56 in driver controlled, and 55 in end game. Well done, and they are sitting nicely in the 3rd and 4th seed spots. We'll see if they can hold on to that throughout the end of the day. But a very good performance by Robo Lords and Nothing Works, and no one knows why. All right.
And once again, with that 3rd and 4th pole position, our numbers are winding down. We have another 30 matches to go. And so that means that there are only but so many teams in the way, standing between these teams and holding that position on their way towards the championship. Now, we do have a nice short break before our next cohort is due to arrive. And so we'd like to talk about a few things. Firstly, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors, whether it be Northrop Grumman for hosting this stream, Qualcomm for sponsoring, or Booz Allen Hamilton for the Alumni Ambassador Program. Not to mention, we also have Leidos with the Women of STEM Scholarship, and plenty of other people who definitely deserve to be mentioned and talked about in their entirety. But with me and Ethan both being alumni ambassadors, I think that we should speak a little bit to the Alumni Ambassador Program and to things that you can do as an alumni.
Absolutely. So, of course, as an alumni, personally, I am the head coach of the team from which I was alumni from. And we actually do have a video that might be able to explain it just a little bit better than Niall and I. So please enjoy.
After this short alumni video, we'll come back and still speak to ourselves a little bit more as we await our teams. So this is the alumni video. Remember, become a first alumni.
entire world of connections.
It allows me to volunteer and give back to the community.
I think FIRST can really prepare you to solve any number of the world's big problems. The skills that you're going to be learning can completely change the future.
And we're back. And as we're coming back, we see one of our next teams coming up on the field, and that is the Lions of 12718. Earlier, I was making a joke about Lions, Tigers, and Bears. I'm glad that now I've actually gotten to see the Lions. Ethan will be joining us in a few seconds. And the other team that we are waiting on showing up is Team Vector. We're waiting on them to take the field, and that is Vector of 5233. Now, speaking about alumni and all of the great things that alumni have done, one of our alumni, Caitlin, is on the field right now as a referee. So there are plenty of other positions for alumni to be in. I know we have plenty of alumni working in the backstage. So half of those people that are responding to your comments, or probably a little bit more than half, are alumni, but they're all volunteers and they all do great things and a great service to FIRST. FIRST would not be what it is today if not for its alumni and if not for its volunteers. There are plenty of ways to get involved. There are plenty of ways to stay involved. FIRST is a lifetime commitment. It is one of the few things that you can do no matter how old or how young you are. We have all of those programs down as far as the pre-K level with FLL, and we have all the way up to FRC and FTC with the high school students. And then college students, adults, anyone else that wants to get involved, you're more than welcome to be a mentor, a field technician, a robot inspector, a referee, a judge, a mentor, an advisor. Also, high school students, just because you're about to graduate does not mean this is the end for you. You have plenty of scholarship opportunities. There are plenty of grants and other ways that you can support both yourself and your team. Personally, I am an alumni ambassador, so I receive a grant that I can gift out to a team of my choice. A lot of us choose to gift out to a team that we were a part of. Sometimes we gift out to another team that we feel is deserving of that award and of that grant. I know plenty of alumni that have received FIRST scholarships to various institutions. I know plenty of FIRST alumni that have received jobs. And some of those jobs really talk about and really highlight the fact that they're FIRST alumni. I personally went to an interview, and by saying that I was a FIRST alumni, my interview started talking about FIRST. And my interview started talking about all the things that I had done, both for my community on and off the field. And speaking about on and off the field, let's talk about where these two teams come from when they're off the field. Team 5233, Team Vector, comes from Marriottsville, Maryland, and is a rather old team, rounding out a decade in the game, starting out in 2011. And then Team 12718, the Lions, coming out of Potomac, Maryland, and their rookie year was back in 2017. So they've put a good few years in this game as well. Both of these teams seasoned. Both of these teams are ripping and ready to go. I would love to see what these two teams do today. And since I see that some of you guys are in the Twitch chat, tell us, have you guys been here before? Do you guys know what we're about to do? Because if so, then you know that I want you guys to get hype and I want you guys to cheer everybody on, right? Teams, where are your cheers at? I see you guys have shirts and such out on the field, but we want to see everybody get hype. And that means both on and off the field.
That's right. And if we rewind the stream a little bit, I think I remembered you talking about you wanting to see some lions, because we've seen a lot of tigers. We haven't seen a lot of lions. Well, your requests have been answered here.
I know, that's one thing that I've been loving about being a commentator.
Oh yeah.
I wish things and then they come true. I wished for a shirt and I got my shirt. I wished for a pin and then I got my pin. I said I want to see some lions and here they are for the lion roar. Right. I swear, next thing I need to do is just go sign up for the lottery or something. Anybody else want to?
There we
go. Maybe I'm just getting lucky. That's
right.
So maybe I should take some of these team numbers and run those numbers.
So we're certainly excited to see what performance these guys can do. Match number 66 out of 95 in total. So we are still going strong here at 10 a.m. Local time, of course. If anybody's watching from a different time zone, let us know. That'd be awesome.
I used to love the international teams. I personally competed against a team from Israel. I competed against a couple of the European teams. I think I might have seen one Russian team, but I know the Russian league is a whole nother league in itself. And then also teams, just because you're in the Chesapeake region doesn't always necessarily limit you to participating in only one space. I have received invites with some of my teams to go out as far as Atlanta or Chicago and California. There are plenty of other leagues that still want you to play if you can make it over there. But speaking about playing, we're about to play with Configuration C as these teams get ready to go underway. Let's see what these two teams can do right out of the bat. We see both teams barreling forward, trying to make it to that shooting line.
Yeah.
3 shots
really
go up,
shooters
3
here.
shots don't go down.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the Lions with those first 3 shots. We see Team Vector with that bright orange, also characteristic by that bright orange on the side of the field. And the Lions over in black with a green-wheeled robot. Now, one thing that I can say that I liked about Team Vector, if you saw that clear plexiglass when they dropped the wobble goal,
pick up your controller.
even the plexiglass
3,
has their number
2,
on it.
1.
There we go.
Remember, we cannot see you at all times. There are definitely times where we are not able to fully see everything on your bot. And so we want to be able to see your bot and highlight your bot. We want to be able to give you guys the credit that you all deserve. And part of that is by labeling and displaying your numbers proudly.
Oh,
we
absolutely.
know that some of you guys have gotten higher and higher numbers with the 5-digit numbers, that your numbers get smaller, but that doesn't mean that you still can't have a very bright and colorful bot.
Right.
Personally, as we've seen today, we've seen bots with LED strips. We've seen bots that are spray painted. We've seen bots with multiple colors on them. If you make your bot bright or individual and you make it as interesting as you all are yourselves, then hey, we will notice. And that gives us a way to recognize you.
Absolutely. And I recognize these points on the board. We've got 5 shots in the high goal, now 6, now 7. Now 8, as we are getting into the last couple, less than a minute left in this game. These teams are really working together very well, going all over the field, collecting. The Vectors are going to go ahead and start taking a look at that wobble goal. The other one, it doesn't look like will be eligible to score because it's just in the wrong zone. Vectors got that wobble goal up and in the air, taking it to that far wall. They're going to try to put it up and over, and it's good.
It's out.
Yeah.
With 17 seconds left on the clock, they have plenty of time to go for these power shots.
Lions get a power shot as soon as you said that.
Let's see. But remember, teams, be careful with these power shots. If it must stay in that resting position, just because you hit it does not mean it counts.
Yep.
As we can see with it bouncing back twice.
Yeah, one just bounced back. Grind just the time gets here, but it's still a very respectable performance for their first match of today. They are working very well together, the Vector and the Lions, and cannot wait to see what they do in their next 4 matches today. Referee's letting them clear the field. Got those nice fuzzy afros coming to pick up the nice orange robot. Here we go with our final scores.
I really like those orange puff balls. I wonder if it's really practical in the pit, because I know some teams, they love their poofs on their hats, and especially like that little navy poof on top of the hat, because then as they're walking around, especially if they have a low clearance, they hit the poof before they actually hit their head.
Yeah. It's a bit of a safety concern, but yeah, you definitely want to make sure that you don't have long poofs, things that could get caught up in the gears of the robots. So personally, my team, we wear panda hats and we have little pom-poms on them, but we make sure to, tuck those out of the way whenever we're working on the robot. But the hats really help when it's winter, especially, which is typically when these competitions are. Keeps us nice and warm.
And teams, I've definitely seen any and everything get caught up in these robots. I've seen hair get caught up in the robots. I've seen hair ties. I've seen the clip-offs of zip ties. After you guys cut off a zip tie, that little clip it getting lost in the robot and getting stuck up in there. We've all talked about ball bearings shattering and plenty of other pins, and I believe you were even talking about yesterday, you guys drilled out rivets and just weren't able to get all the pieces of rivets back, so those were just lost in the bot until it shook out later.
Yep, so robotics is dirty work, I tell you. I mean, there are just all sorts of little nooks and crannies that are... Oh, yeah. No, yeah.
There's no better day than when you're putting together that chassis and you get all that monkey grease over your hands and...
Yeah. It's hard work, but that's why it's so rewarding. And it's especially hard this year for teams who have not been able to meet in person as much as they wanted to, due to current circumstances. Maybe it's your school, maybe it's your mentors, but things aren't quite as easy as they used to be, and this is a really tough challenge. So just bringing a robot out here like these teams have done is incredible, and we are so glad to see it.
And teams, speaking of all those challenges and difficulties, if you want us to highlight some of the things that make your team great and some of the challenges that you all have overcame this year, don't forget to submit our survey. If you answer back with our survey, that is our best way of us getting to personally know something about your team and personally getting to recognize and highlight your teams. I love getting to find out all the great and interesting information about these teams, and I love getting to talk about these teams. Another thing that happens is, teams, if your names are wrong, if you have changed anything major or significant about your teams, please make sure to update it within the First website and within the Orange Alliance. We get our information directly from First. So if something is wrong and if something needs to be changed, please make sure to change it in First.
That's right. So, and of course, we're also keeping a close eye on the Twitch chat. So if you want to, cheer along with us or tell us something cool about either the Lions or the Vectors, then let us know. We're keeping an eye on it. We love that.
Speaking of cool things, I want to see some of these cool dances. Teams, I know you're in contact with each other before you all reach the field. Don't distract them when they're on the field. But definitely before they get there, work out your team cheer. Work out whatever your team does. I know a lot of us, as serious as we act, are really, really goofy. You can probably get your referees to smile. You can probably get everyone back there to smile and party along. one thing that we all have talked about that we missed was all of the dances and all of the other little fun things that used to happen. And so if you guys are entertaining with us, that is also entertaining everyone in the Twitch chat and everyone at home. We have a little camera over there and a little monitor that allows you all to hear and interact with people back home. And we know that everyone loves getting cheered on and loves all those inspiring messages that can come both from Twitch and also from home.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's, that's part of why we do it, is for the fans, but, the rest is also for the learning. But we like to see people getting excited about it, and I'm excited about this autonomous that we just saw. 2 shots in the
second
Driver,
I see
pick up your controller.
I don't know if it was the second
3, 2,
Looks
1.
like they might have counted it. But yeah, 2 shots in the high goal, 1 wobble goal in the correct zone. Those rings are just all over the place, in the air, on the field, and a couple of shots from the vectors into that high goal to start off this teleoperated period. Wow, these robots are just so fast, and I really appreciate that, because if you're gonna do anything, do it fast, because we only have so much time on this field, so it helps to do something quickly. So we got a couple more shots.
If you're gonna do anything, do it fast. I say if you're gonna do something, do it right.
Okay.
So if you know that you want to be a shooter, shoot correctly. Please do not shoot us. Please do not shoot your teammates. Please do not shoot your referees.
These robots are doing a good job of shooting side by side, so they're not getting in each other's way, and this has resulted in them getting a total of 7 high goal shots so far during this teleop period. A couple of one shot may have gone into the blue mid goal, but hey, that's all right. You can't hit all of them. Okay, so coming down to the last significantly under a minute here, and we've got 1 wobble goal in the claws of the vectors. They've got it up and over their head. The Lions are struggling to get one of the rings. It seems to be kind of in a precarious position. Up and over goes that wobble goal. 20 points on the board. And that's going to put them over the 100-point line on the unofficial score. Now taking a couple aims at the power shots. Sadly, none connected. Let's see if the Lions can do it in the last 2 seconds. No, not quite. Just as the buzzer sounds. Yeah, they got really close there.
One thing that I do see one of them down. I don't know if it counted or not.
Okay.
It's up in the top corner.
Sometimes you blink and you'll miss it,
One thing that I will say, however, is I know personally from when I was playing, and I know the difference on the layouts, but in FRC, we stand behind the field. And so we're going vertically up and down the field, and in FTC, you guys play across the field.
It varies from year to year, yeah. But let's take a look at these final scores. 121 points, a great job. 44 in autonomous, 42 in driver controlled, and 35 in end game. So that will be courtesy of the power shot as well as putting the wobble goal over the side. And we got a message from the Twitch chat here. They absolutely love the green wheels being used by the Lions to pull those rings in. And yes, you are right. Those are some spectacularly green wheels. And they're actually called compliant wheels, if I remember correctly, produced by Andy Mark. They are a very good partner of First Robotics. They provide all sorts of cool different wheels and frames and nuts and bolts that you can use on your robots. So yeah, some fantastic wheels, very squishy, very popular. They remind me of gummies that that you pack in your Lunchables. Same kind of texture, except rubber and not delicious.
Please do not eat robot parts. Robots do not
eat robot parts.
Do not put them in your mouth.
And especially, fun fact, in every year's rulebook that I've been able to find, for FTC, they always specifically forbid coffee beans on the robot. They always specifically call out coffee beans. You are never allowed to have coffee beans.
I'm telling you, somebody took their robot and used it as a coffee grinder one year, and they forgot about some of the coffee bits, and that's how beans got on the field. That has to be how it happened.
Yeah. Because that's the reason that they give for it is they don't like if something breaks and like gets loose, they don't want something sprawling all over the field, and they always call out coffee beans in particular. All right.
I think it's also due to the fact that teams spend these very long hours working on these bots. And so a lot of teams resort to drinking energy drinks, whether it be Monsters or Red Bulls, coffee, and a whole bunch of other caffeinated beverages. And so with that, I think that could be one of the issues as well. Is they're like, hey, look, you know you're doing it, but relax. It doesn't need to be all the time.
I don't think that, if teams are going to be drinking coffee to keep themselves up, I don't think they're going to be getting, like, unground beans in the robot, personally. Like, I think teams will elect to use, like, Keurig cups or, like, just order from Starbucks instead of, like, grinding their own coffee beans, personally.
Well, I know some, like, one of my mentors, for example, he used to like being a purist of it, and so he liked making his coffee a specific way. So he actually did grind his own beans and cook his own pot of coffee.
We just got a message in the chat congratulating the Vectors for having both direction and magnitude, which is fantastic. And what I love about that is you're not quite sure if it's a reference to the movie Despicable Me, or if it's a reference to just math in general, because that is what
I think that's just a pun for the word vector. I think that was a pun for the word vector.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But like, is he talking about? Is he quoting Despicable Me, or are they just talking about the definition of vectors, which is absolutely correct? It has direction and magnitude.
Once again, with the way these nerds make their puns, I'm pretty sure it was the second option. But speaking of despicable things, we get to see how despicable these teams can be with Configuration C. And this is a shooter's paradise with those extra forward rings sitting out right at the beginning of the game. Now, I'm really confused with the Lions opening start because they don't seem at all concerned with pushing that opening 4 stack.
Yeah, they kind of power straight through it. And the question is that the referees have to ask themselves is it strategic? Of course it's clear that it's on purpose. It's clear that they programmed it to just drive straight forward.
Pick up your controller.
But the question is, does
3,
it help them
2,
in any way?
1.
And so they have to refer to, is it inadvertent and is it inconsequential? So it was verdant, it was purposeful, but does it have an outcome? So, all right, so we've got rings all over the field. Vectors are loading up that shooter of theirs. Lions look a little bit stuck up on something, trying to maneuver around. A couple of shots courtesy of the Vectors up into the high goal. 6 total so far during teleop. Hey. Fantastic. A couple more shots from the Vectors. Lions over on the back end of the field. Now moving into a shooting position. Taking their time to line up, taking a couple shots. 1 into the high goal at least. There we go. That's what we like to see. Teams working well together. So far, a total of 10 high goal shots in teleop. All right.
And remember, we've seen some of these teams get very high scores and do very well with these bots. Now, I can't tell if that... Oh, no, it looks like Vector is using both surgical tubing and wheels. So it looks like they have a solid roller, but that solid roller still has... Actually, no, it looks like zip ties.
Yeah,
Zip ties.
That's an option. All right, so the Vectors got that wobble goal up and over their heads. They're going to try to dump it over the side. Lions getting a couple of rings in their intake. Can we see any power shots? They're already over that 100-point line. They're lining up, taking a couple shots. I think I see one power shot down. Do you?
I see one. It's the middle one. I see the middle one.
Yep. All right. That is what we'd like to see on the board. Unofficial score.
That I like though is how consistent it is with these single power shot and the single wobble.
That's right. All right, so we've got 123 points, 22 in autonomous, 66 in driver controlled, and 35 in endgame. So that's courtesy of, like you said, single power shot and the single wobble goal. Great job by the Lions and the Vectors. I know the team name is simply Vector, but I like to think there's more than one, so Vectors just rolls off the tongue nicer. And so these teams will have 2 more matches with each other, both 69 and 70, and we cannot wait to see. They have been progressively getting more points, and that's really what we like to see, is continuous improvement. All right. And right now they're just on the edges of the top 10. So Vector in position number 10, Lions in position number 11, and so the way the ranking system works this year is it's purely based off of the accumulated points in your qualification matches. So that's the first thing that determines where you are in the ranking. If you happen to have a tie with somebody, then it looks at your autonomous points, and if you happen to tie there as well, it looks at your endgame points. Now, in this particular format of competition, the Lions and the Vectors have the exact same points across the board for autonomous, teleop, endgame, and overall. So the system just has to randomly assign them positions. So it just so happens that Vector got to be number 10 and Lions have to be number 11. So that's just the way this works, but they are both doing an incredible job. And maybe we'll see that rank go up here after these next 2 matches. All right. We are just cooking right here. We are getting these matches done.
And we are going to be flying through matches all through the day.
Mm-hmm. All right. And somebody in chat appreciates us noticing their math and movie humor. Of course, we're here. So we, the commentators, we could just be watching this from our own homes to see all these cool robots that we care about. But First Chesapeake thought, hey, what if you guys talked about these robots while you watched them? And we said yes, so we are absolutely here for you guys, the viewers. So thank you for interacting with us on Twitch. Keep it up. We love to see it. All right. So we've got both teams on the field ready for their second to last match. Cannot wait to see what happens here. They've got the wobble goals loaded. Now what's interesting is that the Lions have elected to not move the wobble goals. So some teams will have the wobble goal in front of them so that they can push it in autonomous or even at the start of teleop. The Lions have elected not to do that, and there's nothing inherently wrong with that. Vector's moving up, as are the Lions. A little bit of a bump on the rings. Some good shots by the Vectors into the high goal. All right. Or I'm sorry, that was the Lions, I believe. Vectors moving into position, dropping that wobble goal. Is it in? It's hard to tell. Backing into
it looks like it's just outside on one of the sides.
Mm.
I don't think they're going to consider that, but with the part and the
drivers, pick up your controllers.
2 high shots, that should
3,
be wonderful
2,
points for those teams.
1.
Oh, absolutely.
Now,
Very respectable
if
score.
you look at the Lions, if you look at the Lions in their top corner on that top bar, they do have a camera. So I wonder what they're using that camera for, which sensors they're actually trying to use with that high camera.
Yeah, so that could be for detecting the rings in autonomous. That could be for detecting the vision targets around the field. It's hard to say. You know, we're all the way over here in our little box. So we've got a couple of shots coming out. One thing that I do like about the Lions is that on the right side of the robot, you can see they have an angled shooter that they can dial in exactly what angle they want to shoot at. And I think that's really cool that they mechanized that part of their robot. So a couple of shots towards the high goal, not quite connecting, unfortunately, but we still got just under a minute left here in this match. Plenty of points to be had still. 41 on the board, very respectable. All right. Getting caught up a little bit on those rings, which we talk about so frequently. They are just an absolute minefield. They will get you caught up so frequently. Time is winding down here. They're starting to look at those wobble goals, or wobble goals singular. All right. Lions taking a couple shots at the power shots. Missed the first one. So far, 3 total high goal shots. Vectors are going to put that wobble goal up and over the edge. Lions positioning yet again, hopefully to get some power shots in the last few seconds. Ooh, come on. Ooh, hit 1. Time is running out. All right. So a very nice score of 67. Jumped up to 82 right at the last second. So that's what happens with these referees.
That they've been doing, it's been looking quite wonderful. I do love how they've been getting very consistent with that 1 wobble, 1 power shot. Now we just need to see them dial in for more power shots. Another thing that has been very good and very consistent is that autonomous period. That autonomous is dialed in. That endgame is dialed in. The only thing that they need to do is maximize and capitalize on what they've already built. But even with saying that, these 2 teams have pushed themselves into the 9th and 10th pole positions and are in a wonderful spot as they get ready for their last and final matchup of today. Remember, teams, this does not mean the end. There is also next week's championships if you have been awarded that opportunity. And speaking about awards and opportunity, remember to utilize all of your opportunities to impress the judges. Remember, they are watching, they are judging, they are reviewing. We hope that everyone submitted all of their footage. We hope that everyone has done everything to beef up their portfolios, made sure to reach out to everyone in their communities, and all of the other things that they needed to do.
Yep, so the engineering portfolio is actually new to this year. So previously, the judges requested that you give them your entire engineering notebook, which could have up to 100 pages in it sometimes, just purely of documentation of what you did, either at every meeting or every week, or however often it needed to be documented, showing your journey, how you used science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Whereas this season, they said, all right, let's compress that a bit. So we still encourage teams to have engineering notebooks. We still want you to do that documentation, but we want you to pull out the important information from your engineering notebook and compress that into a 15-page portfolio that highlights the most important things. And it really helps if you reference your notebook in the portfolio so that they know that you also did a notebook and that you're looking at it and that you're using it. Because the notebook was never meant for the judges. the notebook was always meant for the teams to improve their technical writing skills, to get them familiar with the idea of keeping notes, because I cannot tell you how many times, we'll all have a team meeting one day and say, okay, so we agree we are not doing this. And then fast forward 2 weeks, somebody says, hey, why aren't we doing this? And we can just reference to the notebook. It's just such a convenience.
Personally, a lot of my teams, we used to always video record our meetings.
Yeah.
And so we weren't always necessarily heavy on the writing portion, but we definitely always had a recording of our meetings, recordings with our outreach. We tried to make sure that we documented what we did, so that way when other people asked us, we always had plenty of footage about it. I know we used to take videos at all of our school's pep rallies, and we would do at least a pep rally a month, because one of the big things with our school having an entire engineering academy was we took pride in our robot. We took pride in our electric car. We took pride in everything that we did, which highlighted engineering. And part of that was taking previous year's bots and actually doing small demonstrations. We would do stuff like shoot some of the frisbees to the crowd, play dodgeball with some of the teams, and plenty of other things.
Oh, yeah.
And yes, a robot can beat you at dodgeball if you're not careful.
Can and will, yep. There's some absolute cannons of robots out there. More so in FRC than FTC, just because of the restrictions. So I may have mentioned earlier, but there's a certain power restriction on your robot's launchers. They can only shoot at maximum 16 feet horizontally and 5 feet vertically. If you're not sure whether or not your robot meets this requirement, there are ways to find out. But right now, what I'm interested in finding out is how these teams are going to do in qualification match 70. Right. So the referees point to the teams, making sure they're all good to go, and away they go. Both the Lions and the Vectors towing up against that line. Couple of shots in. And total of 2 shots in. Good job to both of those teams. Lining up, trying to drop that wobble goal. Oh, that's going to land right on... Ooh! It landed on the wall, but then they drove forward and it fell down. That is awesome. And it looks like that's going to be counted. So a very respectable 49 points to start off tally-out period, courtesy of their hard work in autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
So they're driving around, collecting those rings, making sure that they are loaded up and ready to shoot, shoot, shoot. A couple of shots there, some hitting right, some hitting left, but that's all right. They've got plenty of time. Both the Vectors and the Lions.
These human players just littering the field. Once again, that backfield becomes a minefield at the end of the game if you are not clearing it out and if you are not maintaining all those rings. We've seen plenty of teams get stuck trying to get rid of their wobble goal or get stuck trying to get another objective because they're not able to get past those low-lying rings. The floor is foam and the rings are foam. There is no hard surface except for that side wall. So very often you will sink into the floor. If you run over one of those rings, you will sink into the ring, and when you hit the center of it, it's going to expand back up, and you might not be able to push it back down. So be careful if you have a low clearance or a very small wheel. You can get stuck. It has been the bane of many of these teams.
All right, so we've gotten a total of 9 high goal shots so far in tally-up, courtesy of both the Lions and the Vectors working together. Oh no! The Vectors just knocked over a wobble goal in these last crucial seconds. Looks like they're electing to not pick it up right away. Instead, they go for a power shot. They get one down in the middle. Let's see if their alliance partners can get another one. Time is counting down. They're both shooting. Can they get another power shot? It's hard to tell. Oh, and the time expires. Yeah, so once those wobble goals fall down, they are just so gosh darn hard to pick up. Unofficial score of 118, which is very impressive. These guys were consistently doing really well, and they had that continuous improvement. They always did just a little bit better every time. And here we go with the final scores. 118 is the official score. 49 points
that
in autonomous victory.
into that 6th and 5th pole position. Once again, very nice spots to be sitting at going into these last few matches. You want to be in that upper 6 area if you're trying to move on as far as points are concerned.
Yep. But as we said earlier, of course, there are other ways to advance, whether they be through awards and the like. So we certainly hope to see you guys at our championship this coming week. Unfortunately, this was the final match with the Lions and the Vectors, both very great teams. So glad that they could show up today, put their robots on the field, and have such a great performance here. So we say goodbye to them. They are quick to get out of here. They travel light. We always appreciate that. And we are going to get ourselves 2 new teams on the field to have some more fun with qualification match number 71. Right.
And look at that pun counter rise. See, when we get that pun counter or that pun meter, best believe it will be filled.
Oh, yeah.
But currently what you guys see on the field is our field technicians sanitizing, making sure everything is safe and okay. You also see our head referees still resetting and making sure that everything on the field is set for the next match. There are plenty of things that get done in the in-between waiting for the next teams to arrive. And as we speak about next teams to arrive, let's see who those next 2 teams are. I believe the next 2 teams should be coming up shortly. If not, we can definitely get that pulled up.
All right, there it is.
And our next 2 teams are Team 16462 Bot Brains and 12888 the Stingers.
Yeah.
The Bot Brains.
The Bot Brains are hailing from Aldie, Virginia. Their rookie year was last year's Skystone, 2019. And the Stingers are a community team from Hollywood. Their rookie year was 2017. Glad to have them joining us here today. All right. And of course, you know, these aren't the only teams competing. The ones that were shown here in person in this wonderful hybrid event. We also have some fantastic teams competing in remote competitions where they record videos from home and send them in. So I believe we have a remote match or 2 that we can show you guys, starting with Team 8702. So check out the cool stuff that they're doing while at home with the remote setup.
Three, two, one.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Organizing.
Randomize?
I don't want these.
0 rings.
Settle rings.
Okay, everyone ready? Yep. 3, 2,
1. Oh. Oh.
Black.
Oh.
Oh. Left and middle. And park on the line.
No.
Don't forget to reset the stand.
Right.
After or
Right.
yeah.
Switch. Hurry up. Don't only shots though.
I know.
1.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Very nice. Drop the towel.
And, ooh, they're trying to get the wobble to be eligible.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
We may
I don't care. It's fine. Run
Some
it.
technical
No,
difficulties.
you don't.
We may have a problem. I think it's
It's not gonna
Let's
happen.
have a warm before.
I don't care if I hurt too much.
It's
You got
penalty.
2 rings.
I didn't get covered.
Okay.
I do not like that one.
Not yet?
Oh crap, hold on.
Fully issued.
Not yet. Just run it.
Get out.
What were you doing? Whatever. Shit, go.
It's stuck.
It seems.
Hold on. Wait, I think we can get it out.
Trying to get the ring out.
I think we can get it out. We got it out.
And
I'm shooting you off first, child.
Okay.
Oh, well, okay.
will they be able to make it? And
Big goal.
big goal.
Grab these and save them down here. We got to. That works.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to the power shot.
And it's end game.
Oh, 2!
Oh, 2-1.
Shoot it, shoot it, shoot it.
Will they get a third?
3!
Oh, but.
How do we not?
Doesn't matter. Look in the middle. Look in the middle. Middle.
The power shot was knocked back.
Another
Big
middle.
Goal.
Wait, so you're part on the line, this is considered?
No.
I don't know. Listen, is that...
I believe we're back.
There we go.
If you guys can see me, we are back, and we are coming to you with bot brains of 462 and the stingers of 12888. And if you guys get to see the field, because I want to show this, I've been talking about Spirit for the past few weeks, and we talk about this all the time. These stingers actually have a honeycomb desk. Their desk is a yellow bees hive. And so that's one thing that we've been talking about with all of these teams. If your team has a theme, if your team has something that you like to show or something that you like to display it. It makes you very, very noticeable. It's very, very easy when both your team looks a certain way, your bot looks a certain way, and your whole essence is a certain way.
That's right. It's all about
great examples is the old team of Almond Robotics. They are pink from head to toe. Their robot is a bright pink robot. Everything that they bring is bright pink. James has shown it sometimes with his bot and his team. They have bright pink beards. We have other teams where I talk about Mobius and Luminous. They are rainbow bots. Their group decision is always a bright rainbow. No matter what you see on their bots, from the team to the teammates, is a rainbow. You've seen Logic Coyote with their camouflage. Definitely, you can be very, very, very recognizable and very much so appreciated when you guys stand out and show that team spirit. We love seeing it. I miss seeing it. I miss all the uniforms, the badges, the buttons, the mascots, costumes, banners, and all that. And just because we're at a limited capacity does not mean it all has to go away. Still wear your uniforms. Still put your mentor or coach in one of those costumes. Still, when you're in the stands, cheer. Get loud for your teams. Tell us who you are. Tell us about you. If your robot has lights, put on the lights. If your robot has a little dance that it does, maybe do a little dance waiting in one of the practices if the referee allows it.
Yeah.
There are plenty and plenty of ways to both show off your team and show off your team spirit.
Yeah, and spirit doesn't have to be expensive. You don't have to be going out there and buying all sorts of different banners and whatnot. It could be something as simple as just everybody on your team wears a bandana, either on their arm, on their forehead, or something. Just anything that you can do that's just a little bit extra is always greatly appreciated. Just going outside of the typical team jersey goes a long way. And just wearing the team jersey, that goes a long way. But we absolutely get it. This particular year, maybe things weren't quite so easy. Maybe you couldn't get your team a set of shirts. That's all right. We just really like to see you guys having fun. That's what matters to us. All right, so we've got 2 robots on the field right now, setting up on the Red Alliance for qualification match number 71. Getting it all loaded and tucked up. One
thing that I also love seeing is just the continuation of members. I talk about it all the time. I love seeing alumni. I love seeing all the things that our alumni do. Yesterday at Shenandoah Caverns, we had one of our alumni ambassadors out at the field the entire day. We've had alumni showcased at plenty of other sites. Currently, right now on the screen, our referee is an alumni. There are plenty of people who have spent many years dedicating their lives and showing their commitment to FIRST and what FIRST means. And so part of that is just that continuation. I know we talk about it all the time, our little campfire sessions that we have where all the different alumni go back and tell their old war stories and all their things that they used to do and the things that they did with their teams. And it's cool. It's a great way to interact and speak with each other. And even 2 teams who competed at the same event saw the event completely differently.
Oh, yeah.
But with Configuration A, let's see how these teams see this new field and see this challenge. Once again, we have the Stingers of 1, 2, 8, 8, 8, and Bot Brains of 1, 6, 4, 6, 2. Let's see how brainy these bots are, and let's see if they can sting this competition.
Here we go with that pun counter.
Oh, it's got to fill up somehow.
Yeah. I wonder if we could get a sponsor for the pun counter.
That would be fun.
Here we go. Both teams off to a start. We'd love to see that. Robots moving. A little bit of a collision there. Taking a couple shots. Looks like I saw a power shot down, but I saw the human player reset it. So
once again, teams do not touch the power shots until after the autonomous period has ended. Do not touch the power shots until after the game has ended.
Yeah.
Driver, pick up your controller.
Got 1 power shot and 2 forks.
1.
Yeah, so that's the issues. Sometimes you're practicing at home. You're just used to as soon as a power shot goes down, resetting it,
drop it and bring it back up. Now, once again, another thing that we have talked about for many, many, many weeks is the difference in wheels. I personally, this is showing my age in robotics, I came from the time of the Omni wheels. And so that is what you are seeing from the Stingers, showing their age as a veteran team with those Omni wheels out. And so those Omni wheels allow them, yes, a very low clearance, but they do that X drive versus Team Bot Brains has those Mecanum wheels. And now both of these wheels serve the same function of omnidirectional driving and give you the ability to turn on a dime, high maneuverability, and the ability to turn, stop, or just glide while turning. But the only difference being Mecanum wheels are built diagonally, Omni wheels are built straight on, and then have rollers underneath of each of the sides of them, so that way it can go sideways if it needs to.
And there are many different configurations for Omni wheels that can give you holonomic drive. There's X drive, there's O drive, there's H drive, even something wild called Kiwi drive. But Mecanum wheels, they only work in one particular pattern, that is. And I have a whole list of reasons for why I love Omni wheels. And I think these teams love them too, because it helped them get that power shot, and they reset it again. I saw that power shot in endgame, but then it
I saw it drop, and I also saw it get reset. But fortunately, our referees also had enough time to see it.
The referees counted it, but hopefully that human player is going to get a talking to, because we want to see those power shots. Like, they're working hard to get them. Here we go with the official score.
That score will be 46 points with that 25-point autonomous, that 6-point driver control, and a 25-point endgame. And teams, 15-point endgame. And teams, please remember, those power shots, which our referee is talking about right now, they need to be visible. If you are instantly resetting them, referees will not see it. If your bot shoots at the same power shot 3 times, it's only going to count for however it lands the first time. It's only going to count as it lands and as it stands at the end. So you resetting it doesn't actually help you. What helps you is if you can shoot each of them. And if you can if your bot is only dialed in to hit one of them, then maybe turn around and go back to shooting high shots after you hit that first one.
Yeah. So, we absolutely love to see it. And something that I really love about FTC in general is that everybody has the same challenge, but we all see different robots. No two robot has been the same. We've seen some similarities, we've seen some patterns emerge, but every single one of these bots is distinctly different from one another, and that is what I just love to see. Especially when they come together to work so well, like the Bot Brains and the Stingers just did in this previous match here. So, look forward to seeing their next match. It's typically the first match is the most difficult, just because, you know, it's your first competition match of the day. Maybe the drivers are nervous. Maybe a bolt came loose while you were carrying the robot into the venue. So if there's any small problems, it's best to work it out in the first match. Hopefully the human player knows now. Do not reset the power shots immediately after they are hit.
Now, what I will say is, once again, every team has a story and every team has a legacy. Every team has something that they want to be said, even if you're one of our rookie teams. And so because of that, we'd like to know those stories and we'd like to know those great things about your team. So teams, please fill out our survey. We would love to talk about all the wonderful things that highlight you all and make you all great. I know some of the teams talk about being small family-oriented teams that work on somebody's kitchen counter. I know some teams used to talk about being huge factory-style teams, like the team that I used to be on, which boasted about having 40 consistent members at any given time.
Wow.
There are plenty of ways to talk about your teams, and there are plenty of ways to highlight your individuality. Just as you guys highlight your individuality both in the chat and on the side of the fields.
Yeah, so it's just absolutely incredible. All right. Cannot wait to see what these teams do. Got some robots on the field. And Niall and I have talked about this before, but if you're just joining us, you have at most 5 minutes between matches. And we think it's a pretty good idea if you go ahead and use those 5 minutes, because those 5 minutes could be to take a drink of water, they could be to talk to your drivers, they could be to talk to your alliance. Even if you don't need to fix everything on the robot, you could still take a quick look at everything and just make sure it's all good.
Personally, one little thing that a lot of teams don't always look at, I remember coming from the FRC fields. Our fields are carpet, so we had to deal with this a little bit more than the FTC fields, which are foam. But just checking your wheels, making sure to brush off your wheels, make sure that all of your rollers are smooth and clean. This year, we are sanitizing the field after each set of teams leaves. So when you first approach the field and after you run 1 or 2 matches, we've had teams talk about, oh, the rings might feel slightly sticky or slightly tackier than they're used to, and that's because our rings are getting resanitized constantly. Or, oh, the wobble goal felt a little slick, and that's because it had that spray-on the spray-on cleanser on it. And so even the foam tiles, we've seen it where the foam tiles change color slightly as they're drying out. And that's just to say that, hey, maybe you need to give your wheels a little rub down. Make sure that they're clean and clear. I know a lot of people that have long hair, checking to make sure that there's no loose strands of hair trapped in a wheel, because those Omni wheels, as wonderful as they are hair magnets. Everything gets caught in those Omni wheels.
Mechan wheels too, in my experience, yeah. And yeah, absolutely. And in the first game manuals, especially for FTC, it will say all the dimensions on the field are plus or minus an inch. So that's their tolerance. They try to be a smaller tolerance than that, especially where it matters. But yeah, it might not be exactly how you have it set up at home. And that's just a part of it, you got to build these robots to adapt to any kind of situation, So we've got 1 wobble goal down in Zone A, looking pretty good.
Adapt. I love the way that Team 16462 adapted into that zone, because they put the ring actually on the outside edge, but with the way that they turned, it pushed it straight into the center of the box. So that is 1 wobble goal and 2 parts.
Pick up your controller.
Easy 25
3,
points at the beginning of this
2,
game.
1.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no shots made in autonomous. They sent a lot of shots in the direction of the goals. Unfortunately, none connected. But hey, that's all right. If it was easy, it wouldn't be called First Tech Challenge. So we got the robots all over the field. Those rings are coming out at the speed of light. Now, I believe that is Bot Brains. They picked up the red wobble goal. Not entirely sure what the reason for that was. Maybe it was to get it out of the way so they could get their rings. Well, that's a very interesting strategy there. Hadn't seen that before, because they are playing for the Blue Alliance currently, trying to get as many points into the blue goals as possible. Taking a couple shots, not quite connecting the way they want it to. Seems to be a little bit of a hold up from their alliance partner 16462. That is, of course, I'm sorry, it was the Stingers who moved the red wobble goal. My apologies. They do have very obvious numbers. It was just a lapse in my memory. All right. Yeah, so the bot brains are unusually still. They could be electing to wait to grab that wobble goal, and yes, they
They
are.
were grabbing the wobble goal because I saw their claw moving. I just didn't see the rest of the bot moving.
Now,
I believe the Stingers are going for theirs as well.
That's good. We could see a double wobble goal.
There we go. There's one moving.
Look at that really tall arm on the Stingers. That is
that alligator lift on their arm.
Yeah. All right, there's one wobble goal up and over. Oh, unfortunately, the bot brains were not able to get theirs over the wall. They had it ready to go the whole match, but it just came down to that last second. I think they got tripped up on all those rings, which are right in front of that wall. Gosh. So far, the unofficial score is 45. Here we go with the official score.
And it is 45, pushing them into the 26th and 25th pole positions with a 25-point autonomous and a 20-point endgame. Now, with 4 points in the driver control period, I would definitely take the time to go work on my bot. I would go take my 5 minutes and take it seriously. Whether that means making sure that all my flywheels are clean, once again, checking to make sure that nothing is slick or disturbed. Also making sure that all of my wires are in place. I know tons of teams that have a huge checklist, and some of them actually walk onto the field with a clipboard to make sure that they are physically checking off each part of the checklist before putting anything onto the field. That is something that I love seeing teams do, and that some of these teams really need to do.
Mm-hmm. All right. So that was their second match together. Fantastic job, and it's good to see them climb up in the rankings because we're all about continuous improvement here. You know, there's something to be learned from every match. There's always something that you could tweak, always something that you could do better. No matter what, it doesn't matter if you're making 10 points or 200 points. You know, there's always the next step. So because that's what we encourage here. We encourage learning. We encourage fixing things, and that's what it's all about.
Speaking about fixing things, you can see bot brains down in that corner completely huddled over their robot, making sure to look at every little thing within their robot and check on every little detail. Now, that's another thing about FTC bots, though, is they're so small, making them super compact. There's so many little, tiny, minute details that are able to be missed.
That's right.
I feel with me being in FRC, I had a much larger internal space.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was able to spread out and separate a little bit more of the items that I would work on.
That's right. If I had to describe these robots, it would certainly be dense. Not the people who built them. Those people are very smart. But the robots themselves, because the robots have to start the match fitting into a hypothetical 18-inch by 18-inch by 18-inch cube. After autonomous starts, they can unfold however they wish. But it really means they have to put a lot of stuff, a lot of wires, electronics, motors are typically pretty big, a battery, and all the structure into such a small space. So you are absolutely right.
And these
so this year
are not small. Those motors are big. The battery is big by comparison. And also all of these manipulating arms that you guys see and all of these extended rollers that you guys see, that takes up a lot of space.
Uh-huh. So, yeah. This year in particular, it's really helpful to have a robot that's easy to repair because you're not so certain about the time between matches. You're certain that you only have 5 minutes between matches, whereas in previous years, maybe you would have 30 minutes between matches. Maybe you'd have 2 minutes between matches. Of course, we try to avoid either situation when randomly assigning matches in person. Now, so we got both robots on the field. But something I'd like to call attention to right now is that it looks like the Stingers have a cart. And what's interesting about the cart is, especially at the World Championship competition, your robot kind of lives on a cart. Because instead of having pit spaces be a folding table, which they normally are, it's more of an FRC style pit where you have a 10-foot square on the ground and you fill it up however you want. So most teams will elect to leave their robot on a cart with necessary tools beneath it, and that's where the robot stays the majority of the time. You know, you take it off the cart, you play a match, you put it back on the cart, take it back to the pit. Maybe you have batteries in the cart, maybe you have snacks in the cart for between matches. So it's good to see that they have themselves a cart. Niall, did you have a cart ever?
We had carts, and it was because we had a 2-tier cart, so we had the robot on top and all the batteries underneath and some of the light tools underneath. Now, one of the other things that I can say as these two teams are heading out is that if you look at the way that they shoot and the way that they manipulate, another thing that my team used to do is we weren't always necessarily the strongest in auto. But we definitely more than tried to make up for it with our autonomous and our end game, which you can see a lot of these teams try to do. A lot of these teams may not have the strongest stance coming out the gate, but then they more than make up for it when they turn around and put up a 70-point end game. Or
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Fill up the
3, 2,
13, 14,
1.
15 times.
Yep. So we've got a total of 10 points, courtesy of 2 parking bonuses in autonomous. We have both wobble goals outside of the scoring zone, meaning that we're likely to see them try to get a double wobble goal again. So we've got Bot Brains lining up to take a shot. Unfortunately, didn't quite connect to the high goal. Instead, it went into the blue middle goal. Stingers look like they're caught up on a couple rings over on the blue half of the field. Hopefully they can get that sorted out. And what we always like to say, because robots get stuck up on the rings so often, at home, maybe you just have to kind of try to wiggle it out, but you're not at home anymore. You have an alliance partner who has mass and velocity, and they can come smack you if you ask them nicely to, and that might help you get unstuck every now and then. But it looks like
Are you over there talking about the different forces and vectors at play?
Yeah. All right. So we've got a couple of shots here, courtesy of, that is the Stingers. 2 connected. 1 or 2 might have bounced out. Time is counting down here, so it might be time to start looking at those wobble goals.
One other interesting thing is the conveyor belt system that the Stingers use to load.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen that vertical conveyor belt as much.
No, we have not, yeah. So here we go. Starting to take a look at the wobble goals. One, of course, is on its side. Time is getting kind of low here, so they got to act fast if they're going to try to get either of these wobble goals out. The bot brains extend their arm, try to grab it, but time is just counting down. Oh.
And another thing that we see right now is teams, as you saw with the Stingers, how they ran back to the line in that last 2 seconds, that white line only counts for points in the beginning. It does not matter where your robot finishes, it's all about where it started at. So because of that, they do receive 22 points, pushing them into the 23rd and 24th pole positions. But remember, use that extra few seconds to throw everything you got at those power shots or at a high goal. Use everything you've got to try to get rid of those wobble goals if that is your objective. Don't just try to sit on the line.
Yeah, I remember one year that I was commentating. It was, I believe, the 2017 challenge Velocity Vortex. There was this ramp in the corner of the field, and the whole purpose of that ramp was it was the secondary goal. You know, the main goal was in the middle of the field. You tried to throw wiffle balls up into it, kind of like a basketball hoop. But the corner goal, it was just a ramp, and you would shoot the ball up, and it would go through one point, and then it would roll back down. So the main target was the center goal, but the corner goal, because it was a ramp, all the teams thought that you got points for parking on the ramp in endgame. So teams would be making a mad dash to get to that ramp when there were much better things that they could and should be doing in endgame. And they would high five each other like, yeah, we got up on the ramp. And as I'm commentating on this, I'm like, there is no point in getting on that ramp. You don't need to. It's not worth any points. In fact, there are better points. And so I'm trying to convey this. Like, I know you're not supposed to do that while commentating, but it was a big problem because teams were starting to kind of scratch it up a little bit. But eventually we made a formal announcement like, hey, stop trying to climb up that ramp.
First wants you to climb something, they'll put it in the rules.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing, you know, because First so often wants you to climb something, hang off of something, everybody thought, well, there's a slope, we gotta get on that slope.
So, I'm glad we haven't seen any team almost pull themselves out the ring.
Yeah.
Because definitely with these arms, I know some teams have an arm that is strong enough to lift their bot. And if that arm was pushing down when it was sitting on the side, it would definitely try to lift the bot.
All sorts of crazy cool things. Okay. So, we are ready, almost, getting ready for it. There we go. Qualification match number 74. So this will be their second to last match together, the Bot Brains and the Stingers. And they've been doing a pretty good job, you know. They're here, they're doing their best, and we appreciate them coming out here. It's a difficult challenge during a difficult season. And it's nice that you were commenting on that conveyor belt of the Stingers, because as a coach of a team, I have to say that the hardest part was figuring out, okay, how do we get those rings off the ground and somewhere up so that they're ready to shoot, you know? Because you don't want a shooter that's on the ground where you collected them, because then that makes it that much harder of a shot. So changing the elevation of the rings is certainly a pretty difficult challenge.
And now, another thing that I wanted to say, which we haven't seen, that I also wanted to see, was a team that can actually tackle the challenge of shooting those top 4 rings from a configuration C. Because I don't think it would be considered possession if I was taking the top ring off of the stack and going downwards from it.
Yeah, so yeah, as long as you're only in contact with one ring at a time, and you're not strategically moving 4 rings at a time, yeah, so that's absolutely something that you could do. And I've seen teams through YouTube videos and such who are able to knock it over in a strategic way so that they don't get penalized, and then it forms a nice line that they can back up and collect 3, shoot 3, and then back up, collect the last one, and then shoot that one.
I think one team that we've seen do very well with that C configuration autonomous was Wizards.exe, because they get 7 shots and 2 wobble goals by themselves.
Oh yeah, incredible stuff.
And so that format that they do is by pushing it, getting that first wobble goal out, coming back, taking a few shots, backing into it, taking more shots, staying at about 2 rings in their robot at all times until they get rid of that stack, and then they get rid of all the rings, and then turning around, grabbing that second wobble and making it out, and then parking back just before that 30 seconds is up.
Right. And you know, so that's the thing, you know, if you ever find yourself with spare time, which I know almost never happens, but if you're proud of how your robot looks, then just don't touch it, you know, just stop putting mechanical things on the robot and focus on training your drivers and focus on having different autonomous programs that can do things like Niall mentioned, get the second wobble goal in case your alliance partner doesn't, just keep making new solutions. But at a certain point, you need to say, okay, no more mechanical changes, just driver practice and autonomous programming. And that's one of the hardest things to do, both as a coach and as a student on a team, is to just say.
One thing that I will say to what Ethan has to say about no more mechanical work and stuff like that, what he's saying is don't touch the main robot.
Right.
If you have a main configuration and it is set and it is solid, you do not need to touch it. Now, one thing that I personally used to do with my bots, and that I know a few other teams do, is we build spare parts that we can change out. So my manipulator, for example, making sure that all I need to do is unscrew 2 bolts and unplug the motor, and I can change it out. And that way, all I need to do is replug the motor and screw in those 2 bolts, and my manipulator is fine.
And that's a concept called modularity, which is used in cars, it's used in rifles, it's used in almost anything manufactured, with the exception of maybe wristwatches, because those are quite complex. But
some are. They have like modular lenses and modular straps.
There we go. So they have modular straps. So we are here in configuration B, a fantastic autonomous start. Looks like they got a couple of low goals in autonomous.
I see one high and one low, and then they put one in the red side.
All right. So a little bit of a collision there. Not quite sure what those robots are doing all the way over there.
12888 was driving on purpose, and then they collided with 16462. I don't know if 16462 is going to receive any penalties for that shot.
3,
those shots
2, 1.
Yeah, they hit 3 rings outside of the field, but that might be ruled as inadvertent since they didn't.
It was post collision. It wasn't their primary aim.
All right. So we got these robots all over the place. Stinger's taking a couple shots, readjusting as they do so. Can they nail it into the high goal? That's the question. The high goal is what everybody's after. There's one connecting with the high goal. Good job, Stingers. All right. So we have one wobble goal so far eligible to be scored in endgame. And that's the one right between those 3 colorful squares. Another shot connecting, courtesy of the Stingers. All right, Bot Brain is in an interesting spot. They're in a prime place to shoot.
I can't tell if Bot Brain is stuck under a ring, because I see a ring in their bottom. It's sticking out the tail where the numbers are.
I do see one protruding. Whether or not they're stuck on it, that's a different question, So yet another shot connecting with, this time, the low goal a few seconds ago. Time is starting to count down here, so maybe it is time to start looking at that wobble goal, and that's exactly what Bot Brain's doing. They're opening that claw of theirs, lowering it down ever so carefully, and they've got it up and in the air. Can they deliver it over that wall for 20 points? Getting closer. Now all they gotta do is
drop it.
Come on.
Drop it.
Drop it like it's hot.
Ram it. Stop being gentle. Ram it and drop it.
Go, go, go. Time is counting down.
And the Stinger is trying to put a sting on those power shots at the same time, but time has concluded.
Dang. Yeah, so wonder what happened there. Not quite sure. But a really good effort to try to get those power shots, and wobble goal and end game here. It's always worth the try. Here we go with our official scores. That's going to be 34. 20 points from that autonomous, 14 points from those teleop shots, and a good match. staying solid at their current ranks.
One more match, they have plenty of space to move around and continue what they've been doing.
Absolutely, yeah. So hopefully, this is, I think, the second time that we've seen the bot brains with that claw and arm. It's just not quite able to let it go at the last crucial moment. So I'm curious as to what that is or why.
So much quite so. I don't think it's not so much that it's not able to. If you look at it, I don't think it's not high enough. It looks like it might have full clearance. And teams, that's another thing that we talk about all the time. Depending on where you practice at and how you practice, making sure that you work on those variables. All of our competitions are on hard, solid floors with the foam mats. That sometimes can change your height layers and change some of the variables, especially if you all play on different floor surfaces underneath of those foam mats.
All right. So we are just having a fun time here, getting ready for qualification match number 75, which unfortunately will be the last match played by both the Bot Brains and the Stingers, but maybe not their last match for the season, because of course we have the championship coming up next weekend. So be sure to tune in for the award ceremony Monday night to see who's going to get a coveted golden ticket to the championship. And performance on the field is, of course, not the only way to win yourself a spot. There's also a slew of awards, judged awards. So if you see a team playing today, then that means that they were judged yesterday. And if you don't see a team playing today that you saw play yesterday, then that means they are currently being judged. So all sorts of great awards out there. Rewarding teams for fantastic efforts in all areas of FIRST Robotics, which is learning using an engineering design process and community outreach.
And as the Stingers are back on the field, Bot Brains once again huddled over in the side, doing a full diagnostic on that bot, doing all the little touch-ups. And I believe what we just saw was Bot Brains asking the Stingers for a tool and asking them for some help.
Yeah.
So once again, that pit cooperation that we talked about used to see a lot more of, just because there were a lot more teams available to help and a lot more time in between matches. Just making sure. Sometimes you got to bring some spare parts. Sometimes you just need an extra bolt or two. I know a lot of the teams that use Vex systems or AndyMark systems all will bring an extra few pieces because they know that those systems are interchangeable. And so if another team has the same system and they have the same problem, they just swap out pieces. I know especially with wheels, teams generally try to keep 2 or 3 spare wheels just so that way one can't blow out somewhere.
Now, for those of you watching, you might think, well, of course they're going to loan them a spare tool. They're partners. They're working together. But I can almost guarantee you that even if these guys were opponents right now, trying to get scores better than one another, they would still loan out those parts, because we don't want to be mean to our opponents. We don't want them to fail. We want them to do their best and succeed. So of course, it is a competition. So you want to do, of course, the best that you can. But sabotage is absolutely not a principle of FIRST. So,
and as much as you love to win, I feel like a win is that much better if everyone is at their best. I don't want to play against you when you're crippled and when your team is at a loss of any sort. I want to play against your team when you're fresh, when you're ready, when you're all ripping and ready to go. And when you tell me that this is the best that you can do, that's when I want to play you.
Absolutely. And multiple times in the final matches of even the World Championships, the elimination matches, you're allowed to have a timeout to fix your robot. Each alliance has only one timeout that they can use. So a lot of times, the opponent will check in on the team who called the timeout and say, hey, is it fixed, or do you want us to use our timeout to help you out? And that has happened multiple times where the opponent uses their timeout to allow them to continue fixing the robot. It's absolutely inspirational, some of these tales of gracious professionalism.
I know coming from my league, a lot of the times we've had teams turn around and bring out spare parts straight onto the field. We've had, if somebody's bumper blew out or somebody's bumper even shattered, because all of our bumpers are plywood and foam noodles. So if you crack that plyboard and you need a new board, I've seen teams out to the field, do quick measurements, and be back. And this is the opposing team, be back in just a few minutes with a whole new bumper, just so that way every single team is able to compete. Mm-hmm. And speaking about competing, we're about to compete in qualification match number 75, configuration A.
Hey.
That first zone with 0 rings. So our shooters must wait to reload after they use those first 3 shots.
All right. And away they go in autonomous period. We love to see both robots moving, because that shows that, they both made an autonomous program, and they're able to try it out here on this virtual stage, if you will. All right, taking a couple shots, not quite connecting. Looks like one power shot was knocked over, though, so good for them.
I see 1 power shot, and I see 2 parks, I believe.
I agree. Yep, and in come the points, and up go the controllers.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2 minutes to be off.
Mm-hmm. And the Stingers are going over to get that wobble goal and bring it outside of the launch zone, making extra sure to avoid those rings in the middle of the field. So if they're going to try to get to the do the double wobble goal strategy, then they might want to get that one that's sideways upgraded.
The bot brains had a misfire out to the side of the field. That might come back to cost them later.
Yeah, but again, was it intentional or was it just an honest mistake? So that's for the referees to decide. Taking another couple shots. Quite the powerful shooter of the Stingers, but unfortunately hit a little bit to the left. Rings. So there's an interesting little pile of rings there in the middle of the field. You can see them actually hitting not only the wobble goal that's sideways, but also each other. And now the bot brains are currently fiddling with a blue wobble goal. Not entirely sure of the reason behind that. So far, 2.
I'm not entirely sure if they're allowed to do that. Are they allowed to mess with the other wobble goal?
You see, in a normal competition, I would say no. But because there's not an opponent, I don't know if it really hurts anything. So Stingers are getting ready. I think they just tried to lob a shot onto the wobble goal for 5 points, but they're going to elect not to do that. Instead, they'll just pick it up and drop it onto the tape very quickly, might I add, closing out their final match. Well done.
And so, once again, this is going to be the final match between the bot brains and their alliance partner, the Stingers. So we're just going to wait our referees and our scorekeepers' final decisions.
That's right.
And our final score is 42 points.
All right, nice job. So 25 points in autonomous, 12 points in driver control, 5 points in
That was 5 points in the end game that he was talking about.
Yeah, so...
And that comes from parking that wobble goal on the red line. So that is the only thing that should be on a line. Your bot does not need to stop on a line. The wobble goal needs to stop on the line.
Mm-hmm. All right. So now we've got a little bit of a transition here as we wave goodbye to both the bot brains and the last match, 22nd and 21st place. They should absolutely be proud of their performance today for bringing those robots out here and competing the way they did. Here we go with the final score.
32 points. That penalty did come back.
That's unfortunate. I mean, but these are the rules. We try to stick to them as much as possible. But we wish them good luck in their next competition, whether that be at the championship or next season. Because if you remember, this is the last competition.
Don't count those off-season competitions now. Plenty of teams find their stride and enjoy themselves in the off season. So teams, there are plenty of special events that are hosted during the off season, whether it be more competitions such as this, other displays such as more remote play videos. I know some teams got invited back as like spirit competitions. Some teams got invited back as, so if it's a shooting year such as this one, a battle of the guns, showing out whose turret is better than the next, trying to see who has either the most powerful turret, the most accurate turret, trying to do trick shots and anything like that. With these wobble goals, stuff like, who has the best wobble goal time, who has the fastest bot across the field. I remember one of my bots used to be the fastest in the Chesapeake. And because we were such a low profile bot and we had such a high gear ratio that if we took off, we took off.
There we go. Yep.
And next up on our field is going to be teams 1, 2, 8, 4, 7, Era, and 8, 4, 7, 9, RoboCavs Gold. I forget it. Era or ERA?
We've had this exact conversation before, and I cannot remember. I think we decided to call them Era.
But you know what would solve this whole conversation?
What?
If people go fill out that survey. Because when you fill out the survey, you guys can tell us all the great information and all the specific details that makes your team you. So, for example, the team Logic Coyotes, their team name looks like Logic Coyote. It's all one big word, but Logic is capital and then Coyote is undercase. So because of that, they tell you in their survey, hey, it's Logic Coyote. They tell you multiple times, it's plenty of ways for their name to go. They tell you all sorts of things. And many of these different teams speak to us all the time. So don't forget, fill out the survey, speak to us, and tell us about yourselves. Even a team such as RoboCavs Gold. Is there a RoboCavs Bronze? Is there a RoboCavs Silver? What makes you guys gold? Or is it just that you're going for the gold?
Oh, yeah. And we also have Twitch chat up. So we're looking.
And I believe what he was trying to say is that we also are able to view the Twitch chat. But we would really love if you guys filled out that survey, mostly because that allows us to also have that information for future events if it is not us two that are serving as your commentators. And also so that the other commentators can come back and still see the same results.
That's
right. And if you look at the field right now, up in the top corner, we can see one of the teams who's arrived over there dancing, waving, and cheering. They do have their families back home on a Zoom call that are able to speak to them. They also have the ability to speak to you all on Twitch. They're able to wave at you guys, say a little something. Well, they're not able to speak to you all, but they're able to wave to you all. And some teams have been speaking in the Twitch chat from the actual competition field. Now, teams, if you do know which team is out on the field, please let us know. If you're in the yellow, let us know. If you're in the black, let us know. Our referee, Caitlin, just debriefing our teams, making sure that everyone understands everything that needs to go on, and making sure that everyone gets to speak with each other and understand all the rules. And remember, teams, there's a lot of formality and nuances that occur during these events. And one of the big things that do occur is this year, for example, those 5 matches back to back. A lot of teams have been confused about that 5-minute rule. Those 5 minutes are not mandatory. They're encouraged, but they're not mandatory. If both teams agree on putting a bot on the field 10 seconds after the score is posted, then you can be back on the field 10 seconds after the score is posted. If both teams want to use that full 5 minutes, then they're going to take the time to use that full 5 minutes. But I believe in the yellow, that is RoboCab's gold, making the team in black the ERA or ERA. Once again, please let us know. And with me being your only presenter with you here at this time.
That's not true. I'm here.
You finally jumped back.
Things about me.
I mean, I can say tons of things, but then they might try to put your pandas back on the endangered list.
Yeah.
Because I'd say I'd love to wear one of those, nice panda fur coats or something. I think the black and white would look really good on me.
Yeah. We no longer wear black and white. We are red and black because we're the red beard pandas instead of the tuxedo pandas.
Yeah, but it takes a lot of red beard pandas for a suit. I might be able to get a hat out of a red beard
that's
panda.
absolutely true. Yeah.
Speaking of hats from red bearded pandas, where is your red beard panda hat?
It's actually in my laundry room. I can go grab it if you want.
I mean, hey, spirit, teamwork, show off.
I'm trying to show off the alumni ambassador hat right now. See, my head isn't as big as yours. I can't wear multiple hats at the same time.
You're talking about this one, that nice alumni ambassador?
Yeah, I'm talking about that.
By Bruce Allen Hamilton. But the hat the hat that you unfortunately won't be able to get is the DC DC District of Columbia Public Schools hat, and that one is from all of our DC schools who work together because they have their own partnership and coalition. And that allows all of those teams to play together, work together, and do all sorts of things. And these teams that all work together and do all their great things together, one of the best parts about this alliance is they've all been in contact with each other. They share things with each other. And most of their FRC teams actually get in the pits right next to each other because the team numbers are all 2-9 something. They go.
I've been told to get the panda hat.
Oh yeah, no, I've been told you to get the panda hat. I could go get my hats. I'll get my hats when he comes back. But speaking about hats and speaking about items, we have 2 items on the field now. We have 2 teams lined up and almost ready to go. These 2 teams must be gunning and ripping and roaring to go because they are trying to make sure that everything is together with their bots and that they're ready for the field.
There we go. Just for you, viewers.
Pan fried to the Twitch chat. The survey is currently for FTC. When FRC has their events, FRC will have something separate. FRC will be separate, and also I'm able to speak more on the FRC teams the same way that Ethan and the numbers guy Sean are able to speak on the FTC teams. But so as you guys see over there, there's y'all's little red bearded panda. Yeah. Well, actually, I think you're over there from me. I believe my view is reversed.
Yeah, I can't quite tell.
I'm pretty sure you're over there, but One Direction. He's somewhere, floating in the air. So with him having his panda, let me go get my hats.
All right. I cannot wait to see this match number 76 with ERA, or is it ERA, and RoboCavs Gold. We got two robots on the field here, which is always great to see. I'm not sure if we've gotten our randomization yet. Hopefully that'll come soon. So the big importance behind the field randomization, which we just got, in fact, is because once the field has been randomized, the teams are not allowed to touch their phones or their controllers. And when I say phones, I don't mean like, your cell phones. I mean the phones that are used to control the robots. That's right. These things are running on phones. So, yeah, they also can't touch their personal phones. We generally discourage that.
But
so away we go.
Hats.
Oh my god!
Games. These games are getting underway with configuration A, and I just want to see how long I can keep these up here. Partially because go crunch the time.
Okay, so 8479 did a really interesting trick where they pushed the wobble goal forward, backed up, and then Forks came out from under their robots and pushed the wobble goal the rest of the way. Unfortunately, it's not quite going to be enough to get into
drivers, pick up your controllers
for the points.
3, 2,
but it was still a
1.
very impressive move. So they're lining up now to take some shots.
What I like about RoboCavs Gold is that nice little hopper to the double feed system that they have. Yeah. And both of these teams have that nice large siding clearly displaying who they are. ERA or ERA having that wood burning on the side of theirs. That's something that we don't see often.
Yeah, no, it's very cool. And I like that I'm able to see the numbers very clearly on 12847 because that just helps us call them like we see them. All right. So very quick to collect those rings. That wobble goal is still wobbling. Now you got to make sure not to get in the way of your alliance partners. We've seen that happen far too often. But it looks like ERA is staying on the one side of the field, whereas the RoboCavs are staying on the other, trying to get different goals at the same time to maximize their output. So far, 3 goals into the middle, 3 shots into the middle goal, for a total of 5 as soon as I say that, for a total of 25 points. Now the time is running down here, so if they wanted to get those wobble goals, now might be the time to start looking at them. Just getting into in-game here. RoboCavs maneuvering to one of the wobble goals. I think they have their forks extended.
They're gonna dump, I believe. Yeah. They dump. Yeah, they dump.
Oh my goodness! That's incredible!
That dump truck that I was talking about. That's that.
Wow.
Me and a couple of the other teams were talking about. And it's quite rare. Now, the thing about dumping is, however, if you throw off that center of balance by having too many rings on there, it could definitely throw you off. I've definitely seen rings tip over and topple over, and if it goes all the way down, it does not count.
All right. Yeah, so here we come with the official scores. 40 points. So that's going to be 5 from autonomous, 20 from driver control, and 15 from end game. All right. So we are just having a great time here. So of course these teams are all competing in Fulton, Maryland. They are from all over the place, but they're competing in Fulton, Maryland. I am in a completely different place Niall is in a completely different place, but we are all...
I'm in the best place.
It's all right. But we're all coming together here to give you the action as it happens. So a very
DC
solid...
region has always been the best region.
All right. So a very respectable first match, and it is just that, a first match. So this is the first time that these teams are playing with each other today. Maybe something didn't work quite right. Maybe there's a bolt that needs to be tightened that was loose. So the first match is always the match where you just want to work everything out, make sure everything's good to go for your next 4 matches. All right. So of course we have Caitlin doing an expert job of resetting the field here, and it looks like ERA. I think that I'm sorry. That's RoboCavs, isn't it? Is already back on the field, raring to go. Very cool that they have that dump truck. Because, yeah, not a lot of teams have elected to go for that method of points because it makes the wobble goal so much more unstable, like you were talking about. And also because it makes it... You can only start doing that around endgame. And there's so much to do in endgame, like shooting the power shots and getting the wobble goal outside of the field, that it's hard to prioritize what you want to do.
My only other thing about putting rings on top of the wobble goal, teams, you're shooting them. If you're a shooting bot and you put 12 rings on the wobble goals, that means that there's only 8 rings left on the field. So if I've seen RoboCavs do it where they put 6 rings on a wobble. So if they were to put 12 rings, theoretically 6 on each wobble, that only leaves 8 rings to try to shoot at either your power shots or your goals. And if those rings aren't getting fed back onto the field fast enough, that can be a real drawback to some of these teams.
Mm-hmm.
So you also have to weigh that option out. Is it worth losing the ability to play those rings?
Yeah, rings are absolutely a valuable resource. That's why they're colored gold, because there's only 20 to work with, as you mentioned. So it's a real mind game to figure out how you want those distributed. Of course, if you shoot them at the goal, they get returned to you by the fantastic human players. But as soon as you put them on the wobble goal, they ain't coming back. Alright. So glad to see so many of you guys interacting with us on Twitch chat, sharing that team spirit, because a little goes a long way. It helps us, the commentators, be excited. Hopefully you guys are bringing that excitement to the audience camera that we have set up there, where the team at the site can talk with and to those members who unfortunately were unable to make it due to the restrictions that we have put in place. So spirit is just so crucial. It does get noticed, and it's such a big part of First, because we want you guys to get excited about robotics. So let's take a look. So we are getting ready for their second match together, ERA and the RoboCavs. Both robots are on the field, which is we always love to see. Somebody has just commented that they appreciate the referee's shoes. So if somebody backstage could let Caitlin know that she has nice shoes, she would really appreciate that.
I think Caitlin has fans everywhere, whether she's on the field or in the box with us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Caitlin is a FTC veteran herself, I believe, from team 8221 Cubics. I believe out of Maryland.
I just don't remember the number.
Yeah. I mean, and speaking of numbers, well, that's a letter, randomization B. But speaking of numbers, it's really different between FTC, FLL versus FRC, because in FRC, I'm sure you know most teams based off of their numbers, and also their names too, but you primarily know the numbers. Whereas in FTC, a lot of people forget about the numbers and mainly focus on the name. Oh, a little bit of a collision there.
Ooh, that collision is not going to be fortunate for those two teams.
Yeah.
Now, one thing that I can say, though, as well is, yes, we do learn a lot of the numbers, and that's partially because you learn your grouping. So we normally only get a few new additions every year. And so our groupings stay generally the same. So, for example,
pick up your controllers.
With my
3,
old team being
2,
a
1.
2000 number team, we only have to worry occasionally about saying maybe 1 or 2 new 2000s, because otherwise it's all the same teams that we've been playing with for years. We know those number sets. And unfortunately, I believe RoboCavs is stuck on a ring.
I think they're stuck on that wobble goal, actually.
No,
I think what happened was
a ring under them. There's a ring under them.
Oh, there we go. Just got the wobble goal off because
that's why they're spinning in circles. I believe they have a ring under them.
Yeah. So not off to a. That's not the ideal way that you want to start a match, but so they could try to wiggle themselves off, or it might be beneficial if they ask their partner ERA to come give them a little nudge, give them a little forceful push, because they are crab walking right now across the field, which certainly is not the most effective way to get around. They managed
to make it effective. Look at them getting that ring and still backing out to be able to shoot behind the line.
That's very impressive. All right, they are loaded and ready to go. Can they make it?
Remember, teams, driver control is oftentimes a very big portion. If your driver, if your drivers have not practiced, if your driver is not together, they will struggle.
So I did see a high goal shot from the RoboCavs Gold, and then ERA is now dropping a wobble goal outside of the arena for 20 points. The timer is ticking down. So yeah, I can't quite see if there's a ring. Maybe it was a drivetrain chain that broke. Because I'm not seeing any rings under there. But
when they lift up, I'm almost guaranteeing that there's a ring.
So we'll take a look at that. But still, unofficially, the score is 28, and that's due to the great work of both ERA and the RoboCavs Gold. Despite not quite ideal situations, they still turned it around and got some points on the board. And that's what's important, is that they're doing their best and they're focusing on getting some points.
Now let's see what happens as we get ready to clear the field and as our referees and scorekeepers finalize their scores.
It's tricky business, that scorekeeping. Now, in the rule manual, it mentions something interesting. Although we are in the digital age and we're recording all these matches to be posted on YouTube and we're live streaming this, it is a pillar of First. Well, I wouldn't say a pillar, but it is a consistent rule with First that there are no video replays. Here we go with the final score, 30 points. Great job. So that's going to be, unfortunately...
that rule might get evaluated eventually, especially with a lot more of our matches being digital this year. That rule might get evaluated.
Yeah, so it's a tricky situation because then...
Look, see? Don't you? Look at that ring. Look at that ring pop out.
Oh, I wasn't looking. All right, I'll trust you though. I'll trust you. So yeah, it's a tricky situation because it's ideally we'd like to get back to the in-person matches with the referees there, and their call is what matters the most in those situations. So maybe sometimes it would be helpful to have a video replay, but the thing that we want to make sure doesn't happen is we don't want 30 people with their phones out recording a match from 30 different angles and then disputing like all of the refs' calls, because that's not what we're about as an organization. We're just, and it's not quite about the points, you know, it's about being on the field and having fun. And yes, I know that sometimes the points are the difference between winning and losing, but the main thing that they can never take away is what you learned. So
I feel like it would be good though, especially for some of the finalist matches, some of the championship matches, and also some of the matches where a team is receiving a heavy penalty, just to be able to clearly see, hey, this was that penalty. Or being able to show someone, hey, this is that penalty. This is where you got that penalty. This is what you did.
Exactly.
Because sometimes teams don't know, especially with how fast their robots are moving at times. They may not pay attention to, oh, yeah, I can clearly see where I did something over here.
Yeah. So, but, you know, we have a lot of faith in the FIRST community. Whatever they may decide to do up at FIRST headquarters, of course, we will talk good about it no matter what, because in the end, you know, FIRST does a lot of good for the students, for the communities, for the mentors, for the alumni. It's just it's a good all-around organization, and we're so glad that we're a part of it, and we're glad that you guys are a part of it. Even if you're just viewing us today, we still really appreciate you guys being here to help cheer on these teams.
And speaking of cheering on teams, we see some cheering in the crowd. Remember, teams, cheer on those teams. Show that spirit.
Mm-hmm. All right. So we're gearing up for qualification match number 78. That means that, of course, we'll have this one as well as 2 more matches, so 3 total between, with ERA and the RoboCavs Gold. And we look forward to it. Hopefully, the RoboCavs Gold will be performing to the best of their abilities, make sure they won't get caught up on any rings or have any chains break. So yeah, that low clearance, it's a headache. All right, randomization B, that means there's going to be 1 ring on each side of the field, and they're aiming for that middle zone.
And because it's about to be lunchtime, we got to bring back this age-old debate that we always keep having. I keep saying that if they look like any type of food, it would look like calamari.
Onion rings.
Calamari.
Onion rings.
Calamari.
Onion rings. All right, here we go. In autonomous, we have 1 confidently placed in zone B. A. We have 1 placed in zone B, but it's not quite completely in. So they're not going to get those wobble goal points. I think we have 1 park, so that will be some points on the board, courtesy of the RoboCavs Gold. And it's so hard for the robots to know exactly where to put these wobble goals. So not to mention detecting how many rings are in that stack, because that's the only way the robots know where to go, but also knowing if the wobble goals are in or completely in. And that's what the referees are looking for if those wobble goals are completely in. So this is a very different RoboCavs Gold that we're seeing. They are happy to be free of that ring. They're all over the field. Meanwhile, we have ERA on the other side of the field. They shot 1 mid goal successfully, gearing up to shoot another one. couple of shots made by the RoboCavs Gold. ERA loading another one. They're having a little bit of trouble with that elevator mechanism of theirs. Yeah, kind of throwing them more to the right than forward. So hopefully they will be able to fiddle with that and get it working. Still plenty of time left, just under a minute in this match. 21 points on the board, not bad at all. Both Wobble Goals are eligible to score in the end game as long as they stay in that zone. RoboCav's lining up, take a shot, misses to the right, misses to the left. Hopefully the last one will be right down the middle, but they're going to go collect some more rings first.
I think they're going to go do a dump truck.
Mm-hmm. ERA is ready on the spot. They've got that Wobble Goal up in the air. They are bringing it.
Looks like they're about to do a dump truck. So watch the dump truck.
Here comes the dump truck. Let's go. There it is. 3 rings on, courtesy of RoboCavs Gold. And ERA puts one Wobble Goal out of this field. Can they get a second one?
I want to see something weird. If they try to put it out, I wonder how the points stack over. Yeah. But it looks like they're going to try that double dump instead. Double dumping.
Oh, there we go. All right. So, yeah, you absolutely can put rings on the Wobble Goal and then move the Wobble Goal outside of the field, and all of those count. So all of the rings on the Wobble Goal still count, and the Wobble Goal being outside of the field still count. So, a very respectable score of 61, unofficially, of course. The referees have to make sure that they get the official scores, and here they are up on the screen. 61 points, just like we said, 5 points on Autonomous from that park, 16 points in Teleop, thanks to those high goal and mid goal shots, and 40 points in endgame, 20 for a one Wobble Goal outside of the playing field, and 20 for 4 rings being on that Wobble Goal, 5 per. Now it's interesting that 4 rings on that Wobble Goal is the same as getting the Wobble Goal outside of the field, don't you think?
No, because the fact that personally with RoboCavs Gold, I've seen them get 6 rings on top of one of the wobbles. And so 6 rings, that's actually better than putting it out.
Yep. And yeah, so it's all about how you want to spend that time. You know, haven't seen them try for any power shots yet, either team. So the power shots, those are 15 points, which is equivalent to 3 rings on onto the Wobble Goal. But it certainly makes them unique, and we appreciate that. We love robots that are unique and do things that we've never seen before, or even if they do things that we've seen a billion times before, but in a different way. Because that shows that they're really thinking outside of the box. All right. So we've got 2 more awesome matches out of these teams, RoboCavs Gold and ERA. Cannot wait to see how they look. They're making their way up the rankings, 25th and 26th right now. Something to absolutely be proud of. And we'd like to see continuous improvement. You know, with each match, they're getting a little bit better, either through score or just through the robot's behavior on the field. That's just what we like to see. All right. RoboCavs on the field, getting their cells loaded up. ERA taking a second, making sure that their robot works according to how it should. I really do like the forks on the RoboCavs Gold. I like that they swing out and help make pushing the Wobble Goal just a little bit easier. All right. Whew. sorry that I'm a bit of a loss for words. See, normally during an in-person competition, it's okay if the commentator or the MC stays silent and lets the cheering crowd speak for themselves. Matt, do you have any cheers that your team remembers particularly well? Not necessarily your cheers, but cheers of other teams that you remember.
I remember a lot of teams, especially with the teams that have two names. They used to just do the like 2-syllable cheers, like the first name, last name, or just stuff like that. I've definitely seen the crowd do the chop. I've seen the crowd do the wave. Everybody's seen the crowd do the Macarena and the Cupid Shuffle and all sorts of other dances and cheers.
Absolutely. Yeah, and of course there's the classic Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, and
that end game cheer, that end game cheer of Red Alliance, Blue Alliance when you get into championships.
Oh, it would just be the loudest thing, I swear. You know, like, yeah. I mean, I've never been to any particular rock concert, but I imagine it's nothing like being in a room with literally thousands of nerds chanting for red versus blue, and it's just incredible.
I think one of the funniest is, as loud as my team is, my drive team used to be louder than some people in the stands at times. So you could hear my drive team chanting our numbers off, or our drive team would chant and start the chant for the crowd. Because if we were going, there was plenty of ways to get it going and get everything started, especially with, like we said, not necessarily bringing the band, but bringing the dance majors.
There we go.
Bringing the dance team, bringing the majorettes, bringing in our cheerleaders. We had everyone that would dance for our school, and we had all of our flags for our school at that event. Even
we're glad to hear that you guys are hearing from home. I did read that message. Glad to hear that you're doing your own little cheers. Of course, we are cheering for the Red Alliance here in match number 79. Randomization B for autonomous, and away they go. Or perhaps not.
Whichever alliance wins. I don't have a particular color right now.
Yeah. All right. So we got one wobble goal being placed. A little bit of a collision there. That's a hard thing to deal with because, you know, this is autonomous. The robots don't have the same eyes that you and I do. Ooh, but we might get 2 parking points here. All right. Not a whole lot of shooting from these teams in autonomous, and that's okay. It's shooting's hard to do no matter what, and it's even harder to do in autonomous. So 10 points to start out the match from those parking points. Cannot wait to see how they increase that number. RoboCav's lining up to take a couple shots with their awesome elevator system. All 3 just barely missing. ERA over on the other side of the field looks like they're electing to shoot more towards the mid goal with their elevator system. Love the elevators, by the way.
Now, see, personally, I think I like the ramps over the elevators just because it's less moving parts and it's less chances for things to go wrong. Like, for example, earlier with the conveyor belt, I know that then if something isn't lifting, it's just my conveyor.
Right.
Because my conveyor is taking it directly from the ground up to my feeder.
Yep.
Versus over here, these teams, if something goes wrong, it can be the flipper that pushes it out the hopper. It could be the elevator itself. It could be the intake. There's so many different variables that I like having my simpler variables and being able to say, okay, there's only one issue ever.
Absolutely. And that's a concept that's not often associated with robotics, which is simplicity. You know, we're not always trying to develop the coolest solution or the solution that involves the most math. We're trying to develop the solution that works. Now, the only thing that I have against those ramps that you were talking about is that it kind of makes you, it almost forces you to have a collection on the back and a shooter on the front, whereas I like to have my collection also on the front. So we've got time is counting down here. We've already got 3 rings on one of the wobble goals, trying to get a couple more courtesy of RoboCabs and their fantastic dump truck, but unfortunately time just ran out and they're still in contact. Yeah, that
might actually qualify, or it might count, but I don't know.
That's
Our
a big
referee
question mark
over there checking out all of that right now.
Yeah, that's a huge question mark right there. Of course, Darren Telliot, 2 shots in the high goal, 2 shots in the mid goal, and that was a courtesy of both of these teams working together, which is what we absolutely love to see. Unofficial score of 50 right now, so that's an interesting situation.
Our referee is about to have a ton to talk about.
Oh, absolutely. All right.
As we saw Caitlin getting down, and she's still checking, getting down at those rings, trying to see how it is actually positioned both on the wobble goal and with the actual robot.
Mm-hmm. And here we go with the final scores. 50!
So they got 20 points in the end game, so I believe they counted 4 of the rings.
Yep.
And they may have that the rest of it wasn't supported.
Yeah, that might have been it, but fantastic performance. That's going to make them move up into the rankings even further, 22 and 21. And they, of course, one more match to try to get them up in the rankings even higher. Now, something that I do appreciate about the rankings this year and the way they work is because it's mostly based off of your total accumulation of points. We never see a team going down in the rankings. Personally, I would break my heart to have to tell you guys that after a stellar performance, they went down in the rankings. But luckily, these teams are all just continuing to climb. That's what we love to see.
And speaking of climbing these charts, these teams have one more game to try to make their mark and stick it as high as they possibly can.
So, could this be their last? So this will be their last match together today, but we certainly hope that these teams qualify for the championship next weekend, or perhaps they have already qualified through a different competition. And
we hope all these teams qualify, but in the end, there can only be one true champion.
44, I believe. Yeah. I believe 44 teams are going to be competing this coming weekend for the championship. And we wish them the best of luck, because I'm one of them. And it should be a lot of fun. And if you didn't qualify, that's all right. You still built a robot. And that is just incredible in of itself. Hopefully you learned a thing or two, and you'll be able to come back even stronger next year, when hopefully we'll have things like in-person meetings, in-person competitions, and everything will be more similar to how it used to be.
I know personally, I can't wait to get back to in-person. My job is still very much so in-person. Some of my friends have been talking about they get to work from home, but with my job being very much so frontline in-person, there's definitely a lot of things that have changed, but there's a lot of things that haven't really changed. But some of the things that have changed haven't all been for the best. Like, I miss seeing crowds of people, and I miss getting to know and getting to meet tons of people, and even something as simple as this, being a commentator. Oftentimes we would turn around and speak directly to you all. We would engage the crowd. Our entire purpose is to engage with you all and to bring you all that much closer to the field. Oftentimes we could go to the pit and go speak with some of the teams. So a lot of these little minute details that we aren't able to see or that we aren't able to talk about comes from the fact that we aren't able to go touch the bot with you all. we aren't able to go physically see what materials you're using and all sorts of things like that. So it's great when you guys let us know what it is, and it's great when you guys submit those pictures and videos. Remember, if you have been competing, you should have already submitted your remote play videos. We may show some more of those later.
Yeah. And, it's just crazy looking back at, like, old pictures, or not even that old, pictures from, like, last season, and just thinking about, dang, I really used to go out and, like, see people, like, their whole face, and I used to, like, shake hands with people, and it's just absolutely crazy thinking back, because it's almost been a full year since we had to start this kind of lockdown quarantine process, and just thinking back to the way things used to be, it's just crazy to, like, wow, I used to, like, see people's mouths. And
well, remember, shaking hands and being very up close and friendly with people used to be a very huge thing about first.
Absolutely.
In the championships and in alliance selection, oftentimes people would shake hands. If you won, people jumping up and down, hugging. There was all sorts of things that used to happen that just don't happen anymore.
Yeah. And it's just that's the cards we've been dealt. But of course, first students are super. Well, thank you. Somebody just said that we are insightful commentators in challenging times. Well, we certainly try to be. We're just reminiscing on how things used to be. But I'm sure you guys do plenty of that sitting at home already. So, yeah. But sometimes what's more exciting than what used to be is what is about to be, because there is about to be another match with RoboCavs Gold and ERA, and I cannot wait to see what they do for qualification match number 80 here today.
Well, while we wait to see what they do, let's continue talking about some of these teams and some of the things that we've seen off of these teams. So, ERA, their mechanism, I'm still slightly confused by the power levels of it, and it's another thing that I've been talking about today, is teams, those variable flywheels, those variable powers that you all use on your wheels and such, definitely something that you all need to be checking. We saw earlier today, this morning, a team that's robot only lit up when it was ready to shoot.
Yep.
So their drivers knew exactly when their flywheel was powered because the robot itself would turn bright green.
Yeah.
There's plenty of other ways to make sure that your robot is okay and is in check, but that's definitely one of the ones that I remember being very important for some of our bots that used to have flywheels, was waiting for a specific sound or waiting for a specific sight, and as soon as you see that, going and capitalizing. And what I mean by a specific sound, some teams had almost like a whistle on their robot. So as the flywheel spun up to a certain point, you would hear a certain level whistle.
That's pretty cool.
And so that way they didn't necessarily have to be able to see their bot, but they could hear it. And when they heard that certain, they knew exactly when they were going to hit it.
All right, so we are ready to go. Randomization A. Hopefully these teams can get at least one wobble goal in. All right, ERA has deposited theirs. Or I'm sorry, that was RoboCavs. ERA is on their way with theirs. That's a very good deposit into the scoring zone.
I wonder if they're still in contact with that wobble.
I wonder as well. Yeah, because they have those forks underneath, so hopefully those aren't touching.
She's
Referees
walking
are looking at
around. But it's counting.
Right.
So it not be. They got a park and a wobble.
Very good job by both of these teams. Potentially one of their highest scoring autonomous yet. RoboCavs are on the other side of the field now, lobbing them into the mid goal very well. ERA is now aiming for the high goal using their elevator of theirs. And I think that elevator is multi-purpose. Not only does it bring rings up to the shooter, but I think that's also what they were using to lift up those wobble goals in the end game here. So very consistent shots by the RoboCav Silver into the middle goal. Or I'm sorry, that's the RoboCav's gold. Into the middle goal.
Do have multi-purpose elevators. You are correct. ERA's elevator is for their wobble goal, and RoboCav's elevator is also for that dumping mechanism that we've seen happen.
Very cool.
Now, another thing that we can see is the difference between a single flywheel and the double flywheel. So RoboCav's has those two big wheels on its head, which is a double flywheel, meaning both of those wheels are powered, sending shots flying, barreling out.
So, ERA seems to have a little bit of trouble with their elevator, and I can certainly relate to that. And it's just not quite making contact, but RoboCavs really seem to have found their groove. They're in a really good rhythm here, sending shots into the mid goal. But of course, they're going to stop that for the moment to focus on dumping those rings. All right, ERA.
Well, I want to see how many they can put.
Yeah. All right, ERA.
They got plenty.
Yeah, ERA narrowly making it past their alliance partner. Getting a little caught up on those rings on the side of the field, trying to get rid of that wobble goal. There it is, over the wall, with just enough time left. A fantastic performance by both of these teams, getting over the 100-point line. Looks like 5 rings on that wobble goal. That is incredible. I cannot wait to see what the final score of this match is. A fantastic performance. What a way to end out their 5 matches together.
And once again, these are just the show of how building up your teams and working with teams over 5 matches can very drastically change your scores. These teams started out at around 20 points and finished at 119. These teams also came in with 2 very different styles, even though the bots look very similar.
Yeah.
Once again, this also shows the diversity in the build process between a lot of these teams, because they do share information. A lot of teams get the same plans, look at the same ideas. When one team starts putting out a hopper, then all the teams think about hoppers. If one team was doing a conveyor belt, all the teams consider a conveyor belt. I know personally, team that a lot of people used to watch was like Robot in 3 Days.
Oh yeah.
Because even though you have about 6 weeks to work on your bot, if you see somebody build something in 3 days that can run, drive, shoot, do everything that you need it to do, you're going to look back and say, hey, wait a minute. If it's successful for them, how might I be able to do a little bit of work with that? And we see RoboCavs saying goodbye, waving goodbye to everyone.
Bye, RoboCavs. We loved seeing you guys here. They certainly brought a lot of spirit to the broadcast. Yeah, so now these teams, they were just outside the top 20, and now they're in 17th and 16th place, thanks mostly in part to that really great 5th match of theirs. All right. Oh man, so we are getting close to the end of matches here. We only have about 15 left, so that's going to be 3 cohorts of 2 teams each. Can't wait to see what happens. How the ranks might change, what high scores there are, and we're at the point of the day where maybe you're not quite sure what Niall and I are talking about all the time. Maybe you're not familiar with how many points each goal gets. So, as just a quick little refresher, we'd like to show you guys the game animation for this season, what it's all about, just one more time, just as a little refresher here.
So once again, this is Ultimate Goal. Let's see how to play.
A team consists of up to 2 driver operators, a coach, a human player, and a robot. The robot must be built from materials specified in the game manual and fit within an 18-inch sizing tool, but may expand after the match begins. Each match is played with 4 randomly selected teams, 2 per alliance. Each alliance is allowed only 1 human player. Your opponents for one match may be your partners for another. The game is played on a 12-foot square playing field with a foam tile floor and 1-foot-high walls. 5 unique navigation images are located around the field perimeter. At one end are 2 tower goals, each containing 3 alliance-specific goals with return racks. Between the 2 tower goals are 3 red and 3 blue power shot targets. There are 2 red and 2 blue taped start lines, and 3 red and 3 blue target zone goals. And a white launch line divides the field. Outside of the field walls are the 2 alliance stations and 2 human player stations. The primary game element is a ring, approximately 5 inches in diameter and 3/4 of an inch thick. A match is played with 20 rings. There are 2 red and 2 blue wobble goals. These can have rings scored onto them and can be moved for additional scoring. Before each match, teams place their robots on the field, touching the front wall and over one of their alliance's starting lines. Each robot must be touching or be in possession of a wobble goal. A robot may possess or touch up to 3 rings. After the robots are in position, field personnel will randomize the starter stacks into one of 3 configurations. This determines which target zone goal is active in the autonomous period. 0, 1, or 4 rings correspond to target zone goals A, B, or C, respectively. Unused rings are stored in the human player stations to be deployed to the field at the start of the driver-controlled period. The players and field are ready. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. During this period, there are a number of ways for teams to score using only pre-programmed instructions and sensor inputs. Delivering a wobble goal to the correct target zone earns the Alliance 15 points. A robot parked over the launch line earns 5 points. Each ring launched or placed into the low goal earns 3 points. A ring launched into the mid goal earns 6 points, and launching into the high goal earns 12 points. Robots earn 15 points for each power shot target knocked down. Robots must be completely within the launch zone to launch rings into the mid goal, high goal, or power shot targets. Following the autonomous period is the 2-minute driver-controlled period. During the driver-controlled period, human players are expected to return rings to the playing field, as well as reset power shot targets. Each ring launched or placed into the low goal earns 2 points. A ring launched into the mid goal earns 4 points. However, rings launched into the opposing alliance's goal earn points for their alliance. A ring launched into the high goal earns 6 points. The last 30 seconds of the driver-controlled period is the endgame. During this time, robots may continue scoring rings, but there are also ways to earn bonus points. Each knocked down power shot target earns 15 points. Returning a wobble goal to the start line earns 5 points. Each ring fully supported by the wobble goal earns 5 points. If a robot lifts a wobble goal over the front wall into the drop zone, its alliance earns 20 points. There are many ways to score in Ultimate Goal, but there are also rules that, if not followed, will deduct points from your alliance. For example, a robot may not block another for an extended period. A robot may not possess more than 3 rings at a time. A robot may not launch rings over the side or front perimeter walls. A robot may not intentionally tip another robot at any time. This has been a brief summary of the Ultimate Goal game. For complete rules, please read the entire game manual and check the Q&A forum. For more information on our remote season, including gameplay and field requirements, please make sure to visit our game and season webpage for the full library of remote event documentation. And always remember the most important rule of First Tech Challenge: gracious professionalism. Good luck, teams, and have a great season.
Wonderful view of gracious professionalism. We're going to try changing the game and going for that ultimate goal as we see these next 2 teams, the Bruin Bots and Gear Freaks, approach the field. Both of these teams have put their bots on the field. They've currently been discussing and meeting with our wonderful head referee. And so, how about you tell us a little bit about these next 2 teams that we have?
Well, I'll tell you what I can. So, 13599, the Bruin Bots. They are a family community team from Burke, Virginia, and they started out in 2017. And they are playing today with Team 4991, the Gear Freaks. They're also a neighborhood group, and their rookie year was in 2011. So some very veteran teams here. And as I've just found out, Bruin is actually a name in English for a brown bear. So far today, we have seen lions, tigers, and bears. Oh my.
See, everyone, when I make a wish, it comes true. I need to go gamble. Who wants to take me to Vegas? Teams, I'm ready to go to Vegas if you are. Maybe we should have a championship in Vegas. I know there was something in Vegas at one point. But speaking about Vegas, we rolled and we got 5, giving us configuration B, and that is with 1 ring left on the field. So let's see what these teams are about to be as we go on.
So, we've got Bruin Bots and we've got Gear Freaks. I cannot quite tell which robot is which. I believe I think the one in yellow is Bruin.
We'll see in a couple seconds. I can't fully see the numbers up.
Here we go. So that is the Gear Freaks off to a rapid start. A little bit of a robot on robot contact there. That's gonna trip them up a bit.
So everyone, the Mardi Gras purple and green is the Bruin Bots.
Mardi Gras was actually last week. I forgot to have pancake. Gosh darn it.
What? You didn't do Fat Tuesday?
I didn't do it. Yep. I was busy. You know what I was busy doing on Mardi Gras? I was watching the award ceremony. That's what I was doing.
2.
Well, this week there should be no excuse because this week's award ceremony is hosted on Monday. So remember, folks, tune in tomorrow to watch the award ceremony as we showcase our teams and show you who you will be seeing in that championship.
And speaking of watching, I can't help but get the feeling that I'm being watched because 4991, the Gear Freaks, when they turn around, look at those little googly eyes they got on their robot. That's hilarious.
Hey, hopefully those googly eyes help them see the goal a whole lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody knows that googly eyes improve your aim. So they're putting up several shots into that middle goal, doing a great job of it. Unfortunately, the Bruin Bots don't quite seem to be moving. I hope they're doing all right. Their drivers are taking it.
It might be a Mardi Gras pose, you know? They're just getting ready for the parade. They haven't heard the music yet.
There we go. Yeah, so I see their drivers, taking a look at things, trying to figure out what's up. And don't forget, there was that little bit of a bump in contact in autonomous. So it could be anything from a wire slipping loose to accidentally flipping the power switch. So if you have a power switch that could be easily flipped by another robot, that could end the match for you right there.
I remember one of my power switches was just barely inside of the robot, and we still somehow managed to get powered off because of someone's manipulator arm that got extended.
Yep.
And so when they turned into us, it just barely collided.
So we've got 2 power shots down here in endgame, trying for a third. Ooh, just missed it, and the timer's about to go off. There it is, but a very respectable score, unofficially, of 82 points. So that's 8 mid-goal shots, 2 power shots there in endgame, and a autonomous points as well. So we'll get the full breakdown when we get the final score here. And that was mostly due to the gear freaks. Unfortunately, the Bruin block were unable to move, so hopefully they will get that issue fixed, because I cannot wait to see what these guys look like at their full potential.
And see, what really makes me think that it's almost Mardi Gras themed is they have those purple party hats over there with them as well. Now, we've been talking about teams and their wonderful layouts, their wonderful color coordination and such, and just look at that. Gear Freaks coming out in their jerseys, Bruin Bots coming out with all of their wonderful layouts, and with 82 points, that 20-point autonomous, 32-point driver control, and 30-point end game is going to set teams up perfectly to keep rising through the ranks.
Absolutely.
Now let's hope they get all those Kingston beads out of their Mardi Gras bot so that way it's ready for the next match. And let's hope the Gear Freaks keep it freaky and keep it fun as they go into this next round.
And of course, we hope that the Bruin bots can show their claws as well. Can't wait to see the performance of their robot. Hopefully, it's a quick fix. It's a simple little tweak, and we'll see them on the field again. Because it seems like a really cool robot that they made, and I'd love to see it perform. All right.
Speaking of things that are really cool, isn't it really cool when we get to see all of our alumni and all of our mentors and volunteers?
It absolutely is.
I also think it's really cool how Booz Allen Hamilton sponsors the Alumni Ambassador Program to allow alumni to give back to their teams or to a team of their choice. Not to mention how it's so cool that Northrop Grumman sponsored this stream.
Oh yeah, love those sponsors. Because without them, none of this would be able to happen, and we really appreciate them. And those guys aren't sponsoring us for no reason, They're sponsoring this program because we are their future employees. No, not Niall and I, but the students that we're watching here today get excited about STEM, get excited about engineering documentation.
I'm not going to say no if they offer me a paycheck.
That's true, yeah.
No. Northrop Grumman, Leidos, Qualcomm, Booz Allen Hamilton, anybody else, if you need somebody to come speak for you, I'm here,
There we go. Yeah, Niall's ready. Here, yeah, show your resume to the camera next chance that we get.
That's a little bit much. We stick with hats. We stick with
gear. All right.
I like Gear Freak. Can we get that camera real quick where Gear Freak is all up in the view? Look at all the sponsors that they have out, and look at how detailed their actual uniform is.
Yeah, that's a real sports jersey right there.
Gears, you can see everything that's out on it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Love to see that.
And even with some of these other teams, they may not have had as expensively built or as stylized of a design, but just to see all of those sponsors that all of the teams have and all the different ways that they're represented, because different teams actually do boast different sponsors. I know in DC, one of our biggest sponsors is Google, and so a lot of the DC teams have a lot of Google paraphernalia and a lot of different Google memorabilia. And then some of the other teams that I've seen get sponsored by, we've seen Papa John's as a sponsor, we've seen gas companies, we've seen even other school districts be sponsors. We've seen some of these organizations have different churches and religious organizations as a sponsor. There are so many ways to be sponsored with these teams, and there are so many different organizations that love to support. So even if you feel that you may not be able to afford a team of your own, you can always try to reach out to your community and get community sponsorships. And FTC is a very affordable league to get into. We speak about it all the time. The league that I came from, FRC, yes, we spend a lot of money. We spend about $10,000 every year. And that may be out of a lot of people's budgets. But being on an FTC team they mostly talk about spending $2,000. And some teams even spend less.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and that's the goal of FIRST, is that we want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to get excited about technology. You know, we don't want there to be a paywall, if you will, to get into STEM education. You know, we want this to be available all over the world, because FIRST is a international organization. And we really hope to compete with teams at the World Championship later this summer, if we can. The plans for the World Championship are still kind of up in the air at this
Speaking
moment.
of things up in the air, robots are about to put those rings up in the air as we go into configuration B.
All right, here's the countdown and the start. Again, Gear Freaks very fast off the line, lining up into position. I think they're going to try to go for those power shots. Unfortunately, they missed a few of them.
They got one.
They hit one. Might have hit a red one too, but the important thing is that they hit one.
I see one red one and I see one blue one.
There we go. All right. Not bad at all. A great way to start off.
Red and the right on blue.
Yeah, and they also got that parking point.
Unfortunately, I haven't seen the Bruin bot spring back to life yet. Maybe that bear is still in hibernation. We'll see when the clock starts over again.
All right, so we're into teleop, but I'm seeing neither robots move. Oh, there we go. Gear Freaks are up and back to life. Bruin bots are furiously troubleshooting over on their half. Cannot wait to see the performance of their robot, and we completely get it. Sometimes things just don't quite work out. So we wish you guys the best of luck.
As we said earlier, I'm gonna say, as I said earlier, sometimes nothing works and no one knows why.
Hey!
But now the bear has woken up from its slumber.
All right.
As it ripped straight across the field. And now that wobble goal is eligible so long as it stays on that side of the line.
That's right. It doesn't need to be moved there in autonomous. It just needs to be in that zone by the time it reaches endgame. Bruins are taking a shot. Unfortunately, it's going to go into the middle goal. Hopefully, they can make the necessary adjustments to hitting the high goal, because the high goal is what everybody's aiming for during teleop. So Gear Freaks have sent a couple into the mid goal over on the far side of the field, and looks like Bruins are taking their turn, getting positioned. The clock's counting down. It's getting to be about end of game time. Lobbing a couple shots.
Last few seconds, see what these two teams line up to do. They might go for some more power shots, but I definitely see that bear sticking out its claw as it takes off and goes for that wobble goal.
That's right. It's going to take some expert precision to line up with that wobble goal. And the issue is right now, in these final seconds, is that the Bruin bots kind of were right in front of their alliance.
They backed up for that last power shot, though. They backed up out the partner to get that power shot.
Yes, maybe they had some communication going on across the field. You know, they said, hey, we're trying to take a power shot. And then that let them back out of the way. So communication is absolutely a key point of working with an alliance. So you're no longer in your own garage practicing on your own field. You've got that alliance partner there, and you got to work with them rather than working against them. And here we go with our final score.
47. But teams, remember, even if you aren't used to working with an alliance partner, even if you are used to having a field to yourself, there are many other things that you can do. I've seen teams put up milk crates and milk cartons as makeshift robots that are in the way. I've seen teams put up wobble goals and throw them around randomly just to say, hey, look, let's get to it. Let's pick it up. How does it work? If I need to manipulate it, let's stack 4 rings diagonally in a corner somewhere because it might get lost. What are all these different random layouts that can occur and all these random variables that can happen that allows me to then benefit and capitalize? And so I talk about when my teams used to drive, I would either drive around in our school's lots and we would put random things out in the lot for us to drive over, or even just being in the gym and we would have stuff like after gym class, letting them leave all the balls and such where they lie and seeing how long it took for our robot to identify track, get to a ball, identify track, get to the next ball, identify track, avoid this, get to that. If we were dealing with a ball of a certain size, hey, how long does it take you to pick apart what's a first ball versus what's a regular ball? Get to that first ball, pick it up, do what you need to do with it.
All right. So we certainly can't wait to see. So that was their second match. Already a fine improvement over their first match. Got to see the moments there come to life. Hopefully they can continue to improve as we move on to qualification match number 83. They seem to be making a few tweaks, not working on the robots all that much, just making sure that they're all polished up and ready to go, just waiting on that field to be reset. But we absolutely encourage teams to make use of this downtime. You know, talk to your partner, talk to your drivers, figure out what works, what didn't work, and what you want this next match to look like. All right. So we got Gear Freaks taking
one thing that we see over there is them moving their bot into position over on that side.
And here we go. Yeah, so fantastic jerseys, of course, as we said by the Gear Freaks. Can't wait to see more of their little googly eyes on the front of their robot. That is just absolutely fantastic.
I'm trying to remember, what was some of the other teams that had googly eyes on it? Didn't Caitlin say her team had googly eyes on hats as well?
Can't quite remember. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, it's such an easy spirit item to add. And
it just gives that much more personality.
No, yeah, they could go on just about anything, and they make it that much funnier.
And to go along with what the Twitch chat is saying, yes, it's loud, but it's not impossible. I've definitely dealt with loud air conditionings. I know all of us have dealt with loud arenas filled with screaming fans, and I would rather deal with white noise than confusing noise. Because when you have a bunch of fans yelling at you, they yell a bunch of different commands all at once.
Yeah.
And so if you're looking for a specific command or a specific call out, white noise isn't going to trick you into hearing a call out. People yelling in the stands just might be able to trick you into hearing a different call out, making you do something that would otherwise alter your plans for the game.
That's right. And that's why it's so critical for the drivers to remember how to filter out all that noise, because when we're in in-person competitions, parents will be cheering for their students, coaches, and don't forget, there's 3 other teams with you on the field with their parents and their coaches telling them to do stuff. So it's so confusing. But as a driver, you need to remember the only voice that really matters to you is the person standing next to you, most often. So Bruin bots, a fantastic autonomous period. Love to see them moving like they are. Unfortunately, that wobble goal is not going to count. Taking a couple shots, none quite connecting where they wanted it to. But they will get that parking bonus. We'll see if the gear freaks come to life in the last few seconds of autonomous here.
It also seems like they got a midpoint somewhere.
So yeah, so they got mid goal for the opposing team, which is unfortunate. But hey, that's what happens. That's why First designed this game to have that mid goal count towards your opponent rather than you. A little bit of
that is one thing that's very different from a lot of years. A lot of years, when you score on your goal, that whole side was yours.
Yep.
This year, with them alternating the sides, what that definitely does is that slight error, that slight misstep, instead of either hitting a flat barricade and bouncing back, it's no, oh, you missed, that goes to your opponent.
Exactly. And
so really be careful as you dial in your shots.
Yeah. And this year in particular, it's kind of different, because here we are in First Chesapeake, where luckily we get to play with robots on the field, but we don't have opponents. We just have alliance partners. And whereas in remote matches, those who are recording and sending videos from home, they don't even have the other half of the field. They only have their half of the field. And if I remember correctly, feel free backstage to correct me on this, all three of those goals count towards your alliance. So if you make a mistake and shoot in the middle goal, it still counts towards your team, just not as much as, say, a high goal. So that's just the circumstance.
Power shots down in these last 30 seconds. Let's see what else they can shoot at. And the sleeping bear has sprung back to life in these last about 10 seconds of the match. They're going for that third power shot, but they did not make it. Do they have enough time to take another shot? And unfortunately, time has expired.
That's all right. Still a much better performance than their last match, because that's what we like to see, is continuous improvement. All right.
Another comment to teams. Because of the natural lighting that comes into the field, all fields, no matter where you go, depending on what venue you are in, whether it's natural lighting, fluorescent lighting, LED lighting, it will probably be different to what you used to at home. So yes, sometimes you do have to recalibrate your vision sensors. Yes, sometimes you do have to work on whatever viewing platform you typically use, and that sometimes can affect your bots, especially during that autonomous period if you're looking to view a specific item.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is a problem that dates back to even FLL. So I remember as soon as we got to the competition site, we would rush over to the competition field and put our robots on those fields and calibrate our light sensors. And also, in FLL, there's an ultrasonic sensor, which sends out a ping of ultrasonic sound, waits for the response, and that can measure distances. But the problem with that is there was another table right next to yours when competing, and if they also had an ultrasonic sensor, then they could ping off of each other and just confuse your bots in all sorts of ways. So competitions are always quite different from how you practice. I mean, for one reason or another.
So once again, teams, we definitely encourage everyone uses that full 5-minute prep time in between each event, whether it be for those teams that have vision sensors to go recalibrate, whether it be for those teams that have driven on different surfaces and aren't necessarily used to foam tiles over a concrete floor. I know some teams are used to foam over wood, or some teams are used to foam over carpet or foam over foam. Some people have even had to put their robots outside on foam over asphalt or foam over grass.
Yep.
All of those many different variables can change how your robot will perform and how your robot will accept the field that it's on. And so, once again, depending on which light system that you all are used to working with at your home fields, some people have big overhead fluorescence. Some people have fluorescence on the side. Some people have LEDs around the entire ring of the board. There are so many different ways that are able to change lighting.
Absolutely. But we still appreciate you guys being out here, giving it your best, even if the circumstances are not quite ideal. But you know, that is the thing, you know, about robotics, is that the goal is to teach you guys to build robots that don't just work in a particular set of circumstances, but hopefully as many circumstances as possible. Just like, you know, on Mars, you know, if we built a rover that only works on Earth, we would never have made it to Mars. And I say we made it, but of course I'm talking about the rovers. Human has yet to set foot on Mars as far as we know.
We are trying, though.
Oh yeah, it's on the to-do list. I was thinking about swinging by there this afternoon if I could.
Oh, you should have already been on the rocket about 6 months ago if that was the case.
I got time. They'll wait for me. All right. Yeah, so talking about delay, you know, we're watching this stream on a slight delay, and then it's being delayed to you guys by a few seconds. Whereas the drivers, they are driving their robots in person. They have instant feedback. You got to think about talking about the Mars rover. When that landed on Mars, it took about 12 minutes before anybody could get confirmation that it actually made it to the surface. So I could not imagine what it must have felt like in those 12 minutes. But I do know what it feels like in these 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We are off to a wonderful start on Autonomous. Unfortunately, scoring a little bit more for the Red Alliance, but there was one power shot taken down for the Blue, and I think there's one park point coming in that should be as well. Maybe the referee will correct it later.
Now, speaking about auto and speaking about delays, teams, definitely make sure that if you have any latency issues that you check that out and that your drivers are aware of it. I definitely remember times where my robot may have been slightly delayed and had a slight lag time, and we had to learn how to compensate for that because there was a different response time between the driver and between our shooter. And so our shooter learned that he had to hit the button about a quarter of a second before he actually wanted it to shoot. And so our driver ended up having to spend some times where they would start sitting still in certain spots just to allow our shooter to shoot, or our driver and our shooter would work together where if our shooter said firing, our driver then stopped and locked in whatever position they needed to because they knew the exact angle that shooter was about to take.
Wow. All right, so we've got a fantastic match so far. So working off of those points in Autonomous, we've now made 8 shots into the mid goal, and I feel really bad for the Bruin bots because that robot is, once again, as soon as I start talking about it, they start moving.
That robot hibernates and it seems to come to life. I think that robot might just have a very long auto. Maybe it just has a minute and a half where it sits still. Because it comes to life that long.
Yeah. But hey, we're glad to see them. Looks like they're also aiming at the mid goal. And now the Gear Freaks are over on the other side aiming for those power shots. Hit one. Can they get another one? Just barely missing it.
Down.
Yeah.
I think I see 2 down.
Yeah. Oh, maybe. Yeah. It's so hard for my perspective. The referees see 2 down. That's what matters. Time just expires on these teams. So glad to see Bruin bots moving, even if it's occasionally. I believe they made a mid goal while they were up and moving about. Power shots, fantastic. Love them. Love to see them. Love it when teams aim for them and hit them. All right.
I love seeing these teams that can hit 2 for 1.
Oh yeah.
Now, the one shot I've yet to see is a 3 for 1. I want to see somebody come from the far opposite side and just try to clear all 3.
Yeah, it's no easy task, but it's not impossible. But it's one of those things where it's hard to plan for, you know? If it happens, awesome. And speaking of awesome, here's the final score. 81 points, 15 in autonomous, 36 in driver control, and 30 in end game. So a fantastic performance from the Gear Freaks and the Bruin Bots. I cannot wait to see their next match. Unfortunately, that will be their last match, but I really, really, really hope that this is the match where everything works just right for them. Both robots working well together, taking shots towards either the mid, high, or power shots. So really looking forward to this next match here for the Bruin Bots and the Gear Freaks.
Speaking about things to look forward to, I'm really looking forward to next week. But before we can get to next week, we have to get through with tomorrow. And what makes tomorrow so special is that tomorrow we're going to be having our final reveal from the judges panel. This will be the final chance for our teams to make their way into our championship, our regional championship. So teams, make sure to tune in tomorrow. It is a very, very short meeting. It's normally only about 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's they get through them fairly fast, but of course, they give all the due respect to the award winners.
So if you have 30 minutes to spare tomorrow, please tune in. I believe it's at about 6 o'clock.
That's when they try it.
You can always correct me if I'm wrong, but 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Tune in, and especially if your team has competed in the past few days, you should definitely already be there just to see what's going on with your teams. Stay for the entire thing, because you never know. Just because you didn't win the first or second award, there are so many awards and so many words of encouragement that they like to give out to all of our many different teams. So stick around for the entire thing.
Yep. And it's just absolutely fantastic. I mean, you never really know what to expect in the award ceremonies. And something that I really do miss is the ability, as a coach and as a former student, being in person at competitions was always great, because when teams had their pits, you could clearly see, all right, this team has a lot of stuff on display about their outreach. So let me go ask them about their outreach, and then I'll talk with them and get to learn more about what they did and why. And I'm like, okay, well, these guys are clearly a contender for the Connect Award. I certainly hope that they get it. Whereas now, all you see is this fantastic stream. You can't quite learn about other teams the way you used to. So it's really anybody's guess, as to how well you did in terms of outreach, spirit, and cool design mechanisms.
And speaking about things that we see, we're about to say, hey, as they go into configuration A, and they're about to get underway, watching our head referee count them in, and this autonomous period is on.
All right. A nice slow
waking up for their hibernation.
Dropping that wobble goal.
And they're parked. Oh, wait.
Oh.
Wait.
The drivers. Yep, they shot the drivers.
You shot yourself. Please, teams, do not shoot yourselves. Do not shoot other teams. Do not shoot the referee. And don't shoot the cameras either.
Yeah, especially the cameras.
I mean, I would say you don't shoot the referee. I don't think Caitlin would enjoy being shot at. I think she enjoys watching the action, not being in it.
Yep. This is a robotics field, not a war zone.
It feels like a war zone during those 2.5 minutes, though.
So Gear Freaks must have tweaked something on the robot, because I just saw them hit 3 high goal shots in the row from that back wall, which is incredible. They're shooting over their alliance partner right now, lining up to do another. I'm thinking that they're helped by those googly eyes. Another couple of 3 shots in a row from the Gear Freaks. That is incredible. So I wonder what they tweaked. I wonder what they tightened or loosened or greased or unclogged, because they are doing really well.
Like I said, it's those flywheels that teams are using, and that's one thing that I miss is some of those different teams and the different functions that they have.
All right. Unfortunately, Bruin bots have fallen back into their hibernation that they do so regularly. It's unfortunate, it's confusing, but it's still a really cool robot, and I can only imagine what it would look like at its full potential, going for the whole 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So still, Gear Freaks were doing a great job of shooting. I think they're going to change their focus to the power shots now. Hitting 1, hitting 2, or maybe just 1. I can't see, it's so hard. All right.
And remember, teams, if it's hard for you to see it, it's hard for us to see it. We can barely see things.
Oh, yeah. All right, but yeah, luckily they have the head ref on site who can confirm things. Unfortunately, that was only 1 power shot. I think some got knocked back, unfortunately. So, what a way to close out those 5 matches. Certainly did a great job, both the Gear Freaks and the Bruin bots. Both teams should be proud of their performance today. The fact that they were able to make it here and do what they did. Here comes the final scores. 56 points, 5 in autonomous, 36 in driver controlled, and 15 in end game. And that's going to actually bump them up to the slots 13 and 12. So very good, up in that top 20, top 15 even. So they should be very proud of themselves. Look at that hat sparkle. Let's see that hat sparkle on the.
I think it's actually LED lights.
Oh yeah. So
I think it's actually a powered hat.
Yeah. Okay.
And thinking of things that are powered, look at how they power down that bot and pack it away into their little crate. Yeah, once again, teams, your bot is your baby. Please take care of it. Way this field is Caitlin's baby right now, and she and her field tech are about to take care of it. They're about to sanitize, decontaminate, and make sure that everything is set and ready for the next round of teams to come out.
And it's funny they talk about, the robots being your baby. I remember when I was in FLL, whenever we carried the robot to or from the competition table, we would have one person carry it, and they would be standing in the middle of all of us. So we would form a Secret Service triangle around the person carrying our robot, just to make absolute certain that nobody bumped into us and made us drop it. And it was just the scariest thing. But you know what is scary?
Speaking about things getting bumped into and dropped around, let's bump into some of our sponsors, as we have Northrop Grumman, our stream sponsor, Qualcomm, the Ultimate Goals sponsor, and even our sponsors such as Leidos for the Women of STEM scholarships and Booz Allen Hamilton for the Alumni Ambassador scholarships. There are so many wonderful sponsors and so many wonderful people that we love to highlight and we love to see all the time. So a big thank you to all of our sponsors, and let's just see some of the things that they would like to tell us.
Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere,
Somewhere past the edge of convention.
Beyond the boundaries of tomorrow.
Lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not. Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be. Ready?
To leave the boundaries of what's known.
To define possible.
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 One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program, not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and Creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
And as that last wonderful sponsor reel by Qualcomm said, everything is possible. We hope everyone will be a force for change and will be a game changer over here with us. And it is our ultimate goal that here in First, you all join us and come do your best. We love all of that gracious professionalism. We love seeing your teams, and we love seeing what your teams can do. And speaking of two teams that we would love to see what they can do next, we have Fairy Tale of 15308 and the Cybirds of 3583. Would you like to tell us a little bit about these two teams?
Absolutely. So Team 15308 Fairy Tale is from the Academy of Excellence around Clarksburg, Maryland, and their rookie year was in 2018. A challenge by the name of Rover Ruckus, if I remember correctly. And then joining them today is 3583 Cyber, as you said, and they are part of the Powerhawk Collective, Powerhawks Robotics Club of South River Senior High School, and they are located in Edgewater, Maryland, and their rookie year was a lot closer to my rookie year of 2009.
And
I think that might have been a block party.
Speaking about people and their collectives and their partnerships, I believe the Academy of Excellence has a few different teams because they have the Fairy Tale, the Legends, and I believe they might have one more team. So yeah, a lot of these teams, when you see them in FTC, if they're a part of a collective, if it's a school-based team, some of these schools will opt to purchase 2 or 3 or even 4 teams at one time, just to not only give these teams a great diversity as far as what they can do, but also to sometimes just host their own private events. I know some of the DC teams, some of the DC schools have 2 to 4 teams, and so with that, they'll do pep rallies or they'll do little events or they'll make it a part of one of their class assignments, and so each of the classes spends a year working on the robot.
Oh yeah.
I believe one school, their freshman and sophomore team, well, their freshman team is a guaranteed FTC team, and then your sophomore year, they either keep you in FTC or you get recruited up to the FRC team, and then everybody by junior year and then into senior year is on the FRC team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's interesting that you mentioned the structure, because FTC is, of course, not just for high schoolers. It is, in fact, for 7th to 12th graders, and occasionally you see a 6th grader mixed in there. But yeah, so you could have a very young team competing against a team of all seniors. It's entirely possible. But what I really do appreciate is it being incorporated into the curriculum, because robotics is such a great way to have a practical application for knowledge, right? It lets you use the writing skills that you learned in English to document what you've done. It lets you use the scientific method and measurements that you've learned in science, and you got to do a heck of a lot of calculations using math. And it is just fantastic to see students be able to do this. And as Dr. Woody Flowers once said, what you do in school, that's training. That's training you how to use these equations. That's training you how to think critically about problems. But what you do in robotics, that's education. That's giving you the experience that you need, and that's helping you learn from your mistakes and building up off of them, and being able to compete with one another. What we really like is the competition aspect, because it's a motivator to always do better, to always to always try to improve yourself to try to get that trophy, but we still try to lift others up at the same time.
Speaking of lifting things up, I do miss lifting up those banners and lifting up that bot in victory. How much lifting they do with randomization A, however, and that is with 0 rings left on the field.
All right. Yeah, and what's interesting is that 2 years ago, that's when FTC actually introduced the idea of weight limits. You used to only have a 42-pound robot, and that carried over to the next year as well, but they discontinued it this year just because there's no need for a weight limit, and they weren't planning on checking your weight limit. So here we go, 15,308. They are off, edging up against that line, sliding over. Looks like they're trying to get some high goal shots. 1, 2, 3 high goal shots in a row. Then doing a big 270. Looks like there's a little bit of a collision.
Once again, team, those collisions we have seen can be very detrimental to these bots.
All right. Yeah, so unfortunately, no parking points, but still a very respectable score of 36 as we start our teleop period here. Cannot wait to see what these teams do. What a nice big claw there.
I do love that big claw. It is a huge claw bot.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I wonder what those upper fin things are that we see sticking backwards. I wonder if they serve any purpose of any kind.
That could be their team number, or they could be.
I mean, it has their team number on it, but I'm talking about whether it serves any strategic benefit.
Good question. Yeah, it could be kind of like a spoiler or like fins on a car. Help with that.
I don't think the drag coefficient is too large on some of these bots.
I know. I'm just messing around.
All right. But it does look like that bot is playing fetch over here, though. But with team 15,308 fairy tail using that tail to launch way up into that high goal.
Absolutely. They're doing a great job. A low goal has been placed by the Cybirds. Great job. Making sure to get full use out of that versatile claw of theirs. And
that's one thing that a lot of teams don't seem to be doing, is doing much work with their claws. A lot of their manipulators are purely for that wobble goal. Mm-hmm. And as we can see, it's both teams locking onto their wobble goals with these last 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Being ready to take up and take off with these goals. Unfortunately, her drop. But
they got plenty of time to cover this.
Power shots.
Can they do
one? And they get a second, getting 2. And with
Cybirds trying to recover that wobble goal.
Can they get it out? Get rid of it! Get rid of it!
Oh, that's gonna be a tough call right there.
Let's see what the refs have to say about that one. Yeah. Once again, I know Caitlin loves being up there and getting all of her last-minute decisions.
I certainly hope so. Yeah, and it's what a match. My goodness. 7 shots in the high goal, 3 shots in the low goal. Definitely 1 wobble goal is out of here. Here we go with the final score. Looks like they're going to give them that second wobble goal. Congratulations. So that's 36
with 154 points, a 36-point autonomous, a 48-point driver control, and a 70-point endgame. They have plenty of space to move up, but that 150-point benchmark, we have said it once and we will say it again. That is definitely a point that you need to hit to remain competitive. Even if you're not trying to win in points, and with all the other ways to win and all the other things that you can do, that 150 points is definitely a wonderful mark. Even if you're just trying to impress another team or impress the judges. That 150 points can be very crucial.
All right. So that was an incredible first match for Fairy Tail and the Cybirds, and you could tell they had a plan. You know, they were doing a good job of staying out of each other's way, not bumping into each other too much. Cybirds did a great job staying at the front end of the field, focusing on getting rings into the low goal, and then later focusing on that wobble goal. Unfortunately, they had a little bit of trouble, but they were able to recover. And meanwhile, Fairy Tail was doing a great job of getting those rings up into the high goal. Strong score indeed.
Now, teams, if you're here, let us know. If you'd like us to know something special about your teams, also let us know. Personally, I love how this team is out here rocking their capes, showing off that team spirit. Unfortunately, I watched a little too much Incredibles, so I was always turned away from capes, seeing Edna talk about how bad capes were for the superheroes. But hey, if capes help you out, then rock that cape. Let that cape fly.
Absolutely. So, we just love to see any sort of showing of spirit that we can, because it is just the best. Anything outside of just the typical jersey is awesome, but not to discount jerseys. Jerseys go a long way, especially if you got, you know, sponsors on the back or anything like that. The Gear Freaks earlier, they had really cool jerseys with gears all over them. So be sure to check them out if you can. I don't know if they have a Facebook or a Twitter or anything, but that was the Gear Freaks. And team number.
Definitely another thing, so teams, even if you don't think that you can afford to make your own jerseys and to get your own jerseys, one of my years, we did something as simple as buying a bunch of the same color t-shirt and then getting those iron-on patches from the dollar store.
Oh, yeah.
Getting those fabric pens and fabric markers. And that was for a different competition. It wasn't specifically for the robotics competition. But with that competition, they loved our jerseys and our uniforms because of the fact that each one had its own little personal touch to it. So each of us put our names on it, but we also put our group's nicknames. We put our little tiny touch and our little tiny piece on it. Our group name was a really weird pun that I hardly remember, and I hardly remember the full definition for why it was there.
That's all right.
But we had plenty of different fun and plenty of different things that you can do. And so I remember personally myself, I had a completely iron-on shirt. I didn't actually use the fabric markers. And so everything from the words that I put, the numbers that were all over it, were ironed on. One of my other teammates, she used only one iron-on. Only thing she ironed on was this short little tag with a few numbers on it. Everything else was all with her and her fabric markers and the fabric pens and all the different things that she was able to do in design. And speaking about designs, let's see what designs these teams can do with layout B.
All right. So yeah, hopefully there's no sort of collision this time. I know that tripped them up a little bit, but still a very strong autonomous performance. Cannot wait to see how these teams look. Here comes the countdown, and away go the bots. So that's going to be Fairy Tail getting right up next to that line, sliding into position, and taking a couple of shots. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 2 into the high goal in autonomous. Now they're trying to put that wobble goal into zone B. Didn't look like it quite got out of the robot.
I don't think the robot's moving much anymore. I think the robots are parked.
Yeah. And then Cybirds have elected to stay along that back wall during the autonomous period. And that's all right. We've talked about it. It's a strategic decision.
2, 1. Now, I can't tell what that little white piece is laying out of the bot. I think that might be a light, just so that way they can see what's going on. I think that might be some sort of sensing equipment. As we've talked about with many of these things having multiple different sensors.
Yeah, so you can actually use a sensor to detect that white line, and that might be what Fairy Tale was doing, is that they were inching closer to that line until they saw it with the sensor during Autonomous. So Fairy Tale is doing a great job of putting rings into that high goal. Cybird's doing a great job of putting rings into that low goal, using that versatile claw of theirs. Fairy Tale going all over the place to try to get some rings. Lining up a great score of 61 points with about a minute left in this match. 79 as soon as I say that. And yeah,
you know
can
the
really
score's
see
gonna go up every time you talk.
Every time I say it, and that's what I like to see. I like to see that number consistently going up. And you can see Cybirds has chosen their corner of the field that they would like to stay in, that they are comfortable in, and they are doing a great job. Now Fairy Tale is butting in to that corner to get a ring. Cybirds, they've got their claw ready to go. They are ready to get a wobble goal. It looked like they were offering to help out with Fairy Tale, but Fairy Tale said, "Nah, I got this." All right, here we go.
And now watching them line back up, let's see these power shots try to go through. How many will we get?
1 shot, 2 shot, both misses, unfortunately. Oh, I saw a little jump.
Nice. Remember, just because you touch it doesn't mean it counts. It must rest in the back position. That also goes to say that if you shoot at one of those power shots and then your second shot bumps it back up, it is once again not counted. It must permanently rest in the back position when the buzzer sounds.
Final score of 139, a very respectable score. 29 points in Autonomous, 70 in Driver Control, 40 in in-game. And these teams worked really well together. This Fairy Tale getting the first wobble goal, Cybirds getting the second, and making sure that they were not interfering with each other, and just really doing a great job. Can't wait to see what they do in the next 3 matches. All right. Caitlin doing a fantastic job resetting that field over there.
Oh, and expertly, as she always does.
Yeah, and these referees are doing, these head referees especially, they're doing so much more than they normally do, because they are the field resetters, sometimes the field disinfectors. They're the ones letting the teams into the venue. They just do so much. And
Caitlin over there trying to get her little soccer practice in right now. Look at that.
Yeah, she's trying to kick a ring up into her hands. She succeeds. There we go. Trying to get another one. Can she do it?
A little
trying
bit.
To her, don't want to. Now she decided to go ahead and just bend down and pick it up.
She probably got word of it through one of the other chats, one of the other channels.
Oh crap! The commentators see you. Oh no. Yeah. So, we like making fun of her. Hopefully she doesn't mind making fun of us. We're open to it. Because of course she is an alumni, so she knows what it's like. And something that we always joke about at least in my shop, is that any time that we fail to throw something in the trash can from 10 feet away, or drop something that we're carrying, we always joke like, this is why we're in robotics, because we can't do sports. But of course, Niall, I'm pretty sure that that's just not the truth.
Oh, of course. But then also, in my shop, a lot of us played sports.
Yep.
So one of the things that we said is, man, maybe you need to stop working on that robot and go back to practice, because your shot's off.
There we go. All right. Yeah, I mean, personally, I came from a high school where our marching band did better than the football team. Gosh, they were just bad. We did not win any games.
Yeah,
and of course, the robotics.
My school was really good at bringing home trophies and awards and medals. But then again, my school had been at it for a very long time, being the first high school built for African Americans in the entire nation,
which is
established
fantastic.
all the way back in 1870.
Man, awesome. Yeah, so my robotics team was going to the world championship like back to back years, whereas my my high school football team wasn't even winning homecoming games, which are typically supposed to be the one guaranteed win a year. So, yeah.
I remember my school had a bunch of different my school had a bunch of different games and events, and we used to host a bunch of sports tournaments throughout the year. So there was the winter basketball tournament, there was the preseason football tournaments. We used to have the Battle for Capitol Hill, and a bunch of other things that we used to go through. But talking about these battles and these wars, Fairy Tail and Cyber is putting up a very wonderful fight so far.
Oh yeah. I can tell that we have some fans in the chat, at least for Cybirds. I don't know if we have any Fairy Tail fans. No, I think we have Fairy Tail.
Fairy Tail in there too. Don't count them out.
All right.
They're out reading their stories, okay? They have to go make sure they got that fairy tale ending.
Yeah, and I know some robots in particular. They install this particular sensor, this magical sensor. It's invisible. It doesn't weigh anything, but it directly ties to the voltage of the battery. So, the louder that the audience cheers, the better the robot performs. And look at this performance of 143 points. So it looks like.
See, one question that I.
Okay. So the reason that you're seeing this again is because they actually added 2 more low goals. So sometimes we can't always see the low goals, but glad that we got to go back.
All the different referees and viewers that we have watching these things, it definitely helps. Now, one thing that I will say though is I'm trying to figure out with Cybirds what their play on words is, whether it's a play on the term cyborg or whether it's a play on the term cyber. And then they were saying, oh no, cyber, let's make cybird, or cyborg. Oh no, not cyborg, cybird.
Oh, I see. So I'm just getting word that we actually have fans outside the venue waving signs. Oh, that's awesome. I can't quite see them from any of our cameras, but
I think they might just be outside on the Zoom call.
Maybe. Hard to say. Yeah, so if you could give us...
Configuration A is about to get us underway. These teams getting ready to go. And remember, teams, we always want you all to stay safe, and we want you all to stay socially distanced. We try to make sure that our features are 100% sanitized and clean, and that also comes from you guys at home. Make sure to stay clean, make sure to stay safe, make sure that just as you guys do robot safety, we practice human safety.
All right, and away we go with match number 88. Fairy Tail is getting right up next to that line. It really looks like they're using that sensor to detect the line. Firing 1, 2.
I really think that's a light sensor, because that's what it looks like. It looks like it's a light sensor.
Yeah, okay, so they got all 3 shots into the high goal. Unfortunately, there's no way that wobble goal is all the way in that square, but still very, very close, and a very good score of 41 points in this autonomous period. Again, Cybirds electing not to run an autonomous program, which is A-okay. We understand. Sometimes it's just a strategy call, and it doesn't mean that you guys didn't work hard on it, and because we know you did. All right. So Fairy Tail has elected to carry their wobble goal on them, and so that way they don't have to worry about when the clock hits 30 seconds left. They don't have to
Now, we've seen this as a strategy, but it can also be to the detriment of a team because remember, teams, you must still pass that white line with the wobble goal before that 30-second margin. So they still need to come back across the line and make sure that they are in the other side before the 30-second mark.
Mm-hmm. All right. So they're doing a good job. Again, Cybirds staying in one corner of the field, focusing primarily on that low goal. Meanwhile, Fairy Tale shoots over their partners and gets into that high goal. All right, so now the clock is getting closer and closer to 30. So just like Niall said, you got to make sure you're on the correct side of the line. And hopefully Fairy Tale remembers that. And it's good. Both wobble goals are eligible to be scored. A little bit of a bump, kind of dazed and confused the Cybirds, so they're having to reposition that wobble goal. Hopefully they can get it up and out of here, but they got plenty of time left to do so. Just a nice, gentle drop.
One power shot.
One power shot. Two power shots.
Two power shots.
Ooh, just barely missed.
Oh!
Can they get it?
You got a few seconds left. Get back. Get back. Shoot!
That was so close.
Fortunately, not able to get that final shot off, but with two power shots down and two wobble goals out, we will see how our referees score and rank this match.
Oh, fantastic. Here we go with the final scores. All right,
155. There was a 41-point auto, a 44-point driver control, and a 70-point end game.
And just like that, they're in the top 15 when they still have 2 matches to go. So that's just a very well-rounded point distribution there. A lot of points in endgame, and that's because those 2 teams are working together so well.
We've been talking about it all day. You must dance with your partner. Please do not step on each other's toes. Well, roll on each other's bits, but still.
Yep. So yeah, so in Autonomous, it's Fairy Tale running their autonomous program while Cybird steps back. That's okay. That's a strategy. In Teleop, the Cybirds has their corner of the field, and Fairy Tale has their section. And in Endgame, that's when they really work together the best, because they know which wobble goal they want, they know where to be, they know how not to get in each other's way, and they do a great job of that, which is why we see such a high score in Autonomous. Or Endgame, darn it. All right. But still, all very respectable scores across all 3. Okay, cannot wait for this next match. Of course, they have 2 more together as an alliance. Hopefully we get to see these teams at our championship. We'll see if they have qualified already or will qualify from this competition. Because remember, it's not all about the performance on the field. It's about the performance in the judges' room as well. And of course, the performance in the months leading up to competition. How did you spend it? Did you spend it documenting your process? Did you spend it doing outreaches in the community? Did you spend it learning from STEM professionals? And just all sorts of great things. All right.
And remember, teams, keep all of your documentation. Even the smallest things matter. I remember when I was competing, we used to go and do FTC mentoring. And so we used to document all of that. And then one day we got invited back to be FTC judges. FLO mentoring. And we got invited back to be FLO judges. And so we had to go back and we had to make sure that we had all of our documentation. And even though it was just me and my co-captain that were judges during that FLO season, that still helped out our team that much more when it came back to submitting in portfolios and having all of our documentation and being able to say all of the many things that our team has done.
All right, so we are looking forward to this. We are now on the red side of the field as they are getting set up. I like both of the teams' uniforms. They do a really good job. Black.
I like how Fairy Tale is completely blacked out, and they make sure to stay blacked out.
Yeah,
and
not only the shirts but the pants as well.
And then I like how Cybirds, they are unified with that blue shirt and that blue cape.
Okay.
Remember, teams, unified front is a very strong front.
Oh, absolutely. It helps show the judges that, you are interested in this, you're excited about this, and we know you guys are, but it helps show it off just a little bit more.
And I've seen some teams win Spirit and Design Award with a robot that only made it onto the field once or twice and didn't really do much just because their team was always unified, their team always showed face, the crowd, they had the crowd, their pit was done up, and there were just so many things that allowed that team to succeed. But with qualification match 89, we are going to get to configuration B. So let's see what these two teams can be about.
Fairy Tale once again towing up to that line, sliding over, getting ready to take a couple shots at the high goal. 1, 2, 3 in. Doing a little dance, rotating around, dropping it in. Again, that's not completely in, so I do not believe that is going to count. About half of that wobble goal is sticking out, but still a very strong autonomous with 3 high goal shots and 1 robot part. All right.
So once again, starting off with 41 points, they're going to try to take that wobble goal and carry it around with them for the rest of the match again.
And you saw how quickly they grabbed that.
Once again, not an unheard
All right. And then, of course, Cybirds take their wobble goal and leave it in their corner of the field so that they can be quick to grab it at the end. Cybirds looking for a couple rings that they could start scoring here. They don't want to get in their alliance partner's way. They don't want to take from their ring supply. And they're starting to fill up not only the high goal, but the low goal as well. So every now and then, when a ring bounces out of the high goal, the Cybirds are very quick to pick it up and put it into the low goal. So that is a really good dynamic that they have worked out here. Each team fulfilling their role beautifully.
One thing that I've seen Cybirds do, however, is that they don't opt to take those first 3 rings. And personally, I feel as if because the wobble goal just has to be in contact with your bot at any point, I would stack the first 3 rings on top of each other and put them directly in front of my bot, clamp shut, and go for the low goal.
That is a fair point. Yeah, that is absolutely something that they could consider. They join us at our championship this coming weekend.
Their method of getting that wobble goal out is definitely still a very successful method, mostly because that wobble goal is still worth 20 points at the end of the game. So getting that 20 points is definitely something that's very helpful to any and all teams. Let's see if they can get their wobble goal up and out. They're trying to get it down the field.
Got a few
not
seconds.
being successful fully grabbing it yet.
Can they do it? They're gonna elect to leave it right on the tape.
Oh, they're trying to get up. Oh, is that in contact with the robot is now the question.
Yeah.
Is that in contact?
Looks like they're counting as on the tape.
Okay, so they're going to get 1 on the nose, 1 out the way, and 2 power shots down.
Fantastic performance by both of these teams. I believe their previous high score was 154 in their first match, and they have since broken that. Let's see these official scores.
And so now that score is going to be 156, pushing them into the 6th and 5th pole positions. Once again, teams, 150 has been the minimum. If you maintain it, you will get up here. I believe still in our number 1 and number 2 spots were our teams from early this morning.
Newt.exe as well as the other. I'm so sorry that I forgot their name.
I didn't want to say the team names because I didn't remember both.
Yep. Newt.exe was definitely one of them, and they're with a very strong partner whose name sadly escapes me at this very moment.
No.
Lords, they were later.
Oh, that's that one. That's circuitry. Electron volts.
Electron volts. That's it. Yes, thank you.
I had to scroll all the way up in the chat.
A stellar performance by both of those teams.
Looking at messages from almost 9 o'clock this morning, 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
Who was here? Oh, yeah.
And of course, Electron Volts, I do believe that they won the Inspire Award, first place at a previous competition, meaning that they are already going to the championship this weekend. So it really means a lot that they would still come out here and compete like crazy.
And teams, just because you make it to the championship on your first attempt does not mean to not show up to your next 2 events. A lot of these teams are still using these events as practice because they don't have practice fields elsewhere. So if you have a case that you really truly want to field test, or a feature that you want to make sure is 100% in sync, bringing your bot to the real field is a big benefit.
Oh yeah, nothing beats the real thing. All right. So, a comment that came in while we were narrating is that somebody out there loves the capes. That somebody is certainly us, but glad to see the fans appreciate it too. Love that dramatic turn in front of the camera as they placed their bot down. Can't quite tell if you guys saw it or not, but it was
I swear
very nice.
That's what it is. They're doing it because they hear us.
Yeah.
You said cape until he said swoosh.
All right, so this will unfortunately be the last match with Fairy Tail and Cybirds, but what a match those past 4 have been. They're already in the 5th and 6th seeded positions, and we are hoping to see them go even higher. Cannot wait to see how this one turns out. And again,
I like how we had wonderful matchups yesterday, but each of these matchups today have been just compounding on what we saw yesterday and breaking barriers as they've done it.
Absolutely.
We've seen teams take over the whole top 10 just from today.
Yeah.
And we had about 30 teams yesterday.
Oh yeah, it was incredible. All right, so everybody's gearing up, doing one final check because in general, the first match is typically your worst one, just because, first match of the day, just got the robot out of the box, that you brought it here in. Maybe you're not familiar with your alliance partner, and then the last match is typically the one where you want everything working. This will be your final impression. This is your last chance to make a jump in the ranks. So we certainly hope teams do really well. Go ahead.
I definitely will say, teams, this is just like boxing. Round 1, you're coming in fully charged, fully fresh. By round 5, you might need to check on your battery. You definitely want to make sure that all those nuts and bolts that you put in the beginning are still there and are still together.
Absolutely.
That's what those 5-minute checkups are so important, because if you don't check on it and you don't go pay attention to everything, there are definitely some things that couldn't go wrong.
Here we go with 1, 2, 3 shots into the high goal, courtesy of Fairy Tail, doing a big spin, trying to get that wobble goal. It's not going to be into Zone C. They've had a little bit of
the zone at all.
Yeah, I don't think they've had a bit of trouble getting that wobble goal exactly where they want, but still a fantastic autonomous score of 41 points. I believe that's the same as what they did last time.
They've been getting a consistent 41. They've been getting a consistent 41.
Yep. All right, and there was that little dance that we were talking about. Cybirds intentionally waited for Fairy Tale to back out of the way before going and placing their wobble goal. So they got a couple of rings. I think that's 2, potentially, dropping them into the wobble goal, or into the low goal. All right, and going back to get some more. But Cybert's making sure to back out of the way of Fairy Tale. They know they've got rings. They know they're ready to shoot, and just absolutely dancing. All right.
And once again, what we mean by dancing is your ability to communicate and just glide past without actually having to hit your alliance members. This, as much as I just said boxing in round 5, this is not a blood sport. We do not wish to see pieces of your bots on the floor. What we wish to see is one whole and wholesome bot walking away at the end of this.
All right. And every point matters here, and they are certainly trying to get every point. The clock's getting close. Cybirds changes their focus from the low goal to the wobble goal. They said, hey, last time we only got it onto the tape. This time we want to get it all the way out. So they're taking a very close look at it. Looks like they've got it in their claws. A fantastic dance there as Fairy Tale and Cybirds maneuver around each other. Here we go. Fairy Tale taking shots. Got one power shot down. Don't know if they're going to be able to get the second one down. They've got less than 10 seconds left. Can they do it? It's the last match of the day. Just one more. Oh, missed one. Oh, unfortunately, one power shot was all they could manage. But that was just an incredible match from the Fairy Tale.
As you can see, both teams cheering each other on, clapping all the way to the finish. Very happy, very gracious about making it through these 5 rounds. Then finally getting to check the field. And once again, that beautiful score coming in at 150. Once again, if you maintain that 150 average, it will push you to victory. They're now taking the 3rd and 4th place positions and holding that in with a 41-point autonomous, that 54-point driver control, and that 55-point endgame. All very consistent scores that they've been having. But
go ahead.
I was about to say, but unfortunately, we have to watch the Cybirds fly back to their roost, and the Fairy Tale has come to a merry and happy ending. We will see both of these teams leave, but hopefully we will see them next week at the championship. If not, we will definitely see and hear from the teams at the judging panel tomorrow. Make sure to tune in tomorrow.
That's right. Somebody in chat said this alliance has achieved symbiotic harmony. Couldn't have said it better myself. All right. So, we are coming up on our final 5 matches of the day. But before that, we have a little bonus match for you guys. Unfortunately, you won't be able to hear our voices during it. But we do have a remote match, I believe, from FTC Team 18103, and that's going to be Nth Degree out of Clifton, Virginia. So see what you can see about this team and how they perform solo in a remote event.
ready? Yes. Tuning to the robot. Randomizing it. Recording. There. Starting the match. Initialization's up. Yep.
3, 2, 1. Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Wait, go full force at that. You should pull in there.
Go back. Oh, but you move
Oh no.
And we're back, coming to you guys. We're about to look at these next two teams that are approaching. So the two teams that are about to be joining us on the field next are Team 3796 Talons, as well as Team 14923 Aces. I actually like playing cards, so that's fun to think about. Aces. But then Talons is one of the sister teams of that Power Hawk initiative thing that you were talking about, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And I believe that was from so the Cybirds from our previous 5 matches. I believe they were also part of it. So glad to see them here. So the Talons, their rookie year was 2009. So I believe they might predate me in FTC. So that's always a good thing. And then of course they're joined today by the Aces, a rather newer team who started in 2018. They're a church community, a family and community team. And 2018, that competition was Rover Ruckus, I believe. Quite a crazy competition, if I say so myself. But we are glad to have them joining us here today. And we're glad to have you guys, the fans. I see you guys in chat cheering for Aces. I wonder if we have any...
With all the Cybirds that were just here, they're probably definitely Talons in here.
Oh yeah.
But with him talking about old things and old teams and things that came before him, let's also think back to that Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum with that interview with James. That museum showing all the nice and historic trucks and tractors. and they were just so beautiful. I'd love to go actually visit, and it was a wonderful thing, and it's so gracious of them to allow us to be in their facilities. And I know James enjoyed that interview. Probably took him back to his childhood seeing some of those trucks and tractors. He knows we always have to mess with him. Yeah, but he knows we have to mess with him, same as we mess with everyone else.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But once again, these wonderful, wonderful uniforms. If you look at the back of these team shirts, they are littered with sponsors. This is what happens when you have these older teams and these teams that really do a ton of outreach and are very, very, very engaged in their communities. They will get 20, 30 sponsors. You'll have teams that accept a sponsor as low as $20 each because they have so many. I know personally, my team, we had a few big sponsors, but we had a lot of little sponsors. So we had a lot of little things coming from sponsors. Also, with us being based in DC and us having that DC partnership, a lot of the DC teams in general used to share funds. So one thing that was big with us was our actual competition fee of $5,000 was prepaid. DCPS would prepay for our entry fee for all of our schools. So then our rest of our budget went to other things. Now, looking at these two teams, one of those bots is just so small. I think that's Talons. Talons looks so unique, but it looks so small.
Yeah, there's definitely nothing wrong with that. You know, that could be a deliberate choice. So just because you have to start fitting within an 18-inch box doesn't mean that you have to fill up the whole box. You know, you could elect to make a small robot to make sure that you can quickly and easily move around the field. And now I'm seeing some Talon fans in the Twitch chat. Glad to see you.
I told you Talon was here. Now, one thing I will say though, Talon's keeping up with that blue over on your right. Aces, if you look at their shirts as well, Aces actually has all 4 of the suits of cards on their shirt. So like I said, I love playing cards. I even have a ring that has that has each of the suits on it. And I have tons of different decks of cards. But so that I really love that little Aces look.
There we go. Yeah. So
I remember nuances with the teams. I really love some little nuances in their designs.
Love that. Yeah. So talking about small robots, I remember there was one challenge called Block Party where during end game you had the option to do a pull-up on a bar in the middle of the field. Now that bar was you only got 20 inches for your alliance, but of course these are 18-inch robots. So how can you fit 2 of them side by side? And the answer is that you can't. Now my team thought, oh, well, it's obvious. You just build a skinny robot. Everybody's going to do this so that they can hang side by side. And then as soon as we got to competition, we realized nobody else had built
the only skinny robot.
We were the only skinny robot. A lot of teams had found other clever ways to do a pull-up, none of which involved being skinny. So we thought that was funny. We still did really well that year, and we didn't bother to change the robot. We never went back to the shop and said, you know what? Forget the skinny thing. We're going wide. No, we just said, no, we're sticking with this. So.
And it sort of kind of reminds me of my challenge with Infinite Recharge over on the FRC side for this year, because with that level bar, getting 3 robots up there and then getting it level was definitely a challenge for a lot of our teams. Oh, yeah. But speaking about challenges, we're going to see how they conquer this challenge in Configuration C.
Taking a couple shots here. That is, I believe, the Aces.
That was Aces. Look at that big overhead.
Now, I do worry, though.
I am concerned that they picked up all 4.
Yeah, as am I. Because there were 4 rings in that stack, and
actually, no, if I look back, I think I might see the last one in the very back.
Well, and they also put the wobble goal down in zone B, which means that they might have had a misread there because it was supposed to go in zone C.
Pick up your controller.
So
but with the 2 parks and those wonderful shots, they're already off to a great start at 58 points. Yeah. It looks like they're gonna opt to carry their wobble goal for the rest of the game. I haven't seen Talons with a manipulator yet, so I don't know if Talons is actually able to maintain a wobble goal.
That's a good question, yeah. So here we go, Talons lining up, trying to take their shots, and looks like they have a really big round shooter. Took a couple shots. I think those might have connected with the high goal. Here come Aces.
That launcher out of Aces is just monstrous.
It is.
It almost reminds me of like a gator. How it's got that big long tail sticking out the back.
Yep, I can see that. All right. And that's a really cool design that the Talons have, where they pull the rings up and then they go around the robot into that holding cell and then fall down into the shooter. That's a really cool design. It seems to be working well for them. So far, 8 high goal shots between Talons and Aces. Doing a great job. And we got just under...
As we talked about that design, it looks like that design might have almost malfunctioned for a slight second, getting one of its rings stuck vertically. But it looks like the second ring that they took fixed all the problems. Now, Aces might want to move forward because they're about to pass that 30-second mark. I don't know if that wobble goal is viable.
I think it might be. They just nudged themselves in right at the last second. That wobble goal is definitely not viable, though.
Even if that wobble goal isn't viable, Talon making sure to get rid of those power shots and get rid of all of those points.
Look at those. Yeah, so that's 2 out of 3 power shots gone. Right as the timer expires, one more high goal shot just for good measure, and an incredibly strong performance of 180 unofficial score here for their first match together. Wow. So what a very strong performance, and again, a lot of dancing we saw going on. We'll talk about that in a second, but here we have
and the official comes up at 180 with that 58-point autonomous period, that 72-point driver control, and a 50-point end game. And I must say, not only were we surprised by the size and the layouts of these two teams, but we were also surprised by the cooperation between the two teams. These two teams, both veteran teams, showing what it means to be a driver and showing what it takes to have a wonderful build team. Both designs performing the way that they were supposed to, and both designs also making sure to work in cooperation with the other teams that were around. These two teams did not collide, even with that huge tail sitting off the back of Aces.
Yeah, Gator is absolutely the right word to describe them. I believe we had a team the other day called Gearbot.
We had the Gearbot Gators the other day.
Yeah. So maybe they should take a little bit of visual inspiration just in terms of how to make them like an alligator.
I wonder what other items with a very long tail it could be called.
Yeah, it's not only long, but it's also wide and it's green. So I think that's why we're so easily drawn to the gator. So yeah, we had somebody talking in the chat much earlier today about love those green wheels. So this season you're seeing a lot of green on robots, and that's because those are Andy Mark compliant wheels, which means I don't know what it means when they say compliant, but it means that they're squishy and they're rubbery. So those can be used for intake, those can be used for shooting. However, they don't have a whole lot of inertia, so personally my team uses a heavier wheel for shooting.
Now, my teams used to actually use the standard drivetrain wheels that we used to receive.
Yep.
We used to put the tank tread wheels on there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I remember one year, it was 2016 for FRC. The challenge was called Stronghold. And our shooter, yeah, our shooter was, it was two of the biggest motors that we were allowed to have on a direct one-to-one pulley drive on the two biggest wheels that we could find in the shop at the time, launching these foam compressible dodgeballs at speeds that were honestly terrifying.
And anything about FRC is terrifying.
Oh,
we do not need to. My robot, like I said, in Stronghold, we were lucky to survive every round. Bumpers saved lives. We had our robot could go under the logo, would fly over the moat, was heavy enough to knock down the drawbridge.
Yep.
Our bot was perfect for taking over obstacles. And so we told our teammates, hey, look, I'll go take out all the obstacles. You guys do all the rest of the work. But
that's a strategy.
At times, our robot, because we were so low and so geared up and so fast and had so much drive, if we hit that moat, we flew. We physically flew in the arena about 6 feet.
Yeah. So, of course, I was mentioning powerful shooters, but of course in FTC, there are limits. The rule is that your shooter cannot shoot more than 16 feet horizontally or 5 feet vertically. So an easy way
just that. Please do not ask one of your shorter teammates to stand while you're shooting, to shoot over 5 feet.
Yeah, that's generally frowned upon. So if you want to make sure that you're shooting less than 16 feet horizontally, if you have a full field at home, put your robot in one corner and shoot diagonally, because these are 12-foot by 12-foot square fields. And if you do a quick Pythagorean theorem calculation, you'll find that from corner to corner, it's about 17 feet. So if you shoot from one corner of the field to the opposite corner and it makes it, then you might want to scale it back just a hair.
Well, I think these teams need to Pythagorize how to solve the equation of configuration A.
That's right. So that means there's going to be no rings on the field. So we saw the aces who are able to collect rings during autonomous, but they're not going to be able to do that now. Unfortunately, they missed 3 for 3 shots, but they do get that wobble goal nice and secure.
So they do have a sensor then, apparently. They're getting
That's right. And a couple of shots courtesy of the Talons into the high goal. So good job them, and also parking on the line. That's
hard. Now, they just barely nudged the aces, and with that, we've been talking about it multiple times. Be careful nudging your teammates. You can knock things loose. You can also accidentally knock your teammate out of a scoreable position.
That's right. In general, it's something to avoid, but we understand. It's autonomous. The robots don't know where everything is. So in teleop, that's why avoiding each other is so easy to do, because you can see where their robot is. You can have a pretty good guess of where they're trying to be. So right now, it looks like Talons has answered their pants because they were waiting for their turn to shoot into that high goal. But being very
respectful. Those are well deserved. 3 for 3. Those shots go straight in.
Yeah. So you want to get this pattern here. It looks like they're trying to get a pattern of one team shoots while the other team collects. So Aces just took their shots. Talon's still trying to get a ring or two. So far, a total of 9 shots in the high goal. Talon's was about to make their way over, but I think they're going to yield to the Aces. With their,
I think they might be going for the diagonal though.
Yeah, so shooting on the diagonal is much harder because all of a sudden that rectangular profile gets that much shorter and you're further away. So it's comparable to, but not exactly like shooting free throws in basketball versus shooting from beside the goal. All right, so here we go. The Aces getting that first wobble goal over, and I think they're going to try to get the second one here. And they're making it look easy. We know it's certainly not, but they've got that claw. They've got it. They're going over. Here come Talons trying to get out those power shots. Taking a lot of time to line up. Can they do it? One down.
That's one.
Can we get two? Two down. All right, two down. Right at the last second. So I saw a third one go down, courtesy of aces. I'm not sure if that's going to count in terms of time. We will leave that for the rest, for the referees to decide. But a very, very strong performance from the Talons and the Aces here. Both teams, they have a plan and they stick to it, and they're doing just a great.
It looks like those referees will count that final point.
All right.
But I don't think they counted one of those wobble goals, though. I only see one wobble goal scored.
About that, yeah. Because we could be looking here at a perfect quotation mark end game. And yes, we are.
That 85 points. And we've talked about that multiple times. That means they got 2 wobble goals and 3 power shots. The only way to score higher than that 85 points would have been to load up the wobble goal. If you can manage to put 6 rings on your wobble goal, or at least 5 rings on your wobble goal, that is the only way to make it worth more than you putting it out the arena. But then don't forget, teams, if you manage to also put your wobble goal onto the line of its respective color, that is an additional 5 points. So some teams have been just loading up the wobble goal and putting it back on the line to try to get points. Other teams we've seen that don't have a manipulator will bring it back to the line, and then if their teammates are unable to score it, then it still at least gets that 5 points.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's so great to see the differences between the Talons and the Aces. So I think you could agree that the Talons have a very simplistic robot design. It has a collection, it goes around, has a holding bay, and it shoots them out. And the Aces have a very complex robot design. They have that front intake that falls out of them. We've been calling it the gator tail. But both teams seem to be doing very well. They seem to be, working off of each other well, sending shots into the high goal. Of course, Aces have the additional advantage of that wobble goal manipulator. So it's great to see just 2 really different robots performing very well.
And you guys have heard me say it once, and you will hear me say it a few more times. That 150-point margin is definitely something that will put these teams in a scoreable position. If you can maintain that 150-point average, we have seen it boost you into the top 6 time after time again.
Mm-hmm. And that becomes important now more than ever, because unfortunately this is the last qualifying event before the Fantastic Championship, which will occur next weekend. So before that, we have Monday night will be the award ceremony for this competition in Fulton, as well as the competition with Shenandoah Caverns and Colonial Heights. We will see who will be joining us at the regional championship.
And for those who don't know how they can see the award ceremony or what time the award ceremony will be at, would you like to let them know as well?
Sure, that's going to be right here, twitch.tv/First Chesapeake at about 6 p.m., if I remember correctly.
And that is 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
That's right. Because, all of First Chesapeake is in Eastern Standard. Or Eastern Daylight. Are we on Daylight? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think so.
But Eastern time.
You fall back to spring forward, so.
Yeah, but which one's daylight savings? Because there's Eastern Standard and Eastern Daylight. Oh well.
Well, it's daylight savings, so I believe it falls back in the winter to save time.
I never can tell. If somebody in chat wants to look that up and tell us which time period we are currently in, Eastern Standard or Eastern Daylight, or maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe it's always Eastern Standard. Speaking of standard, we have a very standard autonomous approach here. Aces driving forward. Unfortunately, they missed their shots. They're going to drop that wobble goal into Zone A. Talons hitting some of their high goal shots. Looks like they got.
No, I think they hit a mid goal. I think they hit a mid goal. They didn't hit a high goal.
All right. Well, we'll see. Yeah. And by we, I mean, of course, the referees.
They got a mid goal on the opposite side, but the wobble with the park. So that should be 20 points. Okay. 25.
Pick up your controller.
That will just barely click around to make 25 points.
1.
Aha. According to Twitch chat, we are in Eastern Daylight Time right now. Thank you so much for that wonderful insight. And of course, I'm not going to bother to fact check that. I'm just going to believe you, hook, line, and sinker. All right. Great job shooting into the high goal. That is the aces. All right. Our first Chesapeake fact checkers say we're in Eastern Standard Time. So I don't know who to believe anymore.
So I was right. Eastern Standard.
We'll see. All right. Here we go. Aces again lining up to shoot. I believe Talons are ready to shoot as well. Moving into that prime shooting position. Right square in front of the goal. 1 out. 2. Ooh, bounced out. So total of 4 high goal shots recorded here. Getting ready for the next set. All right, daylight saving time starts March 14th, so we are in Eastern Standard at the moment. Thank you for this hot little debate here in the Twitch chat. Speaking of hot, these teams are on fire. Aces might want to start making their way across the launch zone. I swear they can hear me sometimes. Just to make sure that wobble goal is ready to be scored. Right when that in-game buzzer sounds. Here we go. Drop it down. Trying to get that double wobble goal. Talons seem to be having a little bit of trouble. Normally this is the time where they want to be shooting those power shots. But they just got their last ring. Getting ready. Lining up. Can they do it? Can they get 3 for 3? 1 down. Can they get a second? 2 down. Can they get a third? Buzzer beater. Here it comes. 3 down!
Look at that. A clean sweep once again. Let's see if the refs see it the same way we do.
All right. So that was a very impressive performance by both Talon and the Aces. Love to see robots working together the way they do. Not quite as many high goal shots as maybe they would have liked, but still a stellar performance from both
11
teams.
high goal shots is definitely still
respectable. It's fantastic, yeah. All right, 176 points. A great job. Moving them up to 7-8. And guess what? They still have 2 matches to play. So that could move them up even higher. Potentially even into the 3rd and 4th seed. Depending on these next 2 matches, maybe the 1st and 2nd. It's hard to tell. But if I remember...
They would have to get...
Yeah, we're not going to do that math because neither of us are hashtag numbers guy.
I want to say they need to break the record and get 2 minimum 350s.
Because the 2 teams that we saw earlier, Electron Bolts and Newt.exe, they were doing on average about 200 points, which was fantastic. But, of course, it's all about you, teams, all right? It's how you guys do. If you guys continue to improve your score, that's what matters. If you guys learn from every match, if you make something better every time, that is the most important aspect. The rankings, that's all just bonus. That's just on top of it. That's just a way of sorting out numbers. Don't worry about that. What matters is you guys.
Like I said, throughout this entire competition, there are plenty of other ways to still win outside of just your ranking points and your match points. And another great thing that I always want to see is even if you don't make it to the championships, even if you don't win at championships, that off season is still just as important. there are plenty of teams that get invited to go to off-season competitions and many various off-season events. There's also many times and many points as soon as the season ends to start working on your next next season's outreach and all the other things that you can do.
Right. Love the spirit in the Twitch chat, encouraging both teams to do their absolute best. We definitely want them to keep it up and continue with this stellar performance that we are seeing here today. Not only the individual robots, but working together as a team.
I think Twitch chat is saying that First Chesapeake took your pirate hat. They said they're speaking like a pirate too now.
No, that was me. Because First Chesapeake said, "May is be the last time we switch." Like, how can you not read that in a pirate voice? Come on.
I mean, well, because we're sponsored by Star Wars: A Force for Change, it could just be Yoda speak.
May be the last time we switch. I don't know, maybe. Twitch, I'm sorry you had to hear that. I'll never do it again, I promise. Alright, here we go. One robot on the field. And we always encourage teams, feel free to use as much time as you need, up to 5 minutes, of course, to make sure that your robot is working in tip-top shape, because we want to make sure that all those bolts are tightened, everything is exactly where it needs to be, no hair or hair ties caught up in any of the gears, to make sure that you guys have the best performance that you can.
Speaking of hair ties, look at that man bun up there. As talents make sure to keep all hair back and away and out of their face. I know one thing I definitely have to deal with all this hair. If I try to get in front of a bot, I definitely have to pull my hair back just to make sure that there's nothing in the way before I go stick my face over one of those robots.
Oh, absolutely. And team, I don't know. Yeah, my hair's longer than I like it to be at this exact moment, but it's still not caught in gears moments unless I'm doing something really, really wrong.
And teams, please do remember, be safe at all times. If you have long hair, ladies or gentlemen, please make sure to tie it back. Please make sure to put a hat on, put a hood on. Anything that you can do to keep your hair back and away.
Now, with a hood, what you have to watch out for is if it has like hoodie strings. You know what I'm talking about? Because those are just.
We used to tie those back as well.
Yeah, exactly.
I definitely remember telling people that they couldn't be in my room on a certain day because they were unsafe the day before, or because we almost had to cut their hair out of the robot.
Yep. It is very serious stuff.
And teammates, if you think we are joking, get your hair caught in the robot and watch how your team acts.
No, that's not the only way to...
It's not for the robot, though.
That's one of those things we prefer you not learn by experience. Just take our word for it.
Some things you have to learn by experience.
No, that's not one of them. That's really not.
At least it's just their hair.
And then same thing with safety glasses. Something that I'm always a stickler for is I hate to see YouTube videos of teams where they're not wearing their safety glasses. Like sometimes I get it, if you're just staring at your robot, but other times, if they're doing something like testing a shooter mechanism with a lot of power and their faces are right up next to it and they don't have safety glasses, I don't like to see that. Especially when you record that and upload that. That's proof of you being
in general, for all of your remote play videos, treat it as if you were on an actual field. Put all of your safety gear on that you were supposed to have on. Dress 100% appropriately for the event as if you are actually out here on the field with us. Teams, I used to definitely make sure that when we would go and when we would present and when we would record ourselves, our teams were 100% dressed up head to toe. Possibly closest thing anyone could say was wrong with my teams is if we would touch the bot without gloves on.
Right.
Like we would
That's
touch
a big thing. That's a big thing, especially at MRC, not so much at NTC. Mm-hmm. Gosh. I remember the first time I ever got the wonderful fortune of going to the World Championship. We thought that they were going to be real sticklers about all the sharp edges on our robot. So we filed everything down the week before. And then when we got there, I'll never forget this. The robot inspector said, "All right, show me your hands." Any cuts? Nope, you're good. And we're like, really? That was your test? So,
if that was the case, my coach would have failed. He was missing part of his thumb.
Okay, well, yeah, they didn't ask the coaches.
It came from a different incident. He was a very proficient kayaker, and he got into one kayak injury, but he used it always as a representation when we would go to do things like the saw testing and showing off all of our other things, because we had a saw stop in our facility. So we would show freshmen once a year, hey, this is your safety lesson. Pay attention. Do not stick your hand in places where it should not be, and then just barely nudge and touch that saw stop and watch it just shut down.
All right, so here we go. Another great autonomous performance. Unfortunately, not a whole lot of those shots connecting with the high goal, but we are getting one goal in the zone C, which is unfortunate because it was actually randomization B. So it's sometimes hard because the light messes with your sensors. There was one high goal shot, so we're starting off with a score of 22 as we get started in teleop. The Aces doing their normal strategy of picking up a wobble goal to carry with them. Interesting that they chose that one.
I'm about to say, I'm surprised that they took that one instead of leaving it in favor of moving the second one. But then again, the second one is knocked down. So they may not have been trying to waste all that time for it.
Yeah. So it's definitely a choice of strategy, but they got to be careful because you can only control one wobble goal at a time, and here they are knocking up against that other one. But I suppose if they're doing it to try to get the rings, it's all right. But if you're trying...
That's still going to be up for our judges to say because they keep repeatedly...
they just tilted it up right there.
Those referees might have to take a look at that one.
Yeah, so that's a tough call. I'm glad I'm not a referee.
I know the referee chat is always very lively with their decisions and rulings.
Oh, yeah. All right, and again, both teams doing a good job of taking their turns to shoot. So far, 9 high goal shots, looking to be 12 here with the Aces. 1, 2, 3 into that high goal. And we're just getting close to end game here now, so Aces really got to make a decision. All right, they decide to leave that wobble goal where it is, which means it will not be able to be scored. But they're going to go ahead and score the one that they've been carrying with them. And then here we go with the power shots. Talon hitting 2 out of the 3. Can they get the third one? Plenty of time left to do so. They've got one in the chamber. Can they make it? Ooh, a little bit of a bump from the Aces, but luckily they still have that shot ready to go.
Shoot! And that's the third one.
Great job, yeah. So that was some really good trigger discipline on the part of the drivers. They had one shot in their chamber. They were revving up to shoot, but then they got bumped by their alliance partner of all things. It happens. But then they waited to reposition before they sent that ring into the power shot. And here we go with the final score, 159 points, maintaining a steady position at the 7th and 8th rank. Very respectable position. So let's break down that score for me.
Now, with this, we see that these two teams, they did suffer in that autonomous, which we've seen them normally break at least the 40-point barrier in. At driver control period, we've seen them flood that top box, that dancing that we keep talking about, making sure to go back and forth with each other. Hey, I'm full, let's go. Hey, I'm out, shoot for me. Hey, I'm about to go to the back, keep filling up the goal. Those are things that we love to hear teams do, and I know that these two teams have been doing it this entire time. as well as that end game. Had Aces decided to leave that wobble goal alone and instead go work on that second wobble goal, which was sitting in the back, they probably would have gotten both wobble goals in and had time to do so, because Talons has been taking care of those 3 power shots time after time again. But once again, this will be our 95th, our 45th for today, and our unfortunately, but also happily, final match of the qualifications here with First Chesapeake, First Technical Challenge, Ultimate Goal.
Yeah.
That means, teams, this is your final chance to get as loud as possible. This is your final chance to make all that noise that you've been holding back. This is that final chance to let your team know that you're here and that you're here for them. So teams, let them know that you're here. Let them know, let them see you, let them hear you as we get ready to cheer the Talons and Aces on into their 5th and final qualification match of the season.
And this one,
once again, just because this is the last match does not mean that this is the end. There will still be there will still be tomorrow's award ceremony at 6 o'clock, once again here on First Chesapeake. And also as well, there will still be next weekend's championship competition featuring 44 highly selected and highly favored teams. And we will see them all battle it out, trying to find out who's the baddest of them all coming out of Chesapeake and who will have the pleasure of representing First Chesapeake if there happens to be a world championship this year.
Yeah. So we cannot wait to see that. But
it's the honor.
Yeah. So, of course, this will be the last match of today, the last match of this competition, the last match of this weekend, and the last qualification match. Somebody in chat has requested that we play the final countdown. Ryan, I know that was you.
I'm about to say it has his name on it. It's not just somebody. It's
I know. So not just anybody. Yeah, so this is Ryan. He's
saying it too.
Yeah, Ryan's working with us behind the scenes, doing a great job.
Wonderful, wonderful volunteers. Ryan, I don't remember. Are you an alumni?
Not everybody has the opportunity, the wonderful opportunity to have done first in school. So just we are.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep getting on him for this.
There we go. Yeah, so we were just so glad that we at least had the opportunity to be alumni, and have been through the program. Personally, I went through FLL, FTC, FRC, because they didn't have Junior FLL or FLL Explorer when I was that young. So I went through every program that I could, and I decided, you know what, that's still not enough. So I came back to be an alumni ambassador and a head coach of an FTC team.
And so, personally, for myself, I did FLL and FRC, and I mentored a little bit with FTC, a lot more with FLL, and still doing a lot of work with FRC.
Mm-hmm.
So if we do have a FRC season, please do tune in. I will definitely try to come back to cheer some of my teams on.
All right. And speaking of doing a lot of work and cheering teams on, we've got the Talons on the field. We've got the Aces on the field. Folks, it's all led to this. All of the competitions, we've been going every single weekend with competitions since, gosh, when did this whole thing start? It's
end of January.
Yeah, end of January. It's just been nonstop. So we thank First Chesapeake, and they're still not going to stop until after the championship this coming weekend. But this will be it for this will be it for this whole shindig of qualifications. But all that I could say is, teams, even after the award ceremony, just keep a close eye on your email. That's all I'm saying about that.
There are definitely tons of notifications that always get posted and always get left in. But with these two teams getting configuration B, let's see what these teams can be about. Both teams firing at that top goal. Only one of them managing to land, I believe. And
there we go. Talon's sending one in. Talon's sending two in. Talon's sending a third one in. So
none of those
went. Did they not? Oh, I'm so sorry. All right.
They're hitting the side net. But they did get the 2 parks and the wobble goal, in addition to that first high shot that was put in.
They did do that, yeah.
Wonderful 37-point auto.
3,
Not as high as we would have hoped with that 40-point benchmark that they had been setting for themselves. Aces now, once again, returning for that first wobble goal. Probably going to hold on to that wobble goal for the rest of the match as they've been doing characteristically. And with that big tail of theirs just scooping up and eating all of those rings. Like I said, I like to say that it's calamari.
Onion ring.
Calamari. But
onion
especially if we're going to call them a gator. And the gator's going to be eating the squid.
Onion rings go well with gator tail. Anyway, sending shots into the high goal. Great job by the aces. Now it's the turn of the Talons. They're lining up. 1. Can we get 2? Come on.
Talons needing to be a little bit careful of that ring that was just barely underneath of them. Remember, teams, those rings have spelled doom and destruction for even our best.
Yep. And these guys certainly can consider themselves one of the best with the performance that they are showing here today. Getting down to less than a minute left. They're both fighting over the same position here. Talon's going to elect to take the first shots, but the aces need to start thinking about getting on the other side of that line here.
I think the aces might just take one more shot before they run across. Or they're just going to run. They're just going to run for it.
Yeah, they had to just be over there for at least when the timer hit 30 seconds. Hopefully the referee saw that and counted it. They're going to pick up the second one. Here we go with that double wobble goal.
Let's see how many of those power shots. I see 2 power shots down. They still have plenty of time to get the third with 10 seconds on the clock. Can they do it? Can they go for their goal? Get that ultimate goal. Hit it. Hit it. Oh, just
so close.
Missing that final one.
Yeah, that was just absolutely incredible.
And so that final power shot will stand up. And with that, that is the conclusion of today's matches. We are going to wait for our referees and scorekeepers to do their final tabulations and calculations. Also, teams, we hope that if you saw our judges, that you put on a wonderful smiling face for our judges, said hi to everybody, and did your best.
Oh, yeah.
But with that being said, I would like to take a moment.
We still got the final scores.
I know.
All right.
It's 7, pushing these two teams up into the 3rd and 4th pole position. Get with that wonderful 37-point autonomous, that 60-point drive control, and that characteristic 70-point end game.
Fantastic. So that will put them into the 3rd and 4th seeded position right at the last second. They were in 6th. They were around 7 and 8, and now they are right up to 3rd and 4th. So now I'd like to pass it off to Niall to take us home.
Okay, and speaking about going home, we would like to make sure that everyone stays safe on their way home today. We know that the roads are still somewhat treacherous after the past few days' weather that we've been having, so please stay safe. Also remember to social distance and take care of yourselves while you all are out. We also want to say, teams, be careful. We will see you all next week, hopefully. If not, we will definitely see you all tomorrow for the award ceremony. I would like to thank all of the volunteers that we have had, all of the mentors, all of our wonderful staff members. I would like to go ahead and talk more about all of our wonderful sponsors, whether it be Northrop Grumman, our stream sponsor, Qualcomm, the event sponsor, whether we also go into talking about Lidos, Booz Allen Hamilton, and all of our many, 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 many other people who are still named all throughout the day. And because of that, let's go ahead and show our closing reel with all of our sponsors and all of their videos, and we will see you all tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.
Somewhere past the edge of convention.
Beyond the boundaries of tomorrow
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not. Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is
To what could be.
Ready?
To leave the boundaries of what's known.
To define possible.
To define possible.
Define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.